Welcome, everybody, back to LPL English as our continued coverage of the regional finals rolls into its second of three series tonight. But instead of a stake at a world spot, it's a stake at the end of your year that you're going to be looking at here between JD Gaming and Weibo Gaming. I, Slayer, will be your host, separated from these two in my role tonight playing host. Those are your two analysts, K-Man and Bloxer, who are separated by one giant thing known as the Atlantic Ocean. Gentlemen, I am very happy to be alongside you two, especially you two, because I feel like I haven't seen you guys in a hot minute since we got through these playoffs. So, Bloxer, I want to start with you. K-Man, you can take it over after this. We're going to talk a lot about this series, but initial vibes, you're on the stream now. It's happening. How are we feeling?
Initial vibes? Stinky, bad, not good. Both of these teams crash out of playoffs, and it's not a good look at the end for either of these two teams. You managed to get a little bit further as JDG, only to run into the AL Buzzsaw, but both of them had really iffy split threes, right? You come in with a couple changes, you're feeling maybe the vibes are okay, maybe you're going to be able to get some of those top four positions in Group Ascent, and it just doesn't happen. They get into playoffs at least, so that's something, right? But nobody was really expecting them to not make it into the playoffs itself, and then you don't get anything going. They just sort of sputter at the beginning, straight into the bottom of the bracket, and then straight out. So yeah, these teams, they're still fighting for a world spot. That's exciting for them, but it's not like these are the best of the LPL.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit more excited about this series in terms of the breakdown, in terms of what we've got. We've got some world-class players on the Rift here today that I'm excited to get to see play for a chance to get back to the world stage. There are so many players in this series that are used to going to Worlds every year. That this is kind of the thing that they do. They always are able to find a way to figure it out. Even young players, that have been at Worlds basically every year of their career up until this point. One of these teams is going to be done after tonight in terms of their bid to go to the World Championships. This is one of the bigger series we've had all year long in terms of stakes, and I'm excited to see it.
Let's talk about that bracket, though, get through the formality of it. I know we've presented a ton of awesome, graphics here with, group standings and group ascent, colors flashing for qualifiers. Guys, it's the end of the year, so we're basically just throwing up this bracket. It's pretty simple, right? If you're an NBA play-ins fan for some reason, you'll understand this bracket very, very well. Top Esports Victus Gaming played for their world spot. Top Esports goes on through here, and it's going to be Invictus Gaming actually waiting for the winner of this one, Weibo and JDG, who K-Man, we've aptly dubbed the victim of Faker, I guess, is going to be the winner of that series. Is that what I'm hearing around the airwaves?
It's certainly not looking all that good for whoever comes out as the LPL 4th seed. They're going to have to go into that play-in series immediately against T1. I will say, though, as an LPL fan myself, anything can happen in one best of 5. I get it. You're staring down the barrel of a gun that has never failed to go off for T1. It has always successfully found its target going up against the LPL, but you never know. It's always worth at least giving it a shot. And like I said earlier, there are some really talented players in this series, and you get, 2 or 3 good performances out of those players, a step up from somebody unexpected. You want to at least give yourself a chance to have that big moment on the biggest stage.
Well, we don't want to get too close. We don't want to get too close to that big moment yet, because there's still a road forward for both of our two teams here, obviously, to face IG. But Bloxer, you kind of alluded to it, how you're feeling about this series. The water is getting murky, let's just say, with one of our squads here in this one. You alluded to it a little bit earlier, but as always, we got to bring the great visuals to really bring in essence what this series means.
Yeah, I mean, watching, desking for the series yesterday, Top Esports up against IG. IG were playing absolutely whack. I mean, there were just critical mistakes from them almost the entire way through. And I think if you're either of these two teams, the winner of this one, you got to be looking at IG and thinking, we can take them. There's a way for us to be able to just completely dismantle them. At the end of the regular season, IG had the sauce. They were feeling great. They looked amazing. They take out BLG in that final game that we had postponed from earlier on. And hey, they win it, they get second in the regular season, and you're kind of feeling it if you're IG. And then they get into the playoffs, and whatever magic they had ran away from them, and they just collapsed in on themselves instantly, and it doesn't feel like they've gotten anything back. The only game they managed to win yesterday, they had a Rek'Sai top. Hey, the Rek'Sai top from the Shy, it was sexy, it was fun, I enjoyed watching it, but they had to go to some really wild picks to try eke out a victory over Top Esports, and even then, they only managed one.
I think that's the scary thing is that, first off, shout out to Izzy for these wonderful graphics that we always get. But when it comes to Invictus versus these two teams, I mean, Rookie, the Shy, they've had some troubles in recent years being able to get to the World Championships. Rookie in particular, very well documented that these late season tournaments aren't exactly always going well for him individually. And you're staring down the barrel of someone like Pays, who's never missed Worlds since being called up as a tier 1 player. You're staring down the barrel of Xiaohu or, a potential Light, players who are consistently getting to Worlds as the LPL 4th seed. History is not necessarily on IG's side, even if their momentum would have said it would have been by this year.
Yeah, so there's a lot of stakes for the Weibo side. And, he talked a lot about guys on the Weibo side who've made Worlds and, have had moments at Worlds. Scout also deserves that, connotation. Does his play for this year indicate it? We'll have to see. Let's first introduce JDG across the board here before we start talking about Scout as a whole big topic. You guys know this roster fairly well if you've been watching through Split 3. It's Xiaosu in the top lane, Shun in the jungle, Scout in the mid lane, Pays in the AD carry spot, and Zhuo, the latest support to come in here. Bloxer, really quickly, just a point on this roster as a whole and what you've seen from them.
I don't know if you remember, Slay, but right at the very start of the year, you asked me, hey, which roster move do you think was the stupidest, wildest, most surprising? And my response was whatever JD were doing, whatever JDG decided to do. And you know what? When I said it, I felt pretty confident in that, but I wasn't certain, right? There were a lot of wild moves. I've never felt more vindicated in my life. This has been a team where the highs are there. When they play well, it looks really nice, and you can tell that these are world-class players almost across the board. But when it goes badly wrong, it feels like they're almost not in the same comms as each other. You get bad macro, you've got bad individual laning phases as well. It's been just such a weird split so far for JDG, and they just haven't been able to put it together, it feels like, for any consecutive games.
No. It's really been such a struggle. And the point that I wanted to get to that I kind of jumped the gun on here is as much as his history, gives us credence to bring respect to the name Scout, Split 3, man, it's just not been it, and I don't want to dog on the guy too much because we have clips to do so. So let's take a look at unfortunately what we've dubbed as some of the biggest Scout lowlights came in. I mean, I would love to just hear you make sense of this because I know Bloxer already created this lovely selection of clips we're gonna get. So I just want to hear K-Man live react to that to start it off.
Yeah, thank you, Bloxer, for, bringing this upon us all. I think it's really good to just kind of put everything into perspective where, we can watch these series and we can come away with, oh, that was a bad play by Scout. He misplayed here. But, we feel that way about, multiple players at multiple different zones. When you put it into a context like this, it is clear just how different Scout has been this year than what his normal form looks like. Last year, he was really good. 2 years ago, this guy was the back-to-back MVP. He swept the MVP race across the entirety of the LPL. We're not too far away. This play in particular, this is the one that just gets me every time. He's late to the fight. He teleports in, flashes for one Rise combo and runs away. It's not good.
Hey, you ready to follow a Galio? You ready to join this dive and help
this
out
is the
your...
best one.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Man. It's just...
Oh, it's bad.
Listen, I don't even have time to talk, man. Listen, there were these problems showing up in Split 2 for Scout. Like this is not something that randomly, miraculously comes around in Split 3, right? There were warning signs, especially the side lane catches, I think was a big thing. Yeah. But this split, it really just feels like everything has seemingly gotten worse and compounded because in Split 2, right, you'd have those games where Scout was questionable, but then he was like getting pentakills on his Lissandra, and he was having these like single game moments where he could win the games for JDG. And now it feels like we've gotten to the point where he is not solo losing the game, but majorly losing games for JDG. And nothing was more prevalent in that Bloxer than that opening series for JDG when we really thought that this team was finally going to come together. And those last couple of games from Scout. Oh boy.
It was wild, right? We were looking at this roster, looking at Scout and thinking, hey, he's going to be able to pop back off again. This should be a team that he can play really well with. And it's just been mistake after mistake after mistake. And I feel like that last series that they played really encapsulated the problems that he was having individually and what that meant for his team.
Without a doubt. But let's introduce the other team on the side of this one formally as well. Really quickly, we'll get through the Weibo Gaming roster here. As you take a look across the side, this is one of the rosters that stayed pretty similar throughout the split for one change. Breathe on the top side, Tien in the jungle, Xiaohu in the mid lane, Light now pairing with Crisp here. And K-Man, really quickly, I'd like to hear your point on how you feel Crisp has been slotting in for a Weibo team that was searching for support for really most of the year, it felt like.
I think Crisp has done a fantastic job here on Weibo. It's not consistent, but if you're looking for consistency out of LPL supports, you know, it's going to be a bit difficult to find sometimes. And so I think just having somebody who can be a bit more aggressive as a playmaker here, who just has a little bit more creativity in the angles that they're taking on some of these fights, has definitely helped Weibo out quite a bit. I think especially Tien in the jungle has really appreciated having a support that wants to be a lot more forward in terms of how he plays the first 15 minutes of the game. I think that there were especially times with Hong, but also with Erha, you know, who's kind of the middle ground of this, where they kind of just fell behind in terms of tempo, didn't always have that killer instinct. You know, the mechanics are there for Crisp. Sometimes the brain isn't, but when it is, it really works out.
We'll see if it works out today. I have been told, though, that there was I'm presenting to the masses here, so I'm going to put my my teacher's cap on for a second here, because there is there's some understanding to do with Weibo in this matchup. Weibo in the regional finals, the Worlds qualifiers, whatever you'd like to call them. So if we can throw up my here we go. All right, so my presentation. First off, I did not make this presentation, so I am not liable for anything said presentation says. I am merely a voice behind the wisdom here of a certain man that was donning clown makeup earlier. All right, we'll go through here. This is Weibo versus JDG. So you've got your key factors. Pretty hard-hitting analysis here. Just glide on them, Tien. Easy. Which sort of Xiaohu will we get? A waxing or waning? Have to see there. And then what's apparently been dubbed as the TES sleeper agent. Don't know how that's going to really show up. But anyways, next slide. There's key factors. The big thing here, though, for Weibo is important to remember, like, their entire philosophy is just win regionals, bro. Easy. Like, it doesn't matter that we had some very interesting laning from Xiaohu all year long. It doesn't matter that Tien's been a suspect jungler and the support pool you heard K-Man talk about. It doesn't really matter. You can see the solutions. Just win regionals and create some scenarios where Tien is allowed to excel, but most importantly, Camp Scout. Okay. All right, Elk. I'm running with this logic so far. We can move on to the next slide here. Key factors here for JDG, guys. I don't know what to make of the Shun one. Ben is waiting for you, Shun, so you better show up. That's the big point here. Scout, we already talked about how he just needs three whole games, guys. If we get three good games out of him, the series might be over. And then Pays, I mean, free my man. We'll keep rolling, though. I don't want to get too angry about Pays. And, of course, JDG's a big keys here. We talked about it earlier. They've had a ton of roster switch-ups. Somehow have made things worse for them. That's a whole discussion for the offseason. Scout and Pays, we talked a lot about Scout and how his statistics have been poor, but Pays, as you expect, if you've been watching and have ball knowledge, guy's been really, really good. So the main hope here, guys, is that Scout reverts to some form of that he's previously been at. And, yeah, that's the whole presentation catch-up here, guys. Thank you to Alk for presenting me with the honor of doing that one. And quickly, guys, I was talking a little bit about Pays there a lot, so Bloxer, of course, he has to be at the forefront of our head-to-head conversations in this one because he's just so key to JDG's success in this series.
Yeah, absolutely, because they haven't been getting the source from Scout because Jun...
it's funny.
Been putting in a shift for his team. He's been really impressive as well, and I think this bot lane is going to be absolutely critical. The picks have been really important down in the bottom lane. There's been a lot of diversity down there as well, with very engage heavy 2v2 fighting lanes, but we'll also get things like the Sivir, which just wants to sit there and farm for a while too. Bot lane's going to be critical, and it's going to be very interesting to see not just what they do in the 2v2, but also how much focus we get from both the junglers and the mid laners down there to try to get their guy ahead.
Yeah,
Without a doubt.
I completely agree with you, Bloxer. I think everything is really on the bot lane here for me. Not only is the narrative almost entirely around can Pay step up for JDG because of how important he's been, but Light keeps getting these regional buffs. When you talk about the best games Light has played in the LPL over the past 3 years, almost all of them are towards the end of the year in these big moments. Weibo Gaming and JDG fought for that final spot at Worlds last year. They were the final series of the LPL season, and Light was able to outduel Ruler to get his team to Worlds. Can he do the same for Pays here?
Whew, what a big question, but I'm glad you guys did a good job really honing in on the fact that Weibo just have something different built into them this time of year. And let's go very quickly to I believe we have walkouts rolling, so we can start to see Weibo in that form. Okay, we're gonna throw predictions up first, guys, because if there's nothing more important, it's honest journalism here and integrity. And, this guy's came in. It's good to see that across the board, everyone's kind of spread out. We're covering all bases.
Yeah, we definitely are. I certainly was more vocal about a prediction than I thought I was. I thought I was on the 3-0 side, but we'll take it. You know what? Point stands. I'm here for Weibo. I do believe that they are the better team here today. I don't believe that based off any tape that we've seen, but there's something in the gut that you just gotta believe. When that feeling comes around every September, October time, and Weibo's there, you just gotta believe in him.
Okay, man. Quick defense of your pick here. What's the logic?
I think.
Or not K-Man, Bloxer. Sorry, I'm already getting completely switched up. This is Bloxer.
The defense here is that. Okay, so, well,
Bloxer, I can give you. It's going to be a long night if Bloxer is already discombobulating before we even get into game one. So we're going to give Bloxer some time to process his pick and us to try and figure out what's going to come forward. But what is in front of us now is our two dashing casters ready to take us through what will be one of the series of the year. We'll say it that way, folks. Grapes and Alk Battery, take it away, guys.
Win or go home. The words that every team waits to hear until the end of the season has come sooner than expected for both Weibo and JDG. But the time is now, and now is the time for them to begin their journey towards Worlds 2025. Welcome everybody to the Caster Desk. I'm Grapes, joined alongside Alk. We're headed right into the draft of game number 1 of our first elimination match of the LPL Regional Finals.
All right, JDG is on blue side. We have Poppy, Pantheon, and Mbessa. Bessa, I think, is going to be a very highly contested champion as we go out through these drafts tonight. And we are getting both the Azir and the Kiana. Most importantly, Nico has made its way on through. Champion has been dropping, at least here in the bottom half of the brackets, especially here for regional finals. And instead, we're going to be picking up a Yunara, which I think very important here for Pays, has been one of our better players on the champion.
As we go throughout the draft, important power picks. As we mentioned, of course, the Azir has been consistently banned on the Weibo side. Yunara has been a frequent on the red side of bans, but this time getting through over to Pays, one of the best marksmen that we have here in the LPL. The classic Annie Wukong on Weibo's side is going to be answered by a Jarvan Orianna. So we're quickly seeing a team fight identity being set up for both of these squads.
Okay, so if JDG can get into areas first, I think it's tough for Weibo to really break their front line. Just with having a Jarvan and an Orianna as a setup, you always have that snap engage you can try to go for. Plus, it also allows time for Pays to ramp up on this Yunara and completely obliterate a team fight. But Weibo, I think, with important champions here, you're taking away Annie from Scout, you're also getting the Wukong here for TN, and most importantly, I think, Corki. Corki has shown up as not only one of the highest ban rates here in the tournament, but also very, very high priority for JDG and making sure that Pays and Zhuo have a smooth enough early game and kind of get over those humps there. So second half of bans, Grapes. I'm looking at this right now. We still don't have either top laner. You could just go for something blind. I think a Cassante is fine from what we've seen from these two guys. Aatrox seems like it is growing only more and more, although I doubt it'll be a first game priority as we see it is banned here. And no supports, I think. Very, very telling, I think.
Yeah, they haven't been the highest performing players. You might as well focus on the areas of the map that might be the more impactful parts of this game, of this series. ban that I was expecting to see was perhaps that Scion for Breathe that is going to be available for him on 4. If Weibo want to pick that one up, has been one of the strongest tanks, one of the strongest top laners in general in the current meta. We'll see if that is something that they want to go for, or if Breathe opts for something a little bit more carry-oriented, being, something he's been pretty good at as well.
All right. Scion is fine. You still can just go for either the Renekton if we're really feeling fine. Cassante is also okay. I think with what Weibo are showing, they're rather low range. So JDG have a resounding amount of engage. They also have the ability for them to be able to peel back and stop whatever Weibo want to be able to get done. What now I need to see is whether or not these carries are actually going to be able to hit through this front line coming on through from Weibo. Because now you're going to have what is presumably going to be a Leona who can now test the flash every every couple of minutes with that solar flare. You're going to have Scion who's going to be in the front line. JDG are going to have it's going to take them a while to take down someone like Breathe. So let's use the priority that we get from mid and bottom lane. This bot lane with a Corki and a Leona should be able to win, even with the Braum matchup there.
And that bot lane for Weibo, the biggest X factor, in my opinion, about how this series can go, because Paige has been so consistent all year long, whereas Light, not necessarily as consistent, but this time of the year, always showing up in those regional finals has been one of the biggest reasons why Weibo of 23 and 24 both were able to qualify for Worlds as well as go on a deep run throughout that tournament once they got there. There is still a lot more work for them to do, as of course the winner of this series will then play IG and eventually T1 if they can get there to even qualify into the main event. But Light and Crisp are going to have to be a big reason why Weibo are going to be able to get there again.
This is the last call for these two teams. After tonight, one of them will be done for 2025, no postseason runs, and it's been so tough. You talked about it from Weibo's side, the history that is there. For JDG, I'm looking at the two carries, Scout and Pays. Is this going to be a year that Scout hopefully can make up by making an international? And for Pays, can we get him to at least one tournament, man? Please, he has deserved it all year long.
Wanting to do what Ruler could not do a year ago, which is qualify to Worlds with JDG. Of course, the one who stopped them, Weibo Gaming. One series later in the tournament, but an elimination match regardless here. A best of 5, game number 1 about to begin. A matchup that is sure to be ridden with incredible team fights, incredible gameplay between two of the most storied organizations in the LPL. It's game number 1 of Weibo and JDG starting now.
It's so funny, you talk about storied, and while Weibo only joined in an official capacity the LPL in 2022, the fact that they took over for a team like Suning, who eventually has a long enough career or history in the LPL beforehand, a long ways going. I mean, I remember a Suning roster that had a very, very young On, otherwise known as Owo at the time. It is a very interesting track record. There was the Shy roster with Weibo for a little bit there. Those were very cursed days.
Made it to World's Finals in 23. So
I try and block out that year. I really try to block out that year. There's no reason the Shy should have won versus Bid, but
who's on those teams though? It's Yahoo and Light, who are going to be again big players to watch here on Weibo's side. Taking big journeys to get here. Both organizations marred by inconsistent performances in both splits 1, 2, and 3. Both organizations and both teams that were expected to compete for a spot at Worlds. Of course, they are here, but
they're doing
not
it
with the highest expectations being met at this point in time. Hey, as we get the junglers starting off their initial clears, we want to make sure that you all know that the LPL English broadcast is sponsored by prodiff.gg. If you want to get the highest level of coaching possible, make sure to use our code LPL10. You can get high-level coaching from the ERL, the LTA, and the NACL. Again, code LPL10 at prodiff.gg.
I've had a couple of the pros on the broadcast here. Most of them junglers, unfortunately. Both junglers are heading towards the bottom side of the map. as an AD carry player, I can't get behind the propaganda of the role.
We got Rhino. We got a support on there as well.
That is true. That is true.
That's
But
our
you can see
boy.
that the spot lane is starting to work together, at least for Pays and Jewel. And I have been critical of both of these bottom lanes. We talked about Weibo in the playoffs. Just Light and Crisp look like they do not want to play together, and that was the rumor coming into this offseason for 2025. And for Pays and Jewel, you've only had about a split now to play with each other. And I think a lot of their strength has come from when they are out of lane and being able to fulfill the roles of what their two roles usually indicate. But the lane hasn't been as great, so if we're not able to squeeze all that much here from Weibo, if we're not able to destabilize this Braum and Yunara, I'm actually really, really excited for what JDG have in store for us in this game.
It's interesting, when Joe was on LNG to start the year off, something that I thought he was good at, but maybe something that created some inconsistencies in his play, was just always willing to go in, always very aggressive. And on the Braum, maybe going to be a little bit more difficult to do that, but as I say that, Shun going in for a flag and drag combo onto Xiaohu, both the jungler for JDG and the mid laner for Weibo, going to burn those flashes.
That's awesome. That's exactly what I want to see, because now we're going to take resets in about 1.5 to 2 minutes. Actually, probably closer to 3 now that I say it. We are going to have a flashless Annie versus an Orianna ultimate. And that could be what makes or breaks the upcoming Grub fight, right? So maybe it opens up for an early timer on Dragon, an objective that we haven't seen too many teams take unless it is a free trade. We're not also opting for a swap with a Scion. I think that is worthy of note.
Well, you know, one flash burn by Shun, another one burned by Tien. And the top side of the map is Xiaozu will have to utilize his summoner spell there. Both top laners just going to be heading back to base, and maybe we will see a swap in Toa. You know, I feel like Weibo, despite having the Scion, might have wanted to try to use this Corki Leona to get the push and try to abuse this 2v2, but it has not just happened in the way that we were expecting it to at this point.
Yeah, the Braum is just so dangerous, and while Crisp still has access to the Eclipse, not having things like Aftershock have at least slightly changed up some of the dynamics here. We'll see a bit of trading, especially with heal up.
We already have 2 stacks of the concussive blows onto Light. Chris getting stunned up by Pays, who has that lethal tempo procced, and with the wave slow pushing, not going to be the worst case scenario for Weibo, but another summoner spell being blown on Weibo's side. As we get some scrapping in the top side, those Raptor camps always a valuable commodity, and looks like Shun going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, he's getting closer to level 5. He even accidentally soaks a mid lane wave. I know my junglers definitely love accidentally taking about half a wave of experience for no reason. And instead of going for immediately just contesting his own Raptors, they have push because they got a lot of good damage down onto this bot lane. That's that early Dragon that we were just mentioning. And they still have a reasonable amount of time to reset the map, look for other sides of the map, and especially now, Chris not having, or Xiaohu still not having that flash. I expect that that'll be something that we are looking for from JDG's perspective to try to punish. Scout now having access to that ultimate, and we've got Grubs in 2 minutes.
Should be able to finish this one off with one more auto and the smite. Shun should be able to either recall or flag and drag out if danger does present itself, or maybe a play towards the bottom side where Crisp and Light just showed once again. But with that Dragon first being taken here by JDG, you know, we didn't get a full chance to really identify the win conditions of each team. We're looking for team fights, obviously, but to me, at least, it feels like JDG maybe outscale a little bit here. So getting that Dragon is going to be very impactful later on.
I just think that they get too tanky later on. Like, Annie's burst is not going to be as relevant as the game goes on, and Corki doesn't deal well with tanks. I think having to play into both a Braum and a Cassante is not the kind of life you want to live. Light is trapped now, because we're about 1.5 minutes away from these Grubs. Weibo are not a team that are going to side lane very well, and unless they're able to break one of these lanes, Shun is covering on mid. This bottom lane, again, Light still hasn't recalled yet. This is really problematic for Weibo's early game.
Well, Shockwave lands on Xiaohu. Remember, he doesn't have any flash, and Shun comes in to pick up first blood for JDG. Tian arrives, but it is all too late, as JD Gaming are the ones to strike first in this best of 5.
And Shun, because he flipped his pathing, instead of going immediately to his Raptors, he goes bottom side, does his Krugs, does his Raptors, then he moves in to this top side. He's going to get a Scuttle Crab, and while it's a little too early to go for Grubs immediately, he has all of his top side, and both his bottom lane and his mid lane Orianna are going to be able to get resets in and be super powerful for this play. So if JDG want to opt for it, which I would definitely say they are more than likely or more than favored to do so, this could be a very awesome start to the series. You get the first dragon, first blood, first all 3 grubs. That's a massive win in my book.
Yeah, I mean, just a really well-executed sequence from Shun and Scout, burning the flash off of Xiaohu to start off at about 4 minutes, and just returning a couple minutes later, getting the kill with the Shockwave. That is just prototypical textbook League of Legends right there. Something that we have not seen a ton of from the JDG mid-jungle duo throughout the entirety of the season. It's been inconsistent at best, but so far they are delivering with the grubs about to spawn. Weibo actually sending all 5 up here to the top side of the map, and they're going to find out Zhuo, who the Tibbers will land on top of, and one more rocket from Light is going to seal the deal. So an overload for Weibo working for them so far,
Paze?
but now Paze is transcended, but running into a 1v3. Going to be very dangerous for him to enter that position with the grubs already being started up. Xiaoshu forces Tien to W away with 2 grubs still remaining, one of them already claimed by the side of Weibo Gaming. The second one will go over to the Cassante, and he's now stuck inside the pit as Xiaohu and Crisp are trying to chase the Jarvan away. And
They've got
outside
ults.
of the river, a smite does not exist on either side. It will be a flip for that third and crucial grub. All out goes in, on to Breathe. We're getting a crazy team fight at 8 minutes into the game. It's going to be the Corki to claim that second grub, but now Weibo are trapped. They have to try to find some way to escape, but it will not happen for Breathe. Flag and Drag connects, and it'll be 2-1 to JDG to start off this game.
It'll be 2 grubs going over to Weibo, and you saw that JDG needed to play with hesitation. A great pick coming in from Weibo to get onto Zhuo means that they have a numbers advantage for that fight, but JDG were also waiting for their buttons to come back up. Scout did not have the ultimate until about 3 seconds before the last grub fell, and Paze had used his Transcendence to try to put pressure down onto Light and Crisp. So it's an objective win going over to Weibo. It's a small gold lead here opening up for JDG. And I mean, a worthwhile trade, all things considered. You know, we're talking about playing on side lanes. JDG, I think, a bit more favored as this game goes on, with both Orianna and the Cassante being tanky enough to deal with their respective counterparts. So a good takeaway from their opponents, and hopefully gives them something that can help them accelerate if they get into a much better game state later on.
Yeah, they don't get the full grubs, but they at least get one to make sure that Weibo don't neutralize that pushing power that the 1-3-1 could offer on JD Gaming's side a little bit later on. So right now, JDG in a great spot, and we talked about the history of Weibo here in the regional finals. You look a little bit more recently. I mean, these 2 teams just played a couple of weeks ago, and it was JDG taking it rather convincingly in a 3-1 fashion. So there's different sides of the coin we have to consider here. And right now, JDG looked like the team that defeated Weibo just a few short weeks ago in the lower bracket of the playoffs.
All time, these 2 orgs are 9-9 in series. JDG are only eking out a small victory, 4-3 within 2025. So very close between these 2. Obviously, that first best of 5 we got to see them goes all to 5. Very, very impressive. And now what we'll see is, because JDG don't have a majority of the grubs, it'll be on Weibo to find angles on side lanes with this Scion versus the Orianna, or maybe you maybe overload on the bottom side of the map with the Herald spawning in 4. Can we actually appropriately get Scout gold? Because if Orianna gets a lot of time in the side lane, which Scout has been known to do, whether or not he's on this champion or not, he is going to be super powerful. And we can see it even in his build. He is going for the Roa. He's going to be lacking a little bit of damage versus a champion like Scion.
Now, scaling can continue to be there. Xiaohu under some fire. He's going to take a bit of time to scale up. His Scouts generated a really solid CS lead over his mid lane counterpart at this point. Obviously, the ganks from Shun having an impact there as well, as JDG will force Xiaohu back to base and get themselves the start of this Cloud Dragon. However, we'll see if Weibo want to contest this. Looks like they're going to retreat, making it a 2-0 lead in the Drake department.
See, Weibo used a numbers advantage to get them in position for the grubs. With Xiaohu no longer anywhere near that play, they're saying, okay, guys, let's just cut our losses. Let's go across the map. Sion's going to pick up the bottom lane wave. Let's move our bottom lane duo back into mid, trying to help push and mostly allow for Crisp to walk around and clear out vision. Scout, however, did lose his teleport in that trade. So while he forces Crisp's flash here, I think if Weibo want any chance of being able to be more relevant in this game, they do need to start attacking Scout.
And that is where JDG have found weaknesses at times this season, with Scout, you know, whether he's able to generate an early lead or not, getting punished in the side lanes. And that has not happened so far, which is good, you know, good looking for JDG, but
They are
still a lot of
swapping.
opportunities for that to happen if you are Weibo looking for side lane opportunities. But at the moment, and JDG getting off to a good lead. We talk about how their composition will continue to scale. It is an Infernal Rift that will exist, meaning that just even more damage can be given to some of these hardline carries in Scout and Paze as we get later on in this game.
They do not want this matchup. Like, Annie is consistently getting outranged. Also, there is almost a full level lead opening up here for Scout. He just showed topside, picks up one wave, immediately resets. He's going to do the same now. It is going to be Shun now trying to pressure onto this Annie in the bottom side of the map. Xiao, who has no vision, no coverage. If you look at the mini-map right now, all of Weibo's wards are on the top side of the map. They did spot out Braum in this instance, but now they're going to potentially, are they going to go for another swap? Because Breathe still has to catch this next wave. He's proxying between turrets. And I'm looking at objectives that are going to be spawning here, Grapes. 3 minutes before Dragon, already JDG have the first 2. We have Herald spawning in a minute and a half. And that becomes a little bit more interesting because JDG, they're going to be able to outrange their opponents. Weibo have done not very much with what is supposed to be a very proactive comp, at least ignoring even our top side.
Well, they're going to try to punish JDG right here. A ton of ultimates being thrown onto just the Braum, who's Unbreakable finds incredible value there. Zhuo not even going to be taken below 25% HP at the cost of 2 of those ultis, and that's going to be a big win here for JD.
We're a minute before the Herald. I'm actually looking at this from Weibo's side. Yeah, we may have traded our Tibbers ultimate, but that's going to be very low cooldown. Solar Flare, not going to be up in time, but probably is going to be delayed about 10 to 15 seconds after the objective spawns. Zhuo used Cleanse to get out of that, and there's no Shockwave here for Scout. So there's a window where I think Weibo can look to contest this objective on the top side and set themselves up looking pretty. Tien's clearing up into the top side right now. Should be looking to get a reset in soon. JDG, this has been such a great early game. We have seen glimpses of this so far in the postseason. Their playoffs run started off at least a little decent, very good games versus BLG, but weren't able to close out, and that has been the problem for JDG. It's about closing out an important series here in 2025.
Yeah, did not have a good time against anyone's legend in that lower semis, but it is easy to forget that they did take BLG, the eventual champions, to 5 games, something that only top esports also were able to do. So interesting things to note. That the peaks of this team certainly are there when you have Paze and Shun and Scout playing at their A game. Some of the important auxiliary pieces as well have not fully gotten there all year, but no time like the present to reach those high highs. As JDG have opened up a 2,500 gold lead, are going to go reset, which does give Weibo an opportunity to position themselves around the Herald.
Braum's going to use the Unsealed Spellbook Teleport. That is Smite from Tien. Should be up in about 10 seconds. As you can see, it is a rather fast cooldown. Must have had an extra charge. Sion's going to pack up this bottom wave. Oh, wait a minute.
Glacial Fissure into the 2-man Shockwave, and Tien's already down to half HP. Cataclysm comes out, and the Flag and Drag's going to knock up Light, but the Solar Flare will not find its mark, as Tien will be able to survive for now. Light flashes into the pit, and will be in some danger until he has his Valkyrie cooldown available. Doesn't have it yet, and the Rift Herald will be the one to take him down. It's 2-1 in favor of JD Gaming, and they're going to look for even more. Pace dashes forward and will pick himself up a triple kill. It's an absolute wipe for JD in the topside river. They get 4 with Xiaohu on the run.
Oh my god, and they're going to get this turret all for Paze? No, they're going to reset, respect the tempo of their opponents, and you know what? It's not a JDG game if we're not giving gold to Scout here. Herald on top of that, huge win coming in for JDG. Off of what was supposed to be very short timers here, Weibo do not have enough damage to be able to play against their opponents, and it starts with Tien getting caught out. Great turnaround coming in from JD Gaming around the Herald. Zhuo tries to step up. He knows, hey, look, I can just land this. This is a 2-man Shockwave, that's free. Tien gets locked up, and I think not only the jungle, but the AD carry here of Weibo losing sight of the terrain and what they're actually able to do in this game. Shun has no cooldowns. Why are we afraid of Jarvan in this instance? And maybe he doesn't have the Valkyrie. This is too thick of a wall for him to go over, so probably just signed his own death warrant and lost both of his summoner spells.
Look at that flash from Paze, finding the perfect opportunity to go forward and barely able to survive. Now 3-0-1 on the Yunara. 2 completed items before Light has even finished his second or any completed boots onto the Corki. So big win here for JDG. They're going to try to break open this mid-tier 1 as well. Should be able to do so successfully. Let's see if they go for another charge.
They can. I mean, Dragon's still up. They might be a little bit afraid just because there is a Leona and quite telegraphed as to where you're able to get it. Not a second charge here, but it's not going to be on this wave. It's going to be on this next one that is coming up behind JDG that they're going to look to push. And it's up to them. There's really no reason to go towards top side. It's a really far wave, at least considering where it is on the map. And JDG, they just get to retreat into bottom side. Are Weibo even going to contest? I mean, it's as good as it's going to get. Doesn't matter that your AD carry doesn't have Flash, he has Valkyrie. But they have no mid-wave to even hit on the turret here. So there's a single ward that is stopping Weibo from, or stopping JDG from immediately getting spotted, but now there's a control.
And now Pays gets to fire in on to breathe a little bit as well. The dissonance gets to slow down Crisp, and it's a 5,000 gold lead, remember, and that just means it'll be all too easy for JD Gaming. A 3-man Shockwave already has connected, and the Cataclysm will find 2 more. It is going to be another wipe in the mid lane as JD Gaming get themselves an ace for 1 with the Dragon on the menu afterwards.
Wow. What is this JDG? This looks calm. This looks decisive. This looks like we are playing to the game strategy that was set up for them from draft. Take control of space and make it difficult for your opponents. I mean, Xiaoshu, hell, him by himself, he is walking forward into this team. Who is going to kill this Cassante at this time? Now JDG at 19 minutes are going to find themselves on sole point 11-2 versus Weibo. Look at this. Cassante is literally freely walking up against his opponents. Dro gets to do the same. There is no damage to be able to match here from Weibo. 3-man Shockwave from Scout. Tien's trying. I mean, cool. We killed the Annie that is, or we killed the Yunara that has no flash, no cleanse. But we traded all 5 of our team for it, and we lost a hell of a lot of on the map.
Shout out to Xiaoshu as well. I mean, you mentioned him at the top. He just solo killed Light in the backline during the midst of all the chaos. And man, Pays, great performance here, but we got to give credit to Scout. My man decided to lock in going into this regional finals, at least at this point. 2-0-9, 100% kill participation, and finding crucial shockwaves left and right. And most importantly, deathless at this point. That's a pretty big win.
Yes, that's incredible. The only people to have died is Pays and Joel. I mean, I expect it from Joel, but Pays has been playing very, very aggressively tonight. And this is not a JDG that we have seen all of 2025. Even in the previous roster that we saw in Split 1 and Split 2, much more precise with how they want to take fights. Now, Otacon spawned up. JDG are going to try to spread Weibo thin. It's a little bit tough because there is a Scion that both has the Unstoppable Onslaught and this teleport. So mostly just going to be Xiaosu just saying, hey, if you ever want to try to fight me, my all-out's going to make it incredibly difficult. Joel's looking if they can maybe get a little bit more push. Thought the Ghost was going to give him some more movement.
Just night and day from what we've seen from JD Gaming, especially recently. They can be at this level. Of course, that matchup against Invictus Gaming could get even more interesting, but still a lot more League of Legends to go. As the Otacon has been started up by JD Gaming, Xiaoshu is going to be forced out. As Weibo go for the collapse here. The Unstoppable Onslaught's going to connect, and that is a big shutdown given over to Light.
Is the Otacon
However,
dead?
it will come at the Otacon going down. With JDG now fighting a 5v4, but with a lot of crucial cooldowns already off the table for Weibo, they should be able to get out safely.
That's awesome. Look, we stole away a blue buff, but we got Otacon. That was a lot of experience going over. It is only 22 blood petals, so maybe half a level coming over. But now I'm looking at these lanes right now, Grapes. It's a 3,000 gold lead between our two mid laners here. And Scout has been near flawless here in this game. There's only one Shockwave that he's missed all game long. Now he's going to be level 15. I don't imagine that he'll have time to get enough experience in time for this Dragon, but if they can stall it out, I see no reason as to why we would even doubt that JDG will be winning this game number 1.
And when we, I don't know, like when we saw these two legendary mid laners face off in the playoffs, it was Scout who ended up winning the series, but we saw some good stuff from Xiaohu. A pure outclassing, at least at this point, and some serious questions I should say, are going to have to be answered on Weibo's side if this is how the mid lane matchup is going to continue to look. As I say that, Pays is going to be forced to pop the cleanse as Xiaohu throws Tibbers on top of him in that bottom lane, but it's not going to come at the cost of all too much, and Pays is going to be completely fine to keep himself up and standing here with the Dragon spawning in 2 minutes.
They're pushing on this bottom lane wave. They do need to get back into mid, so maybe escorting Joel and Pays. Joe's going to use this time to exit into bottom side. Important for JDG to do that. As you can see right now, Scout is on the bottom side of the map. He wants to have a little bit more vision there as well, so making sure that they're playing to the side that their mid laner is on, and this control mage is just living the lap of luxury right now. 50 CS up on Xiaohu. 2 items completed. There's not like a random Seraphs now here. This is a Horizon focus, most recently buffed on this patch. Kind of a stat stick at this point. You got a lot of ability haste and a lot of raw AP coming in from this item. Plus a 10-stack Majai's Book. Scout kind of wants to get this game over with very quickly, and there's a death timer here coming up in a minute. We've got the Infernal Soul on the cards for Jindong Gaming.
It's another player so marked with inconsistency this year. Big question marks entering this regional finals of what Scout would look like to try to get himself into Worlds, let alone qualifying for it, right? I mean, we saw the montage in the pre-show that Bloxer and K-Man broke down. It's a lot of mistakes that have not been showing, at least so far. If this is a Scout that is ready to go in the back half of the 2025 season, well, we are in for a whole lot of fun over these next couple of days. JD Gaming have the opportunity to claim this Infernal Soul with Baron up in just over a minute's time. And Weibo know they have to fight for this. I mean, the game's already in a very tough spot, but it'll be even worse if the Soul goes over.
But this is what we were talking about from draft. How do Weibo ever walk into a blind, no vision having pit when there is a Braum, there is a Jarvan, and an Orianna? This is impossible for them to be able to break. So they need to find some kind of flank. They're trying to use this bottom lane wave so they can get wraparound and I think more importantly take control of the Tri-Brush. You see that Tien right now is trying to play in Fog of War. Xiaoshu's by himself focusing out Crisp.
Just a little bit of peppering of abilities being thrown out by both of these teams.
Just let Pei solo this.
The inner angle in the pit. Pei's going to start up the Infernal Dragon. Seems like the rest of JDG should be able to box out Weibo for as long as they would like. But the go button has to be pressed at some point. When will Breathe pop the ulti? It is still Xiaoshu and Shun face tanking to their heart's content. The Dragon's at 5,000 HP. They got to get in there soon or else the Soul will be delivered. All out in for Xiaoshu. In goes the Jarvan, but it will be Tien securing the Dragon and preventing that Soul from going over. But the fight is still going to come in with Shun landing that Cataclysm onto 2. But there's not a lot of follow-up just yet. Xiaoshu going to single out Light once more. And everybody on Weibo will drop like flies. Only Crisp remains. As Shun going to be the one to close the gap and feed a kill over to his AD carry. A double for the Yunara. And JDG find themselves in the race.
Only a small error there from Xiaoshu. The all-out goes in as soon as Tien tries to use his Warrior Trickster. When he uses his W, it gives him a small iframe, essentially, and that's what stopped JDG from being able to secure this Soul outright. They couldn't push Tien out of the pit. He gets in, steals it, but it is a Pyrrhic victory. You are now going to be down 10,000 gold at 26 minutes. It doesn't matter that you stole away the Dragon Soul. You're now going to have a Baron that you're going to have to deal with for the next 2 minutes. And there is no waves for you to be able to really play on. Your jungle camps are getting contested. Scout is so dangerous in this game. We look back at this replay. This was very slick from Tien. And this is basically the only way that they quote-unquote save the game here. Uses the W, the ultimate in the middle of the, like, he just not able to push him out. It doesn't even matter. Like, he almost wins this 1v1, by the way.
He gets it. No, he gets the kill here. Dodges away from a bunch of rockets. The Foss Bomb hits the bush instead of the Kasante.
Jungle diff.
That is an easy kill.
I mean, cool. It was kind of like a fight where Weibo not only needed to win the Dragon Smite fight, but they also needed to win the fight itself. And they only got one half of that equation. So we'll see what JDG can do. There's not great wave clear coming in from Weibo. They're going to play on 2 lanes, let Kasante sit in mid. I think Weibo very smartly know that these outer turrets don't really matter in the grand scheme of the game if they want to try to go late. Let's get an objective bounty for ourselves on the bottom side and get Xiaohu at least a little bit of gold. Maybe he finishes a second item.
But JDG beautifully playing around 2 lanes, having those waves crash at just the exact same time. The inhibitor towers in both mid and top lane under fire, sure to go down. And Weibo once again have to make a pretty tough decision as to where they want to try to have their last stand. Inhibitor tower already taken. The inhibitor in the mid also down. Cleanse onto Pays, and he just eliminates Xiaohu at the blink of an eye. That is the mid laner for Weibo, already down. Crisp going in. It's already a 4v5 though, and that is not going to be a good sign for the team that's already down 12,000 gold. Tian dashes forward, won't be able to find a single kill with Xiaoshu still standing. Shun flagging Dragon forward, and another ace picked up. Where has this JDG team been all year long? It doesn't matter, as they have finally arrived to the regional finals and put up a clinic over Weibo in game 1.
I mean, yeah, that was clean. The thing that I want to say for JDG and for JDG fans alike, job's not done. We got 2 more Nexus to blow up here tonight. JDG, they've shown us strong starts. This was exactly the same feeling and level of domination that we got to see from them at the very beginning of the playoffs. Their best of 5 versus BLG, where they got reversed swept. Those first 2 games, they looked great, but Scout did not look like this in that series. So how much more of this can we get? Can we have Scout 3 very solid games here tonight?
Mentioned it in your PowerPoint, right? And hey, that's 1 out of 3 so far, but it's a good point that you mentioned. The job is not done just yet, as JDG still have to close out the series against a Weibo team that always is going to be a resilient one, but they definitely got their face kicked in just a little bit there. A lot of questions still have to be answered, but at this point, we are very excited about what we just saw from that JD Gaming roster as they go up 1-0 in our best of 5 over Weibo. That's it for us here for our Game 1 coverage. Let's send it back over to Slayer and the analyst desk.
Thank you, kindly loyal casters. I hope you enjoyed what I would like to call your warm-up game of the series, because my lord, that game didn't last very long at all, guys. JDG showing just enough dominance here, Bloxer, to start, letting some hopium, whatever your taste is, start escaping, as leaking into the air vents of a lot of our viewers, huh?
Hey, all of a sudden, my prediction's feeling much better than I was feeling about it previously, right? Hey, Scout, welcome back, buddy. I'm glad to see you on the Rift again. That was really, really nice. I think it all started with a draft that I think everyone here was pretty happy with out of JDG, and then the execution is just there. They're playing early aggression, getting ganks off, which you need to do with the Jarvan. Your mid laner's playing up to what you want, and that means you've got all of that support in all of the places around to unlock Pays, and bro was popping off.
Yeah, the damage. I mean, I just came at the damage on Pays. I'm glad that he tops it off, Yeah.
I mean, look at the damage chart. This is indicative of where the game was at. And even really some of this, right, like Light's damage, partially fake in this game, as we'll say, a little bit accumulated on some tanks that he wasn't able to kill throughout this. But, when you're looking at the draft and the way that this breaks down for JDG, it's so much easier for them to be able to execute on everything that ends up, going through here, because they have so many outs in the late game. You're relying on Wukong Annie from Weibo to actually set up a lot of the tempo in the early part of the game. And if they can't do that, which they couldn't, because let's give all the credit in the world to Scout. He was excellent in this game on the Orianna. He gets a gigantic lead, really controls the middle of the map, and from that point, Jarvan can do whatever he wants on the map, and Shun took full advantage of that.
Listen, I've already figured it out, Bloxer. I figured you out, okay? Yeah. Listen, first you make some Scout lowlights to run at the start of the show. Yeah. You trick us into thinking you're all Weibo. You predict JDG, claim something else happened, and then Scout pops off game 1? What sort of dark magic's going on over there, Bloxer?
You got me. I'm baiting everybody in thinking that Scout's going to be bad, and then he does stuff like this. Genuinely, if you were to just tune in, you've heard of the LPL, you've watched it in the past, and you haven't watched any of Split 3, you'd think we're trolling at the start of the show. You'd think Scout, he's great, he's awesome, and he has been, and in this game it was genuinely a very rough split for him throughout the entirety of Split 3, in the group stage, and then in playoffs, he just wasn't able to pop off. In this game, it wasn't just the fact he was hitting the shockwaves, although that's really nice, right? That was one of the clips that we had at the top of the show where he just whiffs a shockwave and it's pretty horrible, gets himself killed. It was the map rotation. He didn't get caught on a side lane. He was up by 20-30 CS during the laning phase as well. This was a genuinely stellar performance from him top to bottom in a way that he just hasn't been able to put together throughout this entirety of Split 3.
I think the most impressive thing to me is that you're absolutely right. You pointed it out, Block. So the traditional somewhere between 10 and 14 minute scout walks into a brush and dies that has just been so consistent. Like these weird map rotations where he's just not connected with the rest of his team. It wasn't there in this game. He felt locked in. He felt solid and stable. And I think they put a lot of trust in him with this draft. You know, Orianna is a strong pick, but you do need to establish that pressure early because Annie can be a problem for, you know, something like Yunara in the late game, especially if Cleanse is down. And so you have to make sure that you can play around that champion in a strong way. And Scout absolutely lived up to the billing here today. This is his best game in months. And you were right. Like, you know, if you turned off everything, if you're tuning into the LPL for the first time all year long, this is the Scout you thought you were going to see. And so we're just excited to see that, I think.
All right, guys. So with all this Scout love flowing freely, I want to get quick answers here because I think they're going to throw it up first. K-Man, you first. Who's your player of the game, man?
This is kind of tough, but I kind of have to give it to Pays. I thought he was excellent on the Yunara, really ripped through the front line. Got to give the ADC some credit there, even if Scout was really good.
Bloxer?
I also just want to give it to Pays. I think he was so nice, but I'd also throw in Jun as just like, that was a really solid, really nice look on the Jarvan. But
oh, Bloxer!
Yes!
Backdoors it. Perfect.
He was good with it. He was nice.
Listen, it's a very simple role to play in a comp like this Jarvan. Doesn't mean you should dock it for the execution, right? Because that's what matters most. So you go Deathless on a Jarvan game where your ult is literally created to try and throw you in the middle of dangerous people, and you don't die.
Yeah.
You know, a simple bar to clear. Bar has been cleared. So JDG now sit up 1-0 right now in this series. But as we do here on the analyst desk, we're going to break down a bit more about this game. When I know it was pretty lopsided, but there were some very fun intricacies that came across in this game, especially, and it did kind of start from draft, and I don't know if we have... Okay, so let's take a look at this Game 1 draft, because K-Man, I heard you specifically as we came out of this draft going into Game 1 feel like JDG had the more favored draft, in your opinion. Why did you feel that way?
For me, I think you're really just looking at both individual matchups and just the threat of scaling here. You're getting an absolutely gigantic power pick with the Yunara on B1. This is a champion that's not often left up. I mean, it is here in the LPL, at least more frequently than some other regions, but Yunara is an incredibly strong champion and gives you a free out to pair alongside something like Orianna Jarvan that just has such consistent setup. It's really easy for JDG to play this out, even if they're playing it from neutral, because their combo is always going to be effective. They can always get themselves in a position to teamfight, whereas Weibo really does need to set that tempo early, and it kind of has to come through the Wukong Annie, and that becomes more difficult when you're Annie getting pushed in under tower by Orianna, and specifically when your bot lane is also not generating that big of a CS lead, when Corki is staying neutral against Yunara, which is never going to be ideal. I think this game was always just going to be, at the very least, a little bit easier for JDG.
Bloxer, similar sentiment. I also felt that way, but for me, it's personally, I am a bit anti-Corki bias in a lot of these compositions. I think Corki's very hard to play out from here, and I also do just think you get away with a lot of counters. Like, you heard K-Man talk about the Orianna into Annie, but I just think if you need to get more out of this bottom lane, having to play Leona into Braum to try and get an early lead, it's pretty suffocating.
It completely shuts down what you're trying to do between a Corki Leona, but you want to go in. You want to use the fact you've got a ton of early damage in that lane to punish your opponents, but the second you jump in, you just take an auto attack from the Braum, you're done. You take a Winter's Bite, absolutely, there's no way back out again. That's why the Leona's really fun into other full engage support matchups, because you can hold off, allow them to come into you, stun them up, and you win the war of attrition. You're a little bit tankier as well with the W. Into the Braum, you have to be the aggressor, you have to be the initiator, you get way too far forwards, get stunned up, can't leave, so it just shuts down any of that aggression bot lane, and then also, not only is your Leona way more useless than otherwise, Corki trying to deal damage through that Braum E as well, there's nothing that you can do. I think the Braum was sort of the linchpin that held together this composition and just stopped so much of what Weibo wanted to try get going.
It's big because we talked all day long so far about how support might be the role in this matchup that has a lot up in the air between Joao and Chris so far in the split. So good to see that ease of execution came over to Joao. Let's talk more about what happened in the game, though, because we talk about it, who has the draft gap, but it always comes down to execution. And K-Man, in this game, it really was the fights that, started out kind of wacky, we'll say, at least with this first one.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about, the layering of abilities coming in here, but for the most part, this is perfect from JDG, and this is something we have not seen from this team, which is clean execution in these front to backs around early objectives. We've seen them at times be able to play 25, 30-minute team fights, around Baron and around, Fourth Dragon, things like that they're a lot more comfortable playing. It's these early grubs and Rift Herald fights that have often been kind of a problem for them, but here, the setup is great, the Shockwave was excellent, Pays is able to capitalize, and you're just able to kind of snowball that forward. I think even before this, we saw Scout and Shun link up for that first blood in the mid lane as well. It's just that proactivity that I've really liked.
And there's the Bloxer agenda right there. 3-man Shockwave from Scout Bloxer. This is really where we were calling GG off this mid lane fight.
Yeah, we were wondering if they were going to be able to fully push this one through and end it, but this is Scout setting his team up for success, and this is what Pays needed. Obviously, in this team fight, he just gets everything dumped on his head and ends up going down, but he was flashless. He didn't have that cleanse either at that point, so that was really, really tricky to play this one out, but he was constantly able to just hold the transcends oneself long enough into team fights that at the point at which he pops it, everything's going well. This team fight, though, is not about JDG.
Don't watch Light.
Xiaoshu.
Watch Light. Look at Light.
Oh.
This is Cassante gaming, baby. But also, it's not Cassante's fault in this situation. Light misses a lot of stuff. He's also fighting at that point, like, fully in his own minion wave. So he's not even getting blocked on any of these rockets by there being, a minion in front of him. This is the best situation you could possibly ask for. All he has to do is hit one more rocket, and he just fails to do that, and good night. Good night to Wade.
Yeah. Good night indeed. Yeah. Listen, as the AD carry player on the desk, I'm always here for an AD carry is weak shout going on in chat. I'm watching you guys, chatters, you loyal chatters. We can't call it there, guys. Listen, if we always cry wolf, the AD carry is weak, no one's going to believe us. So when our Corky misses Phosphorus Bomb double rocket, we can't call it weak, okay? That is just a skill gap, unfortunately, for Light here. So I'm glad that we got that last clip in because it kind of did show what we could see later in this series that despite how ahead JDG were looking, despite how clean some of these executions looked, Cayman, that I heard you while the fight was going on. There was some classic JDG worry about the setup around that fight and how it could have really just flipped the game.
Yeah, I was real concerned with the way that started off, where Cassante dives into 4, just kind of hoping to pull people off of the Dragon. Dragon gets stolen anyways. We just get Tien walking up on Wukong and smiting it. I don't even think he pressed W. I actually think he just walked up and smited it, which is worse. But you have all of this surrounding situation, and then you have Scout Shockwave hitting no one. And I'm like, oh no, this is going bad really fast. This is becoming a problem. Luckily, at this point, you have what must have been a 4 or a 5 kill Yunara able to clean up the fight. This is where I personally will just say, anyone saying buff ADC or ADC weak, yeah, the Corky couldn't kill the Cassante and the Yunara ripped through the entire front line of Weibo Gaming in that fight. So, I think there's some push and pull. But, sloppy execution doesn't matter when you're able to get these big leads, and that's been the problem for JDG is they've given themselves no buffer throughout this year. They had a lot of buffer in this game, and they used it well.
Exactly. With the setup point, the crime is forgiven by your opponents playing badly and you being ahead in gold, but around that last dragon specifically, there was no setup. They didn't get themselves any deep warding. They didn't get themselves any kind of flank off of the Cassante, as you said, Slay. He kind of just walks at his opponents, and it's all 5 members just stood in the pit, allowing all 5 members of Weibo to just get position around the bottom side of the map. The only bit of setup you kind of have is that you got to the Drake first, but there was no good macro in that situation to put you in a nice spot. That's fine when you're that far ahead, when your opponents are playing not so well. If you want to win this series, go on and beat IG, then go on and beat T1 to make it into the world's, proper stage. You have to clean up moments like that.
Yeah, that's a great point to end on about that Game 1 Bloxer, is that, especially for a team, I know what JDG have looked like of recent in Split 3, but again, the names on a roster like this, as much as we talk about scouts at low lights, right, and the player that Pays can be, these are guys that are expected to be able to perform in the highest of stages, and they have for years. So to get them to clean up their game, it's important because we know what is looming across. So We did talk a little bit, though, about how Zhuo has been able to fit into this team. And, hey, we just saw Jun grab himself a Jarvan MVP there. So let's take a look at, learn a little bit more about the JDG complexion from their newest support, talking about how much of a help Jun has been acclimating to JDG.
因为寻的话，其实是一个想法特别多，然后大局观特别好的一位选手，他私下也会跟我讲很多，就是野虎之间的配合，然后他也会主动的去 call 我做一些事情，我觉得跟寻打起来就是蛮开心、蛮舒服的。然后我们两个其实就在这种配合和交流上都是蛮，寻的话就是魔鬼教官，魔鬼教官的话就是寻总喜欢盯着我。不管游戏内还是游戏外，所以我给他起名叫魔鬼教官。
I love hearing how the dynamics work. He's like, yeah, he's a big brother, but also the guy's always keeping an eye on me, whether outside the game or inside the game. That's a good trait of a leader there from Shun. So I'm sure JDG and Zhuo are endlessly thankful for what he provides to this team. Speaking of being endlessly thankful, though, gentlemen, we here at the LPL English are endlessly thankful to all you guys viewing at home, but specifically for this shout out, our coffee supporters. If you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee. It is linked in the chat below to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. So, guys, before we've sent things off, let on a happy note here. K-Man and Blockster, we're just so thankful for those coffee supporters. They're the reason we're here, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Massive thank yous to everybody who's able to support, because this is a big show. There's a lot of people behind the scenes. You get to see our dumb faces all the time, but everybody behind the scenes. I mean, Izzy, those graphics, he makes some absolute bangers.
Amazing.
It's a huge show. Thank you so much for helping us out.
Yes, and thank you so much to you two for being able to take me through this preliminary period between games 1 and 2. It's always nice listening to you guys chop it up, but you know what's even nicer on the old eardrums? Hearing the great voice of Grapes and the ever-evolving mind of Alec Battery. Your casters for tonight, we're heading back to them. Game 2, JDG, Weibo Gaming.
Thank you very much to Slayer and the desk, Grapes and Alk here to get ready for game number 2 of this best of 5 series. JDG looking like an absolute titan here with that game 1 victory. Non-stop action, non-stop success. Weibo gonna need to find an answer here on blue side, Alk.
Yeah, blue side has been very OP, for being real. It's got, I think, a 57% win rate last time I checked, so has been doing very well here in Split 3 playoffs. But here in the regional finals, now they're going to have to go for, what could we be looking for? We could go for Xin. I still think that there are some really strong champions here. Azir is interesting because we have been waiting since Split 3 Week 3 to see this champion return here for Xiaohu. It has been a permanent ban for this team throughout all of this time. And so now it's a good takeaway from Scout. And there's no Jarvan in the game, so JDG want to try to disincentivize any kind of HP stacking tanks coming out from Weibo by grabbing themselves a Trundle.
Sivir Trundle is an interesting one too, but you're going to have a lot of map control, a lot of ability to zone in some of these team fights, which can be important against an Azir. Almost a gambit that JDG decided to roll, leaving Azir unbanned in these first 3, seeing if Xiaohu was actually going to lock this one in, otherwise they just get it for free. And now we'll see what exactly they have planned for this, because certainly something that went into their preparation. Speaking of preparation, Light gonna get a real nice look at one of his favorite champions in the Kai'Sa, as we already got 2 heavy hitters in the backline set up for Weibo.
Wow, and Nico made it through this draft. We didn't even touch on that fact. Poppy has been a permanent ban. When Chris was on the lineup, you have to be afraid of that. When Tien is in the lineup, you have to be thinking that this is a champion that they're going to be able to use and abuse. But because Weibo decided to opt for both the Vi and the Rumble ban, the Nico comes on through, so already Weibo, they get to have their cake and eat it too. I would think versus a Sivir lane, you usually don't want to have a lot of early skirmishing. Sivir is just going to try to push you in early on and then basically do that for the rest of the game. But now you're going to be looking at this from JDG's side. I think that their team composition is a little bit weird from this perspective, because there's no real people for Trundle to ult. The Pillar is going to probably be the most important spell that he has this game. And Aurora can be really deceptive about dealing damage, but I don't think they're able to receive any kind of engage, and I don't see a real clear way that JDG are able to get onto this Azir.
It's going to have to be answered in the second phase of the draft. What is Xiaosu and or Zhuo going to pick to fill out this JDG composition? Because right now, definitely looking a little bit more on the incomplete side, whereas for Weibo, already a ton of great setup here for team fights and the ability to dive into the backline for either Xiaohu or Light going to be very, very big. Is looked like jungle going to be the focus here for JDG. They take away that Nocturne, whereas on the other side, Karma being banned away from Zhuo. This is one of the few range supports that has kind of remained prevalent outside of Bard, and definitely a champion that Zhuo enjoys playing, and it pairs up well with the Sivir.
It would suck to go Skarner here, but I do think a Skarner could be interesting here for Tien. It obviously isn't great for the jungle matchup, and if I'm JDG, I'm thinking about supports that are still open. Most, in my mind, that is speaking out to me, Rel and Rakan. Rakan can be a bit more fluid in how he gets into the backline. Rel is a bit more telegraphed, but will force out some really important abilities, maybe like a Shurima Shuffle coming on through. It seems like JDG, they want to give their support a little bit more time. They're going to pick up a blind Renekton coming on. So, all right, I think there's a few matchups here. You can still go for the Yorick early if they want it. Ornn is still a champion that's going to be here in this game. Honestly, Jax here is really disgusting if Breathe wants to take it.
Talking about like a throwback for Breathe, that would be a fun one to see locked in. The Aatrox also was banned in that first game, so no surprise to see that one also be selected. Can be some solid frontliner without having to stack resistances, which can make you fall victim to the likes of a Trundle. So now we're looking at a jungler pick for Tien, something that maybe has a little bit more engaged. Would not expect that Sejuani, as it's the classic counter that you would pick a Trundle into, but the Zed going to provide a little bit of extra agency, a lot of explosiveness in this Weibo composition to try to even this series up.
Yeah, but they don't need explosive. We've got a Nico, right? Like, I think it's okay from Weibo. I just don't see if they have a front line. Basically, if Weibo are winning in the early game, they're most likely also going to be winning later in the game. They have such an amazing amount of range thanks to this Azir and this Kai'Sa. Aatrox here is going to be so deadly. Like, I don't see very many champions that are going to be able to effectively deal with the Aatrox, but if they fall behind early, and for JDG, I think it is very easy for them to delete minion waves super quickly. You have an Aurora and a Sivir. Minion waves are not going to be a problem. Getting priority in lanes is not going to be an issue. But how they play some of these lanes and how can they get into the back line is going to be really pivotal, because there are a relatively short-range composition. They don't have very many dashes, and the most important player here in this game for JDG, in my mind, has to be Zhuo, who hasn't been great throughout the season. He's had good moments here in series, but really is going to have to step up in this one, as he is basically the only way this team can stop an Azir, can stop a Kai'Sa.
Here's the thing, though. You name two champions that he's going to have to stop and only one ultimate that he has in the depth charge to, point and click. Not to mention the Zed that's also going to be open on the map. So a lot of threats have been set up. So even if JDG can lock down one of Weibo's hard carries, the other two should have a relatively easy opportunity to do some work unless somebody else is able to step up. Whether it's a really clutch Trundle pillar from Xun, a nice flank coming out here from the likes of Xiaoshu, or just some other miracle work being done. Weibo have a really fun composition set up that I actually think works rather nicely. A lot of threats that can be thrown JDG's way, and as we've mentioned, not sure if JDG have the right answers for it.
Yeah, it's tough here, but if there's ever a draft that I think that JDG might be able to pilot in a pretty interesting way, especially from what we just saw from Weibo, I think it has to be this one.
Well, JDG made some magic happen in that game one. Will they be able to have lightning strike twice, put themselves to match point? Here in Shenzhen, only time will tell as we're on to the way for game two.
There is fan chants. They're missing these.
There we go.
Especially the JDG leader. He has been so loud. I missed his loud voice. We're seeing an early invade here from JDG. I think it's right when you have a Trundle. He's a disgusting early duelist, even against a Zed. And it'll be up to Tien to kind of pilot this in a pretty unique way. He'll have a lot of easy ways to gain priority early on, and he is just a much faster jungle clear than the Trundle. But It's pretty important there that we're seeing that he is not only not on vision, but it is pivotal for JDG to try to see what they can steal. And so they'll have a ward on the blue buff while they are here to steal away the red buff of Weibo.
Yeah, and JDG's red also has been warded by them. So even if Tian goes for a vertical jungle setup, they'll know exactly what is going down. You can imagine that Light and Crisp have their suspicions with Zhuo and Pays walking from that side of the river to enter the bottom lane, but not sure if there even is going to be an answer as Tian is fully exposed on the map to start off this first clear.
Yep, so they know that he's going to cross down from his blue. He has no idea this is happening because he has no wards across the river, so he's going to finish his wolves. What does Tian do here? Or what does Shun do? Because I thought he was just going to go Raptors into his bottom side camps. He does not know that Tian is going to cross into the river quite yet. There might be, I don't think there's an angle for them to go for a dive, but as soon as he sees this, he should be looking to go into that top side quadrant immediately.
And he's going to be able to navigate around that ward on the blue buff as well, so Shun will likely know that he's going to get invaded on once the red buff ward
now he'll show
exposes him, but at least for now, going to be a good spot as Shun going to walk back up to his bot side camps. He's probably take the handshake of the vertical jungle at this point.
perfectly fine with that. It's also, I think, really, really cool because technically this could end up favoring Weibo. It means that Tian will get access to his respawn Raptors a little bit quicker, and it'll be up to JDG to be on that timer to be ready to contest. Scout has already used a bit of his wave clear and a bit of his damage thanks to this electrocute to try to pressure onto Xiaohu, see if we can get him to miss a wave, maybe blow a summoner early. And these two mid laners, all of 2025, Bloxer was talking about it on the desk, they've had very rocky years so far. It's a surprise if you haven't been watching LPL so far that Scout is performing at this level, and I think for me that we're seeing Xiaohu in this form. It's been a while since we've gotten this from him.
Well, speaking of some aggression up at the top side, Xiaohu going to be in a lot of trouble. He was trying his best to crash that wave in, but he had no hope of doing so. Going to just go down to first blood, feed a kill over to the Zed. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Pays and Zhuo getting aggressive and forcing Crisp to about 200 HP.
That's the problem with Nico, is she is not tanky, especially if she doesn't have either her clone in front of her or the ultimate to give her that shield, give her a little bit of a buffer alongside the crowd control. So immediately Chris comes back in a lane, has to take a recall. This is going to be another wave, and for supports, their ultimates are usually the most game-breaking part about their kits, Nico especially. So denying gold, denying experience away from this champion, I think very, very good. And instead of even going and picking up the wave, they're just going to give all of this solo over to Light. What is the lane swap situation going to look like? Are we going to continue to go back into these lanes?
Chris getting spotted out. He still has his flash available. He's going to have to use it, but the pillar from Shun is beautiful now. He'll match with the summoner spell of his own. One more auto attack is going to finish the job.
Zhao's
and now Xiaoshu getting some trouble as well. Zhao has to flash away. Will be able to survive at least for a moment, but now Tian has to use that shadow to escape. Zhuo flashes over, and the weirding from Scout will make it 2-1 JDG.
What are Weibo doing? There are so many disturbing combinations happening. Xiaohu just TP'd back into that wave. He is now at 10% HP, no flash, no teleport. Scout, thankfully, is nowhere near having level 6, but he has a red buff now to himself, so he's going to get a hell of a lot of HP regen. And all of the early game kind of questions that we had for Weibo are getting answered, but in the wrong ways. Tian got cut off from most of his jungle camps. He didn't get his respawn Raptors, and Crisp is really far behind now.
Not only Crisp, take a look at the gold lead again. It's like a repeat of game 1 in the mid lane. Xiaohu already down 500 gold, and we can see the start of this play again. Really patient from Shun to wait until Crisp's flash has been utilized before issuing that pillar.
And it goes right over the Tangle Barbs. Why is Xiaohu doing this? Like, you're walking straight into a Trundle who has pressed the attack, and a Nautilus. You are lucky that Zhuo did not get an auto attack off. He uses the flash. Those are the respawn Raptors. Light even misses a wave by moving over for this play. Weibo over-invests to try to save the support and jungle of their team, and turns out pretty fine for them. I mean, JDG now find themselves at 1,000 gold lead, split between their mid and bottom lane, and they've had complete control of the bottom side of the map the entire 6 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I mean, we thought that we saw some good stuff at the start for the bottom lane, but now in mid lane, Xiaohu almost gets taken down solo to Scout, who reaches that ultimate threshold first, and You know, Tien's going to be able to try to grab some of this wave, but he's going to be in some trouble underneath his own tier 1. Shun jumps in. Probably just force a little bit of damage back down. Xiaohu trying to desperately get closer to 6. He dashes forward, and he's going to at least make it a 1-for-1. With each mid laner picking up a respective kill. Nice for Weibo to at least get something back.
It's so important that Weibo get that kill because Xiaohu had to get level 6. He's staying because he knows if he doesn't get level 6 on this wave, his game is very, very rough. So getting that kill, he finally gets to touch the wave again and also prevents a plate from going over to JDG. So could have gone worse, but right now I think it's all hands on deck. There are some sirens starting to go off. I wouldn't say the red ones quite yet. Maybe a yellow, maybe an orange. But, I mean, Trundle's almost here to level 6. He's beating the Zed in the jungle clear department. And another red buff being contested by JDG? Weibo, what do we do? How are we responding to this? What are we doing to get us out of this position?
Not a ton right now. I mean, the reset's going to buy a little bit of time, but it's still not going to be enough for Tien to get down here and try to contest. So a second straight red buff stolen away here for Shun. It's going to get him that level 6 mark and really set up JDG in a pretty solid situation. Once again, up about 1,000 gold. And we talked about Weibo having a composition that can snowball really well, but snowball has not gotten rolling just yet.
They're not ahead early. The Azir is behind at least a little bit. It's not all that much. It's about maybe 1/10 of a level at this point, thanks to rubber banding here for Xiaohu. So he's going to be able to push. Was going to get spotted here. Okay, so they force out the shuffle. Important that Xiaohu does have that red buff that we were talking about that was on Scout. It is now transferred over to the opponent mid laner, and that's going to help alleviate some of the trading pressure here from Scout. Early Grub's going over, but it is on Vision, so it's only going to be 1 here for Weibo.
JDG should be able to clean up the rest. Hey, the fact that they get 1, even at this point, with how the game state currently is positioned, is at least a small win here for Weibo Gaming. With Zhuo still around at this top side of the map, should be a very easy 2 grub picked up for JDG. An area that we have not talked too much about is the bottom lane so far. And that was our featured matchup going into this pre-show, going into this best of 5. And Paze has just been the better AD carry at this point throughout the first 2 games, and we're seeing it again in that CS discrepancy. Now it's 20 in his favor over Light on the Kai'Sa.
I would even be willing to say that Paze has been the better AD carry all of 2025.
Oh, for sure.
Light has been very questionable, as most of this Weibo roster has been, but Paze has been nothing but delightful. He has been super on point about when and where he tries to find his fights. I think Split 3 was probably the worst we saw from him, and probably the worst we saw from JDG as a whole, as he was incredibly desperate just to find small wins, just to try to get something for this team, because they were dysfunctional for the entirety of the regular season, only barely being able to scrape by at the end, taking some very free wins off of lower end teams, and eventually being able to end the season on a win versus Weibo themselves. Now it's going to be the Dragon going over to JDG. They got the first 3 kills of the game. They're going to get at least the first 2 objectives here. I gotta say, whatever the break was between JDG ending 4th in the season and coming into tonight, it has done them well.
We're wondering if that could exist maybe for Weibo, who even had some more time than JDG to get right here for the regional finals, which they have found so much success in over the past 2 years. That has not happened just yet. They have looked like the still inconsistent Weibo. Light has not become the Light that has been able to be good in these regional finals, and Weibo going to try to find a play here on a Scout, but he just pops between worlds. He's going to be able to get out just fine.
Okay, but Scout has no ultimate, and while there isn't an objective to play for, you can kind of see that Weibo are really not shifting their weight around. This should be a very strong point in the game for at least Tien, who has already completed the Eclipse, but Xiaohu doesn't have his first item quite yet. I think Scout just flashed in mid lane and traded it with Xiaohu.
Okay, we get the Dominus popped here up on the top side. Breathe has the World Ender, the Q3, and the healing. Going to keep him very much in a good position as Xiaohu goes with the Empowered Q, and those flashes were traded, as you mentioned, and that means that Tien has a great opportunity to go forward with the Death Mark and get himself his 2nd kill of the game.
This is the problem with this matchup, is that if you cannot put Azir down sufficiently enough, this can end up happening where Azir lives throughout some of your burst and then opens up a window, as we saw. So great job from Tien to get at least a bit of reprieve in this game. He's going to have 4 of his camps respawning in a few moments. He's going to be able to do a full clear of his jungle. And then we take a look at what his inventory is. Xiaohu's also going to be able to catch in a wave. We were talking about early advantages going over to JDG, but now the gold deficit has closed up in a pretty decent way.
And we talked about how, Weibo would love to get the snowball going and be able to get accelerated on some of these high damage carries, but their late game overall, you take a look at the champions on your screen, going to be very solid, specifically for Xiaohu and Light. So getting another kill, in that mid lane onto Scout going to continue to be important. Even if they're at even game state, not going to be the end of the world. It's not one of those compositions that has to be ahead. It's just one that would prefer to be ahead.
Yeah.
Right now they're just even, which is okay at least for now.
I love this coming in from JDG. We saw this in game number 1. If you have a mage on a side lane, and this goes for everybody at home, if you have a mage in a side lane, especially one that can't move very easily or gets trapped, just move. Just try to play to their side of the map, and with a Trundle with Trinity Force, they found an angle.
Xiaohu gonna get collapsed upon, but a nice Pop Blossom comes in from Chris to try to slow things down, but Scout will still jump forward and take down his opposing mid laner. Tien dashing in, does not have that ultimate, doesn't want to use it just yet. The Between Worlds gonna find so much damage, and that's gonna be another kill picked up here for Pays. A double kill for the Sivir, and it's Breathe trapped in a 1v5 underneath his own tier 1, which falls before his eyes. And more kills go into the hands of JD Gaming. Only Light remains in the mid lane.
What is going on Weibo? Because it just seems like this team doesn't want to play together right now. Like, we talked about the rumors of Light and Chris not wanting to be together. That's why we saw Chris go over to Top Esports at the beginning of the year, despite the fact that we've seen this duo for 2 years before this year. But what is this fight coming on through? You should have been able to just cut your losses here. A great hook from Zhuo forces out the ultimate. And look at where Crisp is. We're landing this onto a single member. It was a flash from Shun that prevents him from getting hit, but the teleport isn't even here. Kai'Sa is nowhere near, and there's no crowd control. Who is going to allow for Kai'Sa to come on through? This is a mess of a fight, of a response coming in from Weibo, and a great punish here for JDG, who not only get multiple kills, multiple summoner spells, but they get the turret on top of that, and they're going to have time to recall, spend their gold, and be ready for the Dragon or the Herald.
I mean, Weibo just walked in one by one onto JDG. First it was Zhao who got caught out, then Chris just jumps in and says, here, you can take my life too. And then Tien also not finding anything here with that death mark.
No.
The power that the Zed has in the early game. And all of a sudden, that lead that was basically, 200 for JDG is now almost 3,000. And that is a very quick turnaround from where things were right before that fight erupted.
I'm tentatively nervous here, Grapes. Not because I feel any particular way about this individual game, because I don't know if JDG are going to be able to close out from here. I have been scarred. I have been burned. I casted the BLG JDG series, and I was like, okay, if this, we might just be done in 3. And then I had another 3 games after that. So I don't know. Scout's going to use the ultimate to clear the wave.
Yeah, Between Worlds to try to get away from the Zeb. The Pop Blossom still
Tien!
the tower. Tien so much of a job, and it's going to be able to take down Tien, and Scout's going to live. Meanwhile, a dive in the mid lane is going to be a pretty good opportunity for Light to get something back as well. What is happening in this game? As 2 failed dives happen consecutively, one for JDG and one for Weibo.
Pays is probably dead. Doesn't have flash anymore. Enemy team's also coming here to take him out. Why is Light stepping up? Light, you are very greedy, my brother. He gets the kill there. That's another shutdown going over to Weibo. It is Azir grabbing a top tier 1. This is as good as it's going to get, but Tien tanking too much turret shots. Maybe they thought that Nico clone was tanking or something like that. The solo lanes, I think JDG have done a great job in these 2 games already of escorting minion waves and trying to take down turrets for easy turret gold there. So Scout's gonna pick up another one here. A small hiccup here otherwise for JDG, but you're still fine with the game state right now. You are 3,000 gold ahead, and you need to keep that up, especially versus a Zed and an Azir.
We'll say getting Light those 2 kills on the Kai'Sa will be very important if Weibo want to have a chance to come back into this one. They're going to trade the second dragon for this Rift Herald, which will result in not as good scaling here for Weibo, but another potential for them to get a little bit more on the map in these next couple of minutes.
I don't even care about the map. Honestly, Grapes, I just want the gold. I need the gold on these structures. Like, whether it is getting Xiaohu level 11 and finishing his second item, or getting Light a Rage Blade, we need to be getting our items in check here. So, JDG, now open up. It is 16 minutes, and they have 4 turrets in a game where they are heavily outranged as the timer goes up. We're taking a look back at this. We talked about Scout using the ultimate, gets it to clear the minion wave, even with Crisp getting the Pop Blossom. Tien, yeah, it was the Nico clone. Tanked up the minions, and then that was it, and we get to see exactly what we were thinking here. Okay.
This was
cool.
well played for Light. We have to give him credit.
Yes.
And he got 2 kills off of it. Well deserved.
Yeah. Got the shutdown as well, and it pays. So he's going to need to step up. Same with his mid laner here. And this was the problem we had with the draft for Weibo. There is no real front line for this team, so you need to be playing well in the early game. You need to snowball your advantages, and then let Xiaohu and Light carry you through these fights with their range and amazing teamfight champions.
Tien is going to continue to be a nuisance in these side lanes, finding Xiaoshu here underneath the tier 1 that has been taken down. Should be an easy kill. Another shutdown picked up for Weibo as they are doing a nice job at finding opportunities.
Perfect. And guess who gets that kill? We're giving it over to Tien and Xiaohu. Like, that's exactly what I want to see coming in from these guys. Nothing for JDG to be able to earn on the opposite side, so it's just going to be Xiaohu getting alone time as the Emperor. Exactly what the doctor prescribed.
And we talked about some of the inconsistencies from Scout and how he's looked very good at the start of this series. Honestly, Xiaohu, it seemed like he was finally gearing back up into form, going into this playoff bracket. The end of the regular season was looking pretty good for him, but obviously was not able to perform in the lower bracket of that playoffs and has not really delivered so far in the regional finals. But again, with the legacy that this player has, we're just continuing to wait for that clutch factor to show up again. And maybe it's here, now that he's gotten a little bit of gold going here on the Azir. Still behind Scout, though, which is going to continue to be a mission.
2 facts about this game. I mean, we're seeing Xiaohu play Azir for the first time in what I think is about a month and a half almost. They basically completely dropped this champion out of his effective pool for a majority of the regular season. And then looking at what Xiaohu has meant to Weibo Gaming as a whole. In these last 2 years, they have not missed representing the LPL as the 4th seed going in. And every single time, it was, holy crap, Xiaohu is the GOAT. Like, this guy is dragging this team, kicking and screaming, especially in 2023, across the finish line to bring them to Worlds. That hasn't necessarily been the case so far here in Split 3 postseason.
Which is why we're just continuing to wait and see. Is that Xiaohu going to arrive once again in 2025? Hasn't just yet, but still some opportunities. As I say that, Tien goes very aggressive for that blue buff and is going to be in some trouble. Chris is going to go down to the likes of Shun on the Trundle, but Light has still a good opportunity to issue some damage before Xiaohu comes forward. It's a flash away from Breathe, and just a 1 for nothing. That comes at the cost of that blue buff going down.
All right, no flash for Breathe and for Tien. You got the flash out from Scout, though, as a trade, and the timer on that is 30 seconds before the Otacon. Oh no, Joel, this is the worst time to get caught.
Gets caught out on a ward. Should be another kill going over. That Plasma going to do the deed as Light goes on a killing spree. And Weibo find another pick.
All right, is this going to be enough for them to be able to maybe contest for the Otacon? And what I want to note is, while Zhuo dying there definitely sucks, Tien is nowhere near this objective. You can see right now, Weibo, they want to get in on the action. You've already given the first 2 dragons of the game. I think that's fine. Can Azir, he's going to have to teleport back into this play. I don't think he's close to his second item. He really wants to get that Rylai's. JDG, they're not even going to bother to contest it. They know that they have control of topside thanks to this Renekton. Trundle's going to solo this, and it's not at all on Vision.
I mean, yeah, there's no idea in the minds of Weibo that this is happening. They're going to pop the Herald in mid and then suddenly realize, hey, where did everyone go? Right as the Otacon spawned so convincingly. Looks like they're not even going to be able to get in here. A Scout and Zhuo are doing a nice job blocking out Weibo at this point. And Breathe too far away to try to contest on a flank, at least for now. The Otacon's at 3,000 HP, but Tien's not even close at this point. They're still going to try to go for the flip. And he goes, but it's going to be secured by the Crocodile. And JDG have themselves the Otacon. Now they will collapse upon the Aatrox as Breathe is stuck in a 1v3. But Weibo has arrived. A Pop Blossom will land onto the Trundle, but Xiaoshu still gets the kill onto Chris. Hook lands onto the 80 carry, and Light is burned just like that. Xiaohu with the Emperor's Divide is only going to try to buy some time. It's already stuck in a 2v4, and JDG going to pick up another ace.
And Otacon going over, and 5 for 1. They focused all of their efforts to get rid of this Sivir. But JDG, they're able to stand tall. They grab themselves the objective. There's no ways for them to push, but a dragon can be theirs if they really so choose. We get a replay at this, and it's just too far here from Weibo. Like, breathe. None of your damage dealers are there. Tien is not able to grab the smite on this play. And it's going to have to be a re-engage. Chris is already down 40% HP. Only able to get this ult onto Shun, but Shun is way too deceptively tanky here at this time. Zhuo comes on through. He gets an ult that lands both onto the Kaisa and the Azir. So there's your answer, Graves. You're asking how we're going to be able to lock down both of the single Nautilus ultimate. If they just stand next to each other, turns out it's a lot easier in that way. Not even Azir turret can help save the Emperor. Look at that damage. Xiaoshu, man. Woo! That is my Renekton, and this guy, he has been so impressive for this team ever since his acquisition at the beginning of the split.
I mean, sure, Scout had a great fight there, Shin played well, Pace played well, but the big difference makers in that fight were Zhuo on the Nautilus, locking down some of those crucial carries, and Xiaoshu on a monster flank. The 2 players from JDG, scooped out of the garbage bin from Group Nirvana headed into Split 3, are delivering here for these teams, trying to make it to each of their first international competitions, and they're doing a good job so far being just the solid role players here on this JD Gaming team.
We are at 22.5 minutes, and JDG not only have a 5,000 gold lead, they find themselves on Soul Point. Very, very good start here to the series. It's only been, what, like an hour and a half, and we're already at the end of almost game 2 here with a Soul in 4 minutes. Impressive game time coming on through for JDG. But they still need to be able to close out. Still 4 minutes here for Weibo to really turn this game around. I mean, Tien is getting very, very fed. We talked about Xiaohu and Light having very big timers. Zhuo's just dead.
Whoa,
all right, there he goes.
Hey, sometimes the Fnatic Rush works. We have to give him that. As Light's gonna get fourth.
There's nothing else for them to do. Like, look where the mini waves are.
Here's the thing for Weibo. They have a lot of dive potential, right? With the Nico, with the Zed. But the way their competition functions, you almost want to have them go front to back. That could work better just with having the range from the Azir, with having this Kaisa, and then finally striking when the iron's hot. That has not been the case in these past couple of team fights. The JDG have been able to find angles that they like and ones that Weibo aren't able to take advantage of so far.
Great job from JDG, immediately clear that wave. That looked like it was potentially going to be an angle there for Weibo to take that turret, get themselves an objective bounty. Don't think Breathe is going to be able to grab this. You can see that multiple members of JDG are making their way down, and taking control of vision, so important. For right now, Weibo have all their vision on the top side. Breathe is...
Get out of there, bro. He's been
nope,
spotted.
Nope.
Okay. Breathe's in some trouble. Thankfully, not going to result in many neutral objectives or anything. In fact, it actually could give Weibo an opportunity to push down the mid lane. They're going to get themselves at least that tier 1, pop that Sun Disc, and give themselves a little bit of power in the middle of Summoner's Rift. But they will not have their top laner for the next 40 seconds.
Oh, I think Shun's going to do it.
Oh.
There it is. He cancels the recall. Can they chase Xiaohu out? He has teleport coming up in a few moments.
Time to save the general. Xiaohu on the run. Scout and Shun chasing him down. Another blast cone could be big for him, and he will be able to use it. The Pillar are going to continue to slow him down. It seems like JDG still want the smoke. However, Scout's going to jump in straight to Tian's arms. Light goes forward, the Killer Instinct, and that will be the pop that allows for the Aurora to fall. However, Shun is still very tanky. Tien diving onto Paige, not able to find the damage just yet. Xiaohu almost is able to do it. He does get himself the double kill, but it will come at the cost of his support going down. Tien uses the Hex Gate to escape right as the Baron spawns, but JDG still get the net advantage 3 for 2.
I think if you are Weibo, you cannot be too mad about that fight. Now, Tien should be able to get out. He has Shadow Clones. He's also going to get himself his Raptors. We can see, did Zhuo die again almost? No, he was trying to make his play over to that play, loses his flash, and that is going to be as good as it's going to get here for Weibo. You're going to have Dragon Soul on the cards in 2 minutes, and there's no flash from Shun, Scout, and Pays thankfully saved his, but a lot of members here, and a very close game here going to game number 2.
Again, you have to be so impressed as to how Weibo somehow made this an even trade. You know, part of me was thinking they should just let Xiaohu die, but Tien playing this Zed game very well despite the circumstances.
Also, Scout is just giving a lot of freebies here. It took him a game and a half to start giving freebies, so we're already seeing a little bit of that Scout that we've had problems with throughout the season. It's a tough fight for them because you're walking into a setup Azir. There is no Nico ultimate, and all in all, this is a 2-for-4 play. Because remember, this starts with Breathe dying on the bottom side of the map, and then they do the yakety sacks running all the way up into the top side of the map. So we see them posturing around Baron. I don't think JDG need to be here. All they need to do is stop Weibo from being on this objective and set up for the Dragon.
Oh, but the Between Worlds gonna find a lot of damage onto Tien, down to about 70% HP at this point, but it will be the Aurora ultimate now on cooldown along with the On the Hunt of Pace. So 2 cooldowns that we're gonna have to keep our eyes on as now Weibo venture back into the river and clear out some of this vision.
That's fine though, Weibo don't care about that. Those buttons do not matter for what this game is right now. Single ward here from JDG is gonna spot them on this objective. Chris gonna try and find a flank. I don't think this is a real contest coming in from JDG. We do not have the buttons, guys. We have Dragon in 30. Please.
Get Zhuo coming in with that Hex Gate. The Baron's already secured by Tien. And another kill goes over onto Shun. But here comes Scout coming back into the fight at full HP and trying to make some magic happen. But in goes Breathe. The Q3 finds 2. Light has a triple kill. And only Zhuo remain. Weibo finally find a fight on their own terms. And they will use it to their full volition. 4 kills and the Baron.
That's, I mean, great for them, but why the hell are we ever contesting this objective as Jingdong Gaming? Now with the Baron, they're going to be able to hit at least this mid-tier 2, grab it with the Demolish Prop, grab the Dragon, and give themselves even more time in this game. We should not be fighting that as JDG. We just used 2 buttons to try to force out Tien. He's able to jungle privilege himself back into this game. Now, what? Why? Why? The Dragon spawns in 30 seconds. Just press tab. We're walking in. We don't have any damage. Look at where Paze is. He's not hitting. Scout is still over the wall. Zhuo is still back in LNG. What is the hook?
Here's the thing. It's again another situation where whoever has the team fight set up in their favor ends up winning. JDG have been very good at finding the right opportunities to pick engages. That was not one of them. Weibo finally able to make them pay, and it starts with some of those ultimates being burned by Scout and Paze, which allowed for Weibo to get into the pit in the first place.
Well, JDG, you're late by about 45 seconds here. The Dragon's already gone, guys. We are getting Scout the minion wave so you can get level 16, but you've now given over massive amounts of gold. Like, Aurora had an early lead. Look at Azir, level 16, almost 3.5 items at this point. Light is incredibly fed at this point. So if we get a front-to-back team fight, Weibo should be advantaged. This was about JDG utilizing their early advantages and having to snowball. Weibo now get to be in that sweet spot in the game where they have the range and they have the damage kicking in.
And now, all of a sudden, the gold lead going back into the hands of Weibo. They still have the Baron buff for another 45 seconds. They've already claimed the tier 2 tower in the mid lane, now looking for one on the top side of the map. We see Scout not in a great position right now as Crisp already pulling the trigger. Landed that 3-man pop blossom, but there's not a ton of follow-up, just enough to zone the rest of JDG away from that tier 2 tower. That is the only reward that Weibo seek, and they will now go on to the retreat with Scout arriving.
No flash here from Chris. That is not going to be available in time for the Dragon. They're going to see if they can chase Xiaohu out. He has no flash, and he just used... Oh,
Not
no.
a mana 2. He should just be dead. There is no reason for Weibo to try and save this Azir at this point.
Oh,
But
no.
Light is suddenly out of position as well. Why is he on this side of the map without the rest of his team? He's fighting a 1v2 against Xiaoshu and Jun, and that pillar doing a whole lot of work. Light goes golden and only delays the inevitable. Jun gets the gold. And now Weibo going to try to find something on the backside of things here. Tien jumping forward with the shadow. He has to go and find a kill onto Paze. The death mark's onto him, but it's not enough. Xiaohu gets the kill. And now it will be the Aatrox falling. A double kill in for the Renekton. And JDG are right back in front.
Okay, am I allowed to make an argument that I actually don't think this is that bad for Weibo? We'll see. Still 15 seconds. Xiaohu is going to be up in time. I don't think this is their entire base being lost, but all Weibo did was just waste JDG's Baron. They were not able to use this here.
We'll see. It looks like they do not want to continue to go forward. Just that tier 2. I feel like Weibo should have just immediately tried to exfiltrate there. There was no reason to continue to hover around after that tier 2 tower went down. It resulted in Xiaohu dying, and then eventually, I'm very curious to see where Light decided to base that allowed for that to get canceled.
So here's the thing, though, is that multiple members from JDG are split up now, because they think that they're corralling him towards topside. They know that there are some people crossing over. Light walks through from Tribrush into red, and that gives vision over to Xiaosu. Like, we should have just been hitting the recall, like you were mentioning. So, cool. Weibo misused their Baron. They miss out on now multiple of their members dying, and reminder, they will not have flashes for the upcoming Dragon fight. So they bought themselves 5 minutes in the game. We were looking good for about a minute and a half there when they had the Baron, and now they're going to be down so much tempo and so many resources in particular coming into this Soul fight again.
It's an old adage I like to use, which is if you are able to withstand a Baron buff without having a tier 3 tower go down, that is a success, especially with the game in the state that it was. And so JDG able to hold the line nicely and set themselves up for that Hextech Soul once again that spawns in a minute's time. Also have the Baron spawning in that same time span, but I feel like JDG have learned their lesson. They're just going to focus their attention around the Dragon.
You have a 4-item Azir, 4-item Kai'Sa. If you cannot win from this position, we are never going to be able to win this game. Light's very close to level 16, so pretty decent shield coming on through, and with that AP Kai'Sa, he wants to be able to just poke away at JDG's front line.
It's another situation, though, where JDG are going to be in the pit first, which means that Weibo going to be the ones that have to try to find an angle out of a situation that JDG already find themselves comfortable in. Tangle Barbs land onto 2 as mid lane control is now the top of conversation. Both the Azir and the Sivir do a ton to try to wave clear. Light still not level 16. He's 1 wave away.
Breathe trying to see if he can utilize this flank scout as well. Any poke damage he can get. Oh, Shun loses half HP, and that's the Mikhail's down. I don't think Dwo has the redemption anymore. So, ooh.
These Prey Seekers starting to do some work from Light as well. He's not level 16 just yet, but might have to go towards this Dragon anyway. As Breathe has spotted out Dwo on a flank already. Going to be forced out of things here.
What
as
is
they
Dwo
do
doing?
not, can't even use that Hex Gate. And the Nautilus is already down. Now it's 5v4 on the map for Weibo, and Breathe with the World Ender is so tanky on the front line. Xiaoshu, I should say, forced to pop that Dominus, and Weibo gonna get another chance to deny the soul.
The support here for JDG just sold their team down the river. Why? In heaven's earth are we using a Nautilus ultimate on an Aatrox where none of our DPS are able to hit him? That was a waste of an ability. He dies for the play anyway. And now, Weibo yet again get to get themselves another few minutes here in this game.
Preventing that soul from going over. I mean, this should have been claimed by JDG maybe 10 minutes ago, but instead, it'll be a situation now where Weibo are starting to stack up those Hextechs, and the Baron is still on the table. Objective fighting is where the focus has been all game, all series long. And JDG have gotten the better hand so far, but Weibo, we're starting to see some signs of life for them, especially now that these big items are coming through. We get 3 full completed items on Breathe and Tien, and the big carries, Xiaohu and Light, are oh so strong at this point.
JDG are still recovering from that setup around the top this Baron 5 minutes ago. Like, or 10 minutes ago. If they hadn't given up this objective, that would have been a very free, like, soul. That should have been soul point going over to them, or soul in general. So, JDG, we're getting really sloppy. This is the JDG that we know and sometimes hate from the regular season, making its ugly head here in this best of 5. It's JDG now with control over the Baron Pit and the river, and Sivir is going to be having a field day with clearing these waves, but I'm still looking at these carries. Scout is going to be doing a lot of damage towards someone a little bit tankier like Breathe, but aside from that, again, who on JDG is going to get onto Xiaohu? Who is going to be getting onto Light? These are big questions that I don't think that JD have answers for.
Look at Jhin right now as well. He is so tanky on the Trundle. The front to back for JDG is starting to form. Just the question is, what can their backline carries do? They're not as powerful just in terms of the champions and the damage that they can output as an Azir and a Kai'Sa that have been available now for Xiaohu and Light. Scout had a great early game, gonna have to clutch up here in a crucial team fight to send his team to match point, as both sides are now hesitant to start up this Baron, but JDG still have control of the river.
Can we look at the scoreboard real quick? Xiaohu is almost up 80 CS on his lane opponent. It's 2,000 gold. Same thing could be said for Light, and he's only up 1,500. That is insanity. And it's tough for JDG to ever start these objectives because of the Prey Seekers. These Prey Seekers are making it impossible for them because then it's just fish in a barrel for this Kai'Sa. Let's see if we can get a Plasma proc here. So JDG, not only do they need to ping pong between mid and this side of the map, honestly, if they just parked Pays in the mid lane, you could probably just have Shun and Scout do this by themselves. It's going to be Xiaoshu trying to get vision on that blue side. Shun, he's going to try and steal it. Not going to be the case.
Chain send him back in. Be a little bit careful as it is Scout. Issuing some damage on the Chris, but having to force that Pop Blossom. Oh no! That's a big cooldown that Weibo will not have at their disposal and might make things easier for JDG to try to start this one up. Oh, Breathe! He gets caught out, but he pops the World Ender, is able to stay alive, at least for now. But the damage is already very much on JDG's side, and the Aatrox will be forced to retreat.
Aatrox will be able to teleport. Crisp, he has his heal. He's half HP, but he has no buttons to press in this fight. JDG, why aren't we starting this? They're looking to turn. They want to try to find a fight. They know they don't have an ultimate. That's Mikhail's gone.
He already sends Xiaohu to half HP. Dominus has been popped. They don't know that Xiaohu is here until he arrives over the pit with the slice and dice. It is just a bait to try to force Weibo into a fight, and JDG pull themselves away from the Baron for now.
Are we going to do this, guys? Please. No, we're going to go ahead for another dance. It is a tango, but remember, every dance takes 2. And in this case, it's going to take all 10 coming in.
And that means that JDG are going to hop, skip, and jump away from the objective as their health bars have now been chunked down by the likes of Light and the rest of Weibo Gaming. What a tense situation we have. It is just game 2 of this series. It is desperately needed here for Weibo. They cannot go down to the match point this early in the series, and with the back coming through, it is going to be Weibo starting this Baron up.
All right, Zhuo's going to be on his way. Scout. Oh my god!
Pays takes the Hex Gate. Underneath is only going to be matched here by the Pop Blossom of Crisp as the rest of Weibo are focusing their attention towards the Baron Nashor. It has not been taken out by anybody just yet. Light stuck in a 1v3. He's Zanya's away from the hook, but he's still going to end up going down. Big carry for Weibo out of the picture. And Pays somehow still alive. Xiaoshu flashes forward, takes down Crisp, and here comes JD Gaming. Xiaohu going to go down, and now it's Tien and Breathe on the run, and Pays on the wrong side of the map, but every side of the map is right. If your name is Pays and you're the 80 carry of JDG, down goes Tien, and down goes Weibo. JDG have just secured match point.
That's going to be it. They're going to use this mid-wave to end the game here. A dance around the Baron for what felt like 8 minutes in a row. Finally, JDG are able to tussle. They catch out Crisp, and that's going to open up series point here so early on here tonight.
An unbelievable finish to that last team fight, a sequence around the Baron that seemingly lasted for ages, but it's JDG that end up coming out on top. They stifle the comeback of Weibo and will go up 2-0 in the series.
I don't know. I would like to think that in a regular reality, we are saying, okay, Weibo can bounce back, but that is a really tough loss. Like, the fact that you were able to bounce back into that game, you get a lot of chances because JDG give you angles. I think Weibo are going to have to lean on their experience of a lot of their veterans here to kind of right the ship. I can't imagine they're going to let one loss or 2 losses here potentially tilt them out, but they are now a single game away for the rest of this series from no longer making Worlds.
Something that hasn't happened for them in quite some time. And again, this is typically Weibo's comfort zone, being here in the regional finals. They took down JDG in a 5-game set just a year ago. But right now, it is not looking good for them. It seemed like that was the opportunity for them to strike back, pull off the comeback, and even things up. But instead, it is JD Gaming that have 3 games to win just 1 and have an opportunity to go up against Invictus Gaming for that fight for Worlds. That's it for us here on game number 2, as JDG have taken a commanding lead over Weibo. Let's send it on over to Slayer, K-Man, and Bloxer on the analyst desk.
You know, Grapes, I normally say thank you for tossing it back to us. I don't actually want to talk about that game, personally. Guys, K-Man, how can we find a way to not give either team a win? That's my thought-provoking question for you.
I want to remind everyone that this series it makes you one series away from Worlds. We are right there at the pinnacle of League of Legends esports, and maybe there's still some tightening of the screws that need to be done with some of these teams and some of their strategies. But at the end of the day, somebody had to win, and JDG was the team that was able to capitalize on the AD carry misposition a little bit more, and they're the team to walk across the finish line.
App description. K-Man took it safe, Bloxer. Now, give me the real truth of what we think after that.
Both of y'all, after I was like, the vibes for this matchup are stinky, they're bad, you were like, oh, I don't know, like, I'm excited for this. I knew this was the League of Legends we were going to get. I was surprised in game 1, because that was a JDG that looked pretty clean. They made that one kind of mispositioning error around a Drake bottom lane, and that was sort of the one moment we were like, are you sure that that's how you want to set that one up? Apparently, JDG answered yes. They set almost all of their remaining objectives up almost exactly like that, with nowhere near enough flanking wards, enough understanding of what's happening. This damage graph is absolutely crazy. The gold graph as well is just...
LPL gold graph.
What did we just watch? This is what I was expecting out of these two. I'm impressed in parts with a lot of these players, and I think that's the problem for me in this one, where there were bits where I was like, Breathe played this really well, Xiaoxu played this one really well, moments where pace pops off, moments where light pops off, but almost nobody in this series, in this game specifically, put together a clean 40 minutes.
You know what's so funny? Can't remember what Bloxer just said. App description, Bloxer, almost. Because there are two people on these teams where there was never a point while they were making good plays. Maybe one pop blossom from Crisp on the top side. Outside of that came in, my lord.
Yeah, we're even going to go more in depth on that as we pull up some clips later on in this death segment. But yeah, this was a game to forget, I think, for Crisp on the Nico. Certainly one of those where you are relying on this Nico. I mean, when you look at this draft and you see the Azir and the Kai'Sa, you need the Zed coming out in the jungle. Like, you need clean, efficient setup to actually be able to get onto the backline when it comes to this draft. And Nico is that setup. Now, we were talking, while the game was going on, likely you're going to have to give your life. It's okay to have a couple of deaths in this game. That's kind of your job as the engaged support here. But some of these were just egregious, and the setups were just not there. And when that whiffs, when Weibo can't find that first go button, they don't have a plan B. They don't have a second option. They need that to work, and oftentimes this game, it just wasn't.
Yeah. This is the problem with this kind of composition, and I think that's where a lot of the weird plays in this sort of stemmed from, was the fact that the drafts from both of these teams were a bit odd. They didn't necessarily have some true identities to them. You've got half of a just full engage into the backline composition going on, and it meant that your Nico needed to hit the big pop blossom, and then everybody needed to be able to fling themselves into the backline too. If you've got yourself a just slightly more standard jungler in this game, right? The Jarvan from last game, a Xin Zhao, a Wukong, anything like that, you get to follow up, but also have a little bit of tankiness, have a little bit of extra survivability in amongst this fight, and then it's fine if your Nico doesn't quite find the full engage. It's okay, you've got someone else to follow up. The Zed has to just go pop somebody. Often that somebody was himself, wasn't able to find a lot of effectiveness in these fights, and so that's weird. Then you look at the other side, over on JDG, and you've got a situation where you're trying desperately to protect Pays, but you've not got a composition that actually can do that in a lot of situations. Zhuo missed a lot of hooks as well. I think both of these supports had a bit of a rough one. And Scout, great first game, excellent first 7 minutes of this one for him, and then in the mid game just wasn't finding it, and it just led to this messy situation in which you've got teams throwing everything at each other, but no consistency, no real plan, it feels like, going into the big fights.
Yeah, I want to save a decent amount of my thoughts for when you guys are able to more eloquently break down some of this, but listen, some of these fights are just, I don't want to steal a lot of the thunder. Some of these fights are not very reassuring for whoever takes on IG, even no matter what you think of IG right now. I'm not factoring IG. And then more importantly, when you go to the international stage, right? So if either of these teams can even do that. So yeah, we talked about even in game 1 for JG how clean things looked. Like, getting cleaner, because you need to be if you want to go to Worlds. It's a win, but it did not get cleaner. However, the cleanliest player for JDG, I think, will be their player of the game in this one. I'll stake my claim quickly, and then Blocks, I'll let you go first, K-Man can follow. I think it is going to be Xiaoshu on this Renekton. I think the Renekton was most impactful across a majority of part of this game.
I think so too. He was just really useful in a ton of these fights, even though sometimes he wasn't quite getting that second slice and dice off, so he wasn't quite able to get a lot of stuns. That first one was enough to just buy the space, buy the time, keep people off of a couple of these main carries, and in a game that was mainly devoid of somebody who was able to absorb a lot of damage and then buy space, I thought he was the best part of this game for them. We'll see if the voters agree. They think Jun. I don't super hate this
Hey,
again.
listen, the KDA
One
over 2
death
games for
all
this guy
series.
is pretty high. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's had some really good mid games, and I'll say this for Shun in particular for this one. We can talk about a lot of the positioning mistakes that came out from members of Weibo Gaming towards the end that gave a lot of the tempo and gold back to JDG, but it was the Trundle Pillars that ended up being the defining pieces that were able to allow those catches to happen in the first place. You know, I think Shun is playing really well, but, you know, in these games that are so chaotic and so open-ended, I think it can really go a lot of different ways. I can understand wanting to go for maybe a player that was a little bit more stable throughout a majority of the game.
All right, well, we've gone through all the, you know, the house, the tidying of the house when it comes to those post game. Let's roll the sleeves back and get into the nitty gritty, guys, with you two taking center stage here for me. First, though, Bloxer, you were talking a little bit through it during the highlights, but take me back through this draft, and I'll put on my analyst hat for 1 second.
Okay.
This time it's not Light's fault, but man, what a not fun game to play Kaisa in. It's just unfortunate.
You've almost got a composition that kind of makes sense with the Kai'Sa, with a lot of dive buddies that can go into the backline with you, but none of them that then get to help you once you're there, right? You want some dive buddies that get into the backline, that's like the Pantheon, who then provide you with something, block some damage incoming, maybe, if you've got yourself the Xin Zhao as well, or stun people up. No, with this, you're just both trying to dump damage, and into the composition you're playing against, I don't know how much you're really going to be able to do. And then on JDG's side, again, Hayes is the best player that they've got on this squad. He's been popping off so much, but this is not the game that I would want to be playing the Sivir. You don't really have some true frontline that want to stick with you. You've got frontline in theory, but at the point at which you're sat with your Renekton, your Trundle, and your Nautilus all just with you, you're not playing these team fights correctly. You don't have anybody that wants to stick back alongside, and it didn't work overall, and it is the main reason that these fights got as messy as they did.
I completely agree with you, Bloxer, in almost every way. In fact, I think I'm even more passionate that I hate both of these drafts in a couple of key ways. I really just don't think either of them make a lot of sense to me. I think for Weibo, you have this idea for, like you said, a dive comp, but with the Zed, it ends up turning into what is essentially a pick comp as this game continues to go out, because you can easily find access to one member and not multiple. And then you, on the other side with JDG, end up opting into some really bad individual matchups. I'm really not a fan of the Aurora this game. I think you're going to have a really hard time being able to play that out from a neutral state, you know, in the right state, in the right situation. But as we can see from the clips, it really did feel like JDG were just going to run away with this at the start of, you know, basically everything going down in the mid game. They had so much tempo and so much pressure throughout this game. And when this fight goes awry, when Crisp ends up whiffing a pop blossom after getting caught out a little earlier in the game, you know, it just becomes very scary. It all leads up to this Otacon, which, you know, anything can happen at Otacon. We've seen many an Otacon throw here in the LPL.
Tale as old as time with the LPL, yeah.
It's the throw objective, right? This is the place that you will mess things up, and this fight, right, it's very, very close to being all Weibo favored. You try your absolute hardest in this situation as Xiaohu to actually pull this one back. At this point in the game, though, he's not got any items that are really dealing damage for him. He's got himself a Natchas and a Rylai's, so you're not hitting, but it just buys enough time. It gives you enough space to get further into this game, where all of a sudden you get yourself that voice staff completed, and hey, you're beginning to actually hit. And this play, I think all three of us were sat here being like, Scout buddy, hello? What are you doing?
Yeah, I think this is when we started to realize, oh boy, where everything we were kind of projecting in the pre-show it started to come alive, and no moment is more climactic towards that fixture than this Baron came in. First of all, the first thing, Why do JDG even allow this?
Yeah, I mean, the setup is illegal, first and foremost. I mean, even being in this position is already such a problem, because as a reminder, you're going into Zed, Azir, Kai'Sa, Nico. Like, what are they going to do? Scare you off if you run at them with Trundle, like Renekton? It just becomes so insane to me that they're even allowed to start this up. But then, all of a sudden, everything goes down inside the pit. You get your Trundle getting blown up basically immediately. Shun's first death of the entire series, by the way. And oh, did I mention that Paze's positioning finally runs out? The magical formula does not work in that fight, and the Sivir gets absolutely destroyed. Light pops off, and we're like, oh, Weibo Gaming are in control. There's no way that they lose this. They're Azir, Kai'Sa, and they're scaling into the late game. Why would I say anything? Why would the words even leave my mouth? Because Xiaohu gets caught. Nice Trundle pillar. Light is just on the top side for some reason.
That's the worst one.
And ends up getting caught as well. It truly is just a nightmare.
Every aspect. Even like TN flying back in. Like, oh, guys, I'll clean up like a support kill here.
Watching this game back is just like, it's infuriating in a lot of ways. Like, it's funny. I'm enjoying watching the game, but you're also like, especially on the JDG side, I've just literally half an hour ago watched you play better League of Legends. And yes, these drafts are more messy. I don't like what you've got beginning this game as much as I did previously, but I know you can execute better. I just watched the entire game where I'm praising Zhuo, and then all of a sudden everything's missing and it's all terrible, and you're like, what happened? Where did the good players go? And personally, I would really like them all back for Game 3.
All right, speaking of Game 3, before we get back to those casters, I do want some quick thoughts into what we're going to see from Game 3. It could be fearless, champions you want to see stand out, people you want to see bounce back. Any of those, give me a quick hit. Blockster, we'll start with you. Well, Cayman, roll back down.
Hey, I would just really like to see something a little bit more aggressive in the jungle here. We haven't been able to see any of these just like, hey, fly into the backline picks. I think a Nocturne coming off of the ban board might be really fun. Maybe we get to see somebody fully pull out the Pantheon. I think we've seen a lot of these high mobility compositions from a lot of other teams, but we haven't really seen it so far in this series, so I'd like to see them move more into this. And I think with all the bans we've already got, with all of the fearless things off of the board, this is the time for those junglers to really pop off.
No surprise here. I'm going to be looking in the mid lane. All of the macro threats are up. Talia, Galio, Ryze, they're all still available in this series, and that could be a really big game changer. If you're able to set that tempo early, I think it kind of plays off of Bloxer's point. If you can get one of those aggressive junglers that you can pair that up with, play the Talia, play the Galio, let these mid laners actually go to work. Scout has had some great early games, in particular, in this series. If you can get him on something like a Talia that can move around the map, I think that could really open up everything for JDG.
All right, some champions to look out for, some step-ups that need to be coming in full front for both of our squads. Love what you guys have put together here for the analyst desk, and that will do it for us here between Game 2 and 3. And I have gotten word that, yep, Alk Battery is back from his race. He couldn't get his uniform off, but he's back from his race. Him and Grapes will take you through Game 3.
Thank you very much, Slayer. Let's get into this game. Number 3, Grapes and Alk here on the desk for JDG, up 2-0 over Weibo Gaming. Weibo definitely have their work cut out for them, but one thing is for sure, they have been the ones to overcome adversity time and time again here in the regional finals. No time like the present to get things going.
Now, usually when Weibo have lost in the regional finals, they were in the upper bracket, so you had a little bit of that house money to play with. This time around, there is no ability for them to turn this around. They need to win every single game from here on out. We need to see a reverse sweep coming in from Weibo. Even if they win one game, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be enough for me to really feel confident in this team. And we've talked about the history. We've talked about they've never missed Worlds outside of the one time after their initial debut here in the LPL. They beat JDG last year, but JDG is not the same team as they were. Arguably, I think they're a little bit worse than they were in 2024, but this is a team that right now is firing, and sometimes that's all that really matters. Sometimes you just have to have one good day to make a Worlds run.
Yeah, you know, on paper, you see Xiaoshu, you see Zhuo, two players who have never been to international, and you compare them to the likes of a Flandre or a Missing, right, for JDG last year, and you're like, okay, like, definitely could be a little bit more on the weaker side, especially with the underperformances that we've seen from them in the season. But then you remember, hey, we got Shun, we got Scout, we have Pays here. Shun and Scout literally top 4 at Worlds, top 2 for Shun in 2024, just a year ago. And they are the 2 players, in my mind, Alec, that are really delivering here through the first 2 games of this series and have been the biggest performers for JDG all year long.
I think it's really great for Shun, who has had to bear the weight of being the leader for this team, especially as a jungler. You're not going to get a lot of credit for having to play with bad solo laners, and Xiaoxiao has been better. Scout has not been as bulletproof as we wanted him, but Shun is performing here tonight. And again, it is about momentum. It is about just sometimes you have a good day, and that is the day that you need to be able to strike hot when the iron is going. We get Weibo back on blue side, and it is a Kindred and ban immediately. It is a Xayah ban, so they want to break up the Xayah Rakan duo, but from what I'm looking, are they trying to maybe get something like a Kalista? Are we getting like a Lucian pairing? They want to put as much pressure on Pays here in this game as possible.
Shun whipped out his signature Kindred in Game 4 of JDG versus Weibo in the lower bracket quarterfinals, and they want to try to preempt that from happening, seemingly, as Weibo do take that away. A lot of strong picks off the board that also continued to plague Weibo in that matchup against JDG. Pays had a great Xayah game in that series as well. That will not be available. Whereas on the other side of things, the same 2 bans that we've seen all series long on red side in the Qiyana and the Pantheon.
I think this is going to be Poppy. And then Weibo, from what we're seeing, I think this has to be a Vi first pick. I hate it here, but now they've thrown the gauntlet. They've gotten rid of Renata, I think one of Chris' best champions historically. So is this going to be the Vi first pick? No, we're going for Ryze. Okay, I mean, there's no Orianna this time. I think JDG, they have been willing to opt for the Galio matchup. I have not been the biggest fan of this, as I think it gives the Ryze too much freedom in the early game. And we're going to see JDG respond with already some pretty decent dive. You're going to have that Mbessa, which is a great pick here for Xiaoxiao, as well as steal away for Breathe.
So now the question is, what do Weibo select to try to counter this already hard engaged composition that JDG seem to be setting themselves up for? The Poppy is a brilliant answer, can be played either by Crisp in the support position or even Tien in jungle. And still a lot of options here in the jungle position for the likes of somebody like Tien. You have something like the Nefiri still available. The Xin Zhao, maybe not as good into something like the Mbessa Alistar, but a lot of options, and that Poppy can still be flexed around.
All right, if we just look at the lanes right now, Poppy most likely going to support in my mind, unless this jungle matchup gets really, really spicy. But that is the strength of having a player like Chris and Tien on your lineup. You're going to be able to have that flexibility afforded to you. And the Yorick in isolation against the Mbessa hits the same power spikes. He's strong on the same timers as she is, so I think it's a reasonable lane matchup. If you're going to take the Galio, I already don't like this. You're going to have Galio and Mbessa plus the Alistar versus a Ryze, a Poppy. Like, all 3 of these champions, I think, are perfect counters for when Jindong are showing here. So they're going to need massive amount of damage, I think, coming in from their bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, this would have been a great Kindred angle for Shun, but unfortunately that's banned away. Not going to be able to be selected here by JDG. Hard carry for Pays, name of the game. I expect those to be the topics of bans for Weibo this time around. Things like Aphelios, Jinx that can really take over a game. Definitely vulnerable here is Weibo's composition to the likes of that.
If they're just going for lane, JDG would be opting for maybe a Lucian. We'll see what Weibo are willing to get rid of. You obviously are not really excited about paying Kalista from the side of JDG. They're going to ban away the Vi. I think also you have to think about what junglers. I wonder if this is going to be JDG picking up their 80 carry on 4 and letting Shun have counter pick, because there are, I think, a couple of angles here that a player like Shun can take advantage of if he really feels like he's been playing well. We just talked about it, so you got house money, as we've been saying, for JDG. You got at least 2 games you can throw away. If Shun wants a freebie here, let him play a Viego. Let him play a Nidalee game.
You know, the other interesting part of this is now that JDG are up 2-0, being experimental in your draft not only allows you to try things out for a potential matchup against IG, but also can take away from Weibo even if they're able to win this game for the future because we are in that true fearless format. All things to consider as a Nocturne going to be banned away from Shun as well. He has had his pool pinched quite significantly. See what he ends up going for. The Ziggs is an interesting one. Would not necessarily love it. Definitely need some high damage though, and the Nefiri definitely fits that bill.
Okay, Nefiri's going to do fine about getting into the bottom lane, and now we need to see from Weibo what exactly is their comp going to do, because they can play a split push game. I think they're going to be more than happy about walking into team fights. They are a little short range, but when you see what JDG are having, you have so much dive from just these first 3 alone, and then you add Nefiri on top of that. We are going to get the Rakan, so the ability to just lock down this team fight. I think it is incredibly tough for JDG to try to take a front to back, and they have a lot of ways of, from Weibo's side, being able to pivot very easily. I think the solo lanes alone should be able to carry this game for Weibo. It doesn't really matter what AD carry Light ends up picking, but Azeri is going to make it even more difficult.
We did see how good of a game Xiaoshu did have on the Renekton last time, and Bessa fitting a similar playstyle in this game specifically, going to have to lock down a big carry. Backline carry could be a Smolder here for Light. Does leave him vulnerable, though, to a really nice lane matchup, or they're just going to handshake it. Zeri for Pays on R5.
All right, this duo can be a bit more aggressive. I mean, Pays is just going to get the Lightning Crash. He has a lot of lockdown from his team. Gives him the ability to get away from the Yorick and his kind of stuff, but I still think that we get into a spot 25 minutes into this game, and Weibo, as long as they're not behind, they're going to have a really strong 2-item spike. You're going to be potentially sitting with like 180 to maybe 225 on Smolder at that time. You're going to have 2-item Rise, who's incredibly tanky. It'll take a long time for this JDG lineup to put down Weibo. But can we get there? Weibo have not had good early games. JDG seem like they've come prepared, and they've come at least willing to play the first 10 minutes, even if maybe some further portions aren't as clean.
Yeah, definitely a slow burn in terms of these team fights and how they are to be played out on JDG's side. Whereas for Weibo, they got a really interesting composition that I'm excited to see what they do exactly. You have a great 1-3-1 setup, obviously, with the Yorick and the Rise, but then you have this Smolder, who provides a bit of an X factor. Gonna be able to clear the waves out, get those stacks up, and eventually come to play in the team fights. But I feel like Weibo want to try to avoid some of those 5v5s, at least for the first few minutes of this game. We'll see how that ends up coming into fruition, though, because that's been what JDG been able to do very well in the first 2 games. Team fight, team fight, team fight. It's resulted in them coming up to match point and forcing Weibo to begin a potential reverse sweep to keep their hopes in the regional finals alive.
It's going to be potentially one last game. Every game from here on out counts for Weibo. If JDG are able to win here tonight, they go tomorrow versus IG. Victor will be able to play against that team in less than 24 hours. Let's get it on going. Can Weibo bounce back?
Only time will tell. I feel like we're going to be here a while again. That last game, almost 40 minutes. This one, we got a Smolder, we got a Zeri. I feel like the scaling is going to be what both these teams opt for, especially on Weibo's side, being extra cautious, given that this is an elimination match.
Zeri also has a lot of early skirmishing potential, so while Alistar level 1 isn't the most impactful, what they can do is just knock away Crisp right before he lands the Grand Entrance, and then open up a bit of an angle for Pays and Dro to get some decent damage down onto the Smolder. Remember, all about hitting 225. You have a very strong spike on 2.5 and 3 items here for Weibo. I think as this game does go late, JDG are going to have to find advantages, so getting these early dragons are going to be so important for them.
See some prio already being set up by JDG as they got to the bot lane first. Hey, as we get junglers starting on the opposite sides of the map, and an Alistar level 1, we want to give a quick shout out on the LPL English broadcast to prodiff, sponsors of us here on the show. If you want to get high-level coaching from a numerous amount of pros, including those from the ERLs, the LTA, and the NACL, you can use the code LPL10 at prodiff.gg to get your coaching and to level up your game today. Thank you so much to prodiff for sponsoring us here on LPL English. They've been a great partner as we have wrapped up Split 3 here.
Junglers going to opposite sides of the map, and this is the problem that I have with this mid matchup. Like, Scout has to trade a lot of his HP early on to try to move Xiaohu. See Pays and Dro move forward. It should be fine. He has the fleet footwork, but you're just giving Rise time in this game. This is exactly what he wants, and you don't even have a composition that I think can very easily overwhelm him.
See a little bit here of what Breathe is able to do into the Mbessa as the Yorick. A lot of good dueling power early on. And speaking of duels, we got one towards the bottom lane. And it's already a heal and a barrier used on the Weibo 2v2. Woe and Pays making their presence known like they have in the laning phase of all 3 games so far.
This is tough. This is kind of what you sign up for, though, with this matchup. Only knew that the Alistar was there, obviously, and then it was Zerion 5, but very, very tough. This is kind of the only lane that JDG are going to be able to win, so how JDG are able to leverage this advantage, at least early on, should be fine. And I will note, for as much damage as Light is taking right now, he is still stacking up at a fine pace, at least for where we are now. So all he has to do is just staunch the bleeding, stop anything. There's not even really a dot.
Oh, Tien, beautifully executed dive. One more auto, gonna be necessary. Breathe will go down in a trade. It started off so well, but Xiaoshu able to dodge away just enough to make it a 1-for-1.
Gonna still be the plate being split there by Breathe and Tien. It's gonna be mostly a wave missed here by Xiaoshu. So experience going over to them. Can they get any real damage?
Newton's Law of League of Legends, reaction on one side, equal and opposite on the other. As Crit's gonna get taken down by Pays, and a teleport's already been channeled here by Breathe to try to make things even. As JDG have the advantage for now. And that's gonna be it here, as Light not doing enough to slow it down the retreat.
Okay, now Xiaoshu gets an alone wave to himself, so this is 2 waves. Tien's gonna have to hold this. This means that he's not clearing, he's not getting anything done. Either resetting or trying to look for something. This is a pretty fat wave too, so good guy Tien. Someone's gonna get this experience. It's gonna be Rakan for the time being.
I mean, that's not much better, but you get at least some coming into Light, which is all right, I think. No, I think he misses it all.
He misses every single last one of these. Damn,
my Rakan's gonna be OP this game, guys. It's fine.
Oh boy, that is 2.5 minion waves being missed out there by Weibo. So this is what happens though. Like Breathe, because he died later and because Xiaoshu invested to teleport topside, Breathe tries to make his way over. Light misses out a wave on the bottom side. Will say, even with all of this gold, you look at the recalls right now. It is completed items here, or completed boots here for Pays. I'm seeing Light with a call. That's fine into the Mbessa early.
Perhaps a position where Weibo could have tried to cut their losses a little bit. However, I think they will be happy with this, lane swap setup. Breeze's gonna be fine clearing out this wave, although he was doing great to the Mbessa as well. But the priority is not Yorick getting ahead. It is making sure that Light can get the stack. So as much as you can prioritize that, the better.
Yorick can also just 1v2 these guys. Once he hits level 6, like, I don't think that JDG's bottom lane can very realistically make much happen here. We're gonna see that JDG though, trying to use that priority that we were talking about, play around the bottom side. Maybe an opening here for Scout.
As Flash, knowing that he would not be able to use Justice Punch once Tien came in with that steadfast presence. So instead, utilizing that summoner spell to keep himself alive, it should let that Conquer get procced, but not able to find too much more.
They want to get the dragon. Ping's coming out onto it. Pace is going to start this. It's that range versus melee matchup because they have the bot lane duo in this manner, but Smolder is stacking. This was the advantage and the win condition that we'd set up for JDG early on. Try to get yourself into a position where you can get the dragons, and that has not been a problem, at least starting off the game. They've gotten themselves to Dragon Soul point in each one of these games here in this series. Some of the games have not been as clean with getting and finishing those objectives.
Yeah, right. You see Breathe giving a ton of hurt onto Pays, forcing that hero's entrance to come out. It means that the Yorick dies, but nice use of resources
top side.
come through from JDG, and that means a dive can happen onto Xiaoshu on the backside, I think. Xiao running into the bush to try to get some vision, going to take a whole chunk of damage. And now we'll see if this Mbessa can survive. She has a public execution, but is going to come at the hands of Tien, who lands another easy stun into the wall. Should be enough damage. That ultimate does not connect this time around. And they're going to wait for the tower to reset before finishing the job eventually. A well-executed dive will be finished off as Light gets the kill, but no, it comes at the cost of Crisp dying. Xiaoshu somehow making it a trade 2 times in a row.
And can he chase them out? Scout doesn't know where Smolder is. He's going to think he's in this brush. Can he try to find it? Light is barely going to be able to slink away here. Very tight timers, but it feels like everything for Weibo in this series is 1 step forward, 1 step back. We get the kill onto Xiaoshu, Chris ends up dying. We try to make a play on the bottom side, we end up trading. This is not good for them, and you do not want to be having situations where you're trying to go even versus JDG in the early game. So Breathe dies on bottom side. He gets those buttons. They will not have them available for these grubs on the top side, and I don't think that Weibo should be looking to contest right now. Like, we're getting closer to level 6 for our bottom lane duo here. Yes, we have more buttons than our opponents, but I think we're more focused on trying to play this out. I say that, I see Breathe moving on forward.
Yeah.
He doesn't have Maiden, so why are we fighting?
You bring up a lot of good points. I counter with Weibo. They see that they have York and Rise in their composition. They're like, we have to get at least one of these grubs. And it looks like that's going to be the call. They should at least secure one, as they have been able to do for the past couple of games. Actually, JDG are not in the best position to set this up. They're happy to just give plates over to Xiaoshu, who has been punished a lot. So it is going to be a conscious effort by Weibo to at least secure the grubs, hoping that that means the benefit of at least more than 2 plates into the back half of this game.
Okay, they do protect the Raptors here, which is very good for one of these junglers. Shun's also trying to screen, get Xiaoshu a little bit more time on the bottom lane wave. Another plate going over to him, as we saw. They didn't have the heroic entrance. You can see that JDG didn't feel like they were in position. I figured, like, okay, there's not enough ways for Weibo to play out this fight, but if you just walk up, and especially if you have a Poppy, I guess you can very easily make those numbers happen. So 2 members here for bottom side, and Xiaoshu does need to be a little bit careful, especially here against the Rise.
See how much impact those grubs have as Xiaoshu does dash forward. However, being Ambessa, you get a lot of dashes in those kids to get out very easily as soon as you sense that maybe some danger has presented itself. So we'll just be the Ambessa backing away. Slight gold lead over to JDG at this point of the game. However, Weibo, we do like their ability to scale, especially with the Smolder, so this is a fine position overall.
Scott's just going to use the phase rush. Light's going to be sitting in mid lane. There's no pressure onto him. It's only around these objectives that they need to be worried about.
So 2v3 action showing up here as Zhuo gets chunked down to half HP. Actually, a teleport coming forward from Xiaohu will be able to get there fine without being in any sort of danger, as we're seeing a lot of musical chairs in the lane so far for Weibo Gaming. They're trying to get themselves into the best positions possible in all 3 of the sides. Thought that maybe Xiaohu was going to rotate back up to the top lane to match into the Ambessa, but instead it looks like Breathe takes a reset and is going to head right back there, whereas Xiaohu TP's mid and then heads back bot.
It's just important for them to be relatively in the area of this dragon. You can kind of see right now that dragon spawns in 50 seconds. Ambessa's going to push a wave. Now he's going to drop into Fog of War. A lot of this is so much vision coverage from Weibo. They have every entrance of the jungle from JDG's red side covered immediately in wards. So watching how Crisp right now moves out of the map, doesn't have teleport, Zhuo does. So even if Zhuo gets caught or gets chunked out, which doesn't seem like that's going to be the case because there's no numbers here, he can immediately look for another play on the other side of the map or get right back into the fray here.
Right now, Weibo preferring to steer away from that second dragon and instead get some side laning power as the Maiden is popped by Breed. Not a ton of setup around that pit just yet for either of them. However, we do have Light off of a reset, and while the Smolder is certainly not stacked up to 225 yet, does now have an Essence Reaver. Gonna come in response to the Yuntals picked up for Paze though, and at this point the Zeri definitely the stronger champion, which means that Weibo gonna have a hard time trying to pick this one up.
Wait, Shun just got absolutely scammed. The dog walked out of the brush and gave vision to Weibo. They immediately pinged him out in the brush there. That's not supposed to happen. It's literally coded. That was one of the appeals of this champion, was that Riot was like, guys, we know that we're adding dog AI into the game.
So I don't trust
Promise
AI.
it won't come back in. I know you shouldn't, but they can enter late here as JDG. You still have the Galio ultimate to join late.
It's a bold decision to have Weibo try to start this dragon up, although getting one would be huge. Take a look at the flank. It is Scout able to taunt up 3 members of Weibo, but he takes a lot of his HP in response. Chris gets a knock up, but he's immediately taken down as teleports have come in from both top laners.
Oh!
Position lands onto Tien. It's going to be a big hero's entrance, but everybody at Weibo was able to flash away the health bars very much now on Weibo's side. Mom's already come out. Xiaohu able to get a lot of damage in with the overload, and here comes the Realm Warp, and in go Weibo, straight into the back line. Paze crashes in though. He gets a double kill. Looking for more as the lightning crash is still on cooldown and still unlocked here for the 80 carry of JDG. Overall, it's a 2 for 2 with nobody claiming the Drake.
Weibo, they stop the dragon. They get lots of summoner spells out for that play, but Pays is 5-0. You have to think about what you're giving up in these trades. You got his flash, you got Scout's flash as well. Take a look back at this replay. I thought immediately off the rip this was going to be the first engage. I like this combo from Zhuo. Saves the headbutt to try to get around the steadfast presence. But Light is stacking during all of this, and more importantly for me, this Rise is a menace. The solo lanes of Weibo have been needed here in this series, and finally in game number 3, it feels like they've been giving the tools and the ability to actually play this one out. Xiaohu lets it rip with all the spell flux. I think if Pays doesn't take this E over the wall, you get a massive taunt as we see here from Zhuo. He would not need the flash, and he probably would have been able to get maybe even Light here in this play, but trying to get away from Breathe means that it's not a play here for JDG at the time, but they're going to get lots of kills on their AD carry and at least a dragon from the bottom lane.
The response will be the first turret of the game here for Weibo on the top side tier 1, but getting that second dragon is crucial for JDG, especially because Weibo spent a lot of time trying to prevent that from happening. He's going to come essentially in a trade as Xiaoshu is here for 3 on that bottom side of the map. So the gold slightly still tilted towards JDG, but the big thing we have to talk about now, Ulk, Pays 5-0 on the Zeri. You could talk Smolder scaling all you want. This Zeri's still going to be a huge issue in the late game.
He's close to second item. Whoa, Tien, that ultimate was useless, brother. Oh, Lightning Crash,
a lot of
cleanse
damage
from Pays,
though.
okay.
Teleport coming in from Scout. Justice Punch lands onto 1, and Crisp able to escape alongside Light, and they chunk out Shun enough for the final tower shot to do the deed. It's a 1-0 in favor of Wei, but the public execution lands onto the Smolder, and Xiaoshu will take him down. Breathe finally arrived in the fight. It's the 4v4 now unlocked. Knockup lands here onto the Ambassador, but he flashes away here from that cage. Taunt lands onto 3, and here comes Pays, still untouched, finally eating the shovel, but a nice stun comes through from Zhuo to make sure the Yorick doesn't do any more damage. And that's going to be another team fight win for JD Gaming with Pays still alive. Another stun lands on a Tien, and it is an absolute wipe in the mid lane.
There we go. They get the mid-tier 1 as well. They're going to get flash from Light. They kill the Smolder, get Pays even more fed, and Scout has been landing so many impactful taunts here. He's getting multi-man taunts, multiple fights in a row here. If you take a look at this Tien ult, that is tough. That's the worst part of this fight here. And somehow, for Weibo fans, it does in fact get even worse from here. Teleport in from Scout, lands it onto Crisp and Light. That's the flash from the Smolder taken away. This is a tough spot to fight from if you are JDG, because we talked about the range advantage that is going over to Weibo. But this ultimate from Xiaoshu, man, his Mbessa has gotten better throughout the season. It was a champion that was a little bit iffy on about him being able to perform, but not only being a takeaway from Breathe, he has been kind of the clutch factor in these last 2 fights for the team.
Even the Renekton in game 2 having a very high impact. Xiaoshu from RNG to JDG and taking full advantage of it. Sets up for his carries very adamantly here in that fight around the mid lane. Sure, Scout goes down, but it's only here to the Poppy. And JDG have expanded their gold lead to 2.5K.
And Pays is 1,700 of that. He has a Phantom Dancer and a Yuntal Wild Arrows. We're starting to get to that point. We said around 25 minutes, Weibo should be feeling good. It's 16.5 and we're at 147, so a little below average, but nothing I think too worrisome quite yet. But for JDG, they have gotten the first 2 dragons of the game. They didn't get any of the grubs, but they are going to be contesting for this Herald here. It is on complete vision from the side of Weibo.
It's gone.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaohu's not going to contest it. He wants a couple waves on the bottom side. He wants to finish his Seraph, so come time for that dragon in a minute and a half, maybe that Otacon in 3, that is where Weibo are going to have to make their stand.
JD Gaming, in a season marred with inconsistencies and underperformances, still have a chance at Worlds, and that is the chance that they've been hoping for all year long. And somebody who definitely wants to get back there is their AD carry, and you can see it in the gameplay, you can see it in how he's presented himself all season long in Pays. Obviously, when JDG got eliminated from the playoffs, they were wondering how much they were going to be able to look for, as Xiaoshu just survives another gank with ease. And back to Pays for just a second here, Ulk. I mean, this guy we think of him as like a guy who's been on Gen G for a while. He's still 19 years old. There's still so much of this player's story to tell.
Yeah, the 2 years on Gen G, got a lot of international acclaim for the series that we got to see him win. And I want to kind of posit that even at the end of the year, it feels like JDG, kind of a team of, I think the term that me and Rafa were trying to use is like misfit aces or misfit kings. Because you have Xiaosu and Zhuo from bottom of the barrel group Nirvana teams. I mean, RNG is literally playing an LDL, or they're supposed to anyway,
Well,
but
they're not.
Potentially liquidated and being foreclosed on. We'll see how that ends up going into 2026. Pays gets booted off again for ruler spot. And Shun is coming off of a World Finals with BLG. So, I don't know how these pieces all landed here together. And it's been one hell of a difficult year. I mean, the peak of the year coming into the split was Split 1. Split 2 was a disaster. And now they're on the precipice of having one more shot, one last chance to send this team to Worlds.
And isn't that the beauty here of the regional qualifier? You can erase any mistakes, just a couple of good days in a row, and that's what JDG are trying to accomplish. Again, this roster was real ragtag. I mean, this was one of the last ones fully formulated going into the Demacia Cup. And obviously it took some reorganizing and reconfiguring, but right now it is looking the best that it has all 2025 long. We have that Mountain Dragon spawned on that bottom side of the rift, and JDG want to get themselves their third straight soul point.
Can they enter? Bree's gonna have to teleport in for this play. Scout as well. I don't know why we're going for this topside wave right now. Not only are you gonna be late, he has to move now. They're gonna see the teleport on the bottom lane wave. As long as JDG can stall this out, he's TPing.
Oh, immediately a snap engage onto Xiaohu. He's forced to half HP, but still alive for now. Chris, with a really nice grand entrance, is going to be allowed for Shun to pick up the first kill of the fight. Light is not at 225 just yet, but that's going to be a big step forward here for the Smolder, as Weibo have prevented JDG from starting up the Dragon.
Jesus, I mean, Shun still has Flash. He had his call the pack there. Weibo, they're going to be able to redeploy themselves. It's Chris coming out of base. The teleport here from Xiaohu. Another potential soul point. And I don't think that Weibo are going to have time to be able to do the Dragon and the Otacon. But if they're feeling frisky, they might leap. They've got a lot of damage. They definitely invested a lot towards the bottom side. They're going to give it up in trade. Maybe if they find one more pick, if they can catch Scout, maybe Xiaohu overextends. There could be an angle for them to look for it.
No, they shouldn't, though. They got to wait for Light to get to 225 at the very least. Unless JDG started up themselves, then you can take advantage of some of that shredded resistances. Pays coming back here to the fight. Jun arriving to the bottom side of the map. How is Light going to be able to get those stacks? You see him in the mid lane, stacking up as many waves as he can. He's at 200, not going to be at that threshold yet as JDG start this one up.
If he can find some splash damage on the targets, it's good. Tien has the smite, but no flash. Same for Xiaohu. And there's no
HP.
Mom to call upon.
Tien looking, hunting for some sort of steal. The Keeper's Verdict still on cooldown, so no way to get Jun out of the pit. In goes Scout. He lands a taunt on a 3, and that's going to be Otacon secured by Tien and Weibo Gaming. He will go down into the 1-for-0 so far, but here comes Shun with a call to pack. It takes down the Rakan, and the public execution lands on a Breathe as well. JDG lose the Otacon, but they will surely win the fight.
And now it's going to be the Rift Herald on top of that. They're going to lose more. Light has 8 stacks before he has an execute, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. Weibo are going to need to survive another 3.5 minutes in this game because there's going to be a Baron they're going to have to fight for. There's going to be a Rod of Ages being completed. They need to get items onto Tien, finish that second item for your Poppy, and get right back into the fight. So much crowd control being stacked here by JDG that it is almost impossible for Weibo to really plant their feet and get that damage down that we were thinking.
And you see the KDA for Pays. It's 9-0. Amazing. We've sung his praises so much here in this game. But Scout on this Galio, also playing tremendously multiple times, finding 3 members or more with his taunts like we see here.
Like Scout game 1, that guy was near impeccable. Scout in game 2, a lot more tricky, but the Galio, like you mentioned, has had so much utility. And I love the way that they think about this from JDG is that they really try to get as much as possible from these plays. They don't use the Galio ult on the first engage. They use it on the secondary one, following up to really hammer home the objective. You might not be able to get away with that versus a lot of the better teams, and especially in much closer games, but for JDG here in this one, it's working for them, and that's what that matters right now. So they're going to be pushing on mid and top, seeing what damage they can get onto these structures, and more importantly for me is looking at these 3 items here for Pays. Can we get a third for some of our other carries here so that we walk into a Dragon Soul point fight feeling confident?
Sun is roll underneath the tier 2. Dangerous fight for JDG to try to go for on the dive, but they're going to do it anyway, and they take the Smolder down. It comes at the cost of Zhuo falling, and the Keeper's Verdict knocks away Pace to make sure that they cannot find any more. It's a 1-for-1, but it's 80 carry for support, and JDG very happy with that.
Finally, Poppy has something to say in this game number 3. We cast our minds. We saw missed Poppy ultimate in the mid wave. This time he knocks out the most important members, Pays and Zhuo. Zhuo ends up dying in the middle of the animation, and there's nothing there for JDG to get more. They protect the turret and at least stall, but that's another death on the light. That's more summoner spells here coming out from Weibo. You can kind of see it's still difficult. We did nerf Smolder ultimate so that he didn't get the ultimate on every single wave. Another fantastic dive coming on through from Xiaoshu. It was Nefiri, sorry. Nefiri was the one that got knocked back alongside Pays, but still, it feels like this is everything we wanted here from JDG from the year. Pays is getting fed, Scout in more of an auxiliary support position, and honestly, I don't know what I was expecting from Xiaoshu, but I did want to see him step up, because he's had games where he's been the hard carry for this team, but if we can get everybody on this page, if we can get Xiaoshu to perform, this could be a JDG that with a little bit of work and a little bit of time, I think fans can finally be proud of.
And remember, going to the start of our show, when we had Slayer and the desk up here, they talked about it. IG, the ones that were so infallible at the start of the season, but definitely in a more vulnerable state seemingly after what we saw from them against top esports. So if JDG can keep that momentum going into tomorrow, if they're able to close this one out, definitely an opportunity to get a chance to face off against T1. And you know when T1 and JDG face off, sparks are bound to fly. However though, still more work to do, both in this game and in this series. The Dragon spawns in 10 seconds will be sole point here for JDG, and they send a teleport in from Scout to make it all 5 here in the mid lane.
Scout does have ultimate. You can see that Pays is starting to pepper. He has 3 items, getting closer to that LDR. Whoa.
Jumps forward just to try to knock up Tien, already chunking down the Poppy to half HP. Jungler at lower health is certainly valuable, but the fact that he's not dead, it means he has an opportunity for a steal. JDG gonna try to drag the Dragon away from the pit to make sure that Tien cannot just simply flash over the wall and secure it with a smite. Still in the Keeper's Verdict though. Battle lines are starting to be drawn.
All right, Breathe has to teleport back into this plane. There's no redemption anymore.
Oh, they might have found one onto Xiaoshu, chunked down to very low, but the Dragon is still at 5k, and Shun is still hitting onto it. Tien has an opportunity to go into, but it's just going to be a 50-50. Who's going to get it? Secured once again by the Poppy, and they found Pays. It's going to be Breeze to pick up a massive shutdown for Weibo, and now Light on the Smolder can fully come online. Heroes enter to try to escape. It's going to be a knock-up on a Tien as they will take him down finally, but Weibo still have an opportunity to pick up more kills, to pick up more gold, and to send themselves into the mid lane to claim this tower.
Pays lost every one of his summoners. Xiaoshu misses the public execution. Another smite going the way of Weibo. Shun, we've had criticisms in series past about him missing smites. This is not the time for his team to be having that mistake coming on through. In an incredibly close game, Weibo fighting for their last chance to make it into Worlds. Still have to play a series tomorrow, but Smolder is getting to that execution point. Nobody from JDG is stopping. And this is my problem with someone like Zhuo on the Alistar. We're not able to really stop this Poppy from getting on through. I've seen it time and time again from this player. Not recognizing when and where he has to be. Like his job, yes, you do have to peel Pays, but in this moment, I think you need to be stopping Poppy from getting into the pit. And you just gave him a free angle anyway, so Zhuo's watching his AD carry die for free.
Tien has been so clutch in these last couple of fights, finding the smite on the Otacon and then finding one here to get them the Dragon and immediately hitting the go button onto Pays, who, as a 9-0 Zeri, certainly would have won that fight if he was not shut down earlier or any later. However, Weibo are still down in gold, still have a lot of game left to play. It'll get easier and easier though as Light continues to scale. The Smolder at now almost 300 stacks. And a lot of this now goes onto Light's shoulders. He's carried Weibo in the regional finals in the past, gonna have to do it again. As now Chris barely able to escape with that recall. That was way too close for comfort.
He's going to teleport back in. Almost level 11 here, so not a bad breakpoint coming on through. Scout is in perfect fog of war. Going to get spotted by Crisp. It's going to just turn into a standoff. First waves does go over to JDG. They would most likely like to get a recall in, but this Baron timer is really tough. Dro is, I think, a little too far from his team right now. For my
takes a big
liking.
chunk of damage as well. And now it's the Alistar completely separated from the rest of his team. In goes Xiaoshu with public execution, only on to breathe, and Light's able to keep himself alive for now. The mob comes out, and it will be Xiaoshu dying first. Zhuo dashes forward, but Light flashes away. It is now the Smolder untouched, but Paze is still half HP, still trying to stay alive. It's a double kill now in for Light, looking for even more as Xiaohu flashes forward, not able to finish off the Zeri, but in comes Scout, landing a knockup, and it's Paze and Scout against the world, but Tien will find it. It's a quadra kill. Give it over to him. A penta kill for Light to save Weibo season.
And this is what we wanted to see. This is Weibo trying to save one last game. Send themselves to game 4. Give them a chance to face IG for that 4th seed going in to the World Qualifying Series. Light is untouched in this fight. Paze, it's too hard for him to get into that backline, for him to deal damage here. Where is Zhuo in this fight? He is an absentee member. We get a massive ultimate, a great taunt, a short timed cast from the Poppy Keeper's verdict. But look at Light. He's just firing away. That's his flash now down, but it doesn't matter. Paze cannot hit any member of this Weibo Gaming team. And you're just giving over free stacks, free time, and potentially a game number 3 to your opponents if you are Jindong Gaming.
And another look at Tien. Just keep your eyes on him. Just finding the opportunity at the perfect moment to engage onto Paze. And it all sets up for Light. The man who's carried them through the gauntlet in the past. We already know the team fight started up. Is Zhuo way too far forward. He gets taken down by Xiaoshu. And Paze is dead as well. Light face tanking though. Has a Guardian Angel pop. But it's not going to matter at all. As here comes the rest of Weibo Gaming. Scout finally will take the Smolder down. But it comes at the cost of a full ace for Weibo. They TP into the mid lane. And they're going to keep this series alive.
Oh my god. Zhuo's last 4 deaths have costed JDG this game. It was looking good. We had a 9-0 Zeri here. Ladies and gentlemen, Weibo are not going to go 3-0. It is going to be a 4-game series at the very least. Weibo are going to take us there, and they're going to find a win here in game number 4.
It looked like Weibo's season could have been coming to an end. But in the moment that matters most, they found their light at the end of the tunnel, and will pick up a game 3 win.
Oh my god, man. This is Slayer's fault. I already know. This is Slayer's fault. He's like, guys, don't worry. Weibo are not going to be able to come back. Congrats, JDG, on going up 2-0. There's no way the opponents are able to make it back. Now we're here.
Hey, we get more League of Legends between these two teams. And remember, the last time that they faced off in the regional finals, it went the full distance. It went to 5 games. And that is all we can hope for at this point as Weibo finally getting a little bit of a breath of life. For JDG, man, they had such a good advantage, but they let the scaling take over, and Xiaohu, Shun, and Light were able to step up and make sure that this series was not a sweep.
I mean, that's great and all. I'm just really disappointed with how Zhuo's been playing. And it's not like he's a player that we have very high hopes for. He's played fine for some of these games, but I do think that he has been a very lacking member of this team in their losses especially. So I need Zhuo to understand exactly what his job is. I don't think he's going to be able to necessarily learn, considering I've seen him make this mistake repeatedly so far in Split 3. And if he keeps playing like this, you're going to give Weibo chances back into the series. Maybe this is the win they need in their sails. They're like, okay, we finally got ourselves a win. If we can win 1, we can win 3.
Starts with just 1 game. That's all they could hope for in that game 3. And they got it. Weibo are alive in the regional finals. And let's send it on over back to the desk. And I'm excited to hear what Slayer has to say to defend himself. Take it away.
defend myself. Okay, listen. There are two easy schools of thought to dissect this, guys. I'm gonna take the mantle for a second. One, if I did jinx JDG, first of all, Alk, you're welcome for another game to cast in 2025, bro. Secondly, are we forgetting how the JDG BLG series went when they went up 2-0? I was being sarcastic and trying to call back to that. So either way, I don't see what the problem is here, guys.
Yeah, no problem. No problems here. Hey, I'm not trying to start beef. I'm not trying to start caster desk beef. I'm trying to stay neutral. Yeah. Well, all I'm seeing right now on my screen is a sharing of over 30,000 damage from both AD carries. Pei's actually out-damaging Light in this game, but it did not matter. The setup was too good coming in from Weibo Gaming. They just had better tools to be able to take care of these fights, and some really bad execution coming down, especially around the Dragon, for JDG really end up costing them. Nice stuff from Weibo to find opportunities and avenues to be able to get themselves back into this game. People are going to look at the mistakes, but I think the Poppy from TN was absolutely massive in, creating everything here, and obviously you had the follow-up from the hyper carry.
Alk is absolutely right. Not on being mean to you, Sleth. No, not about that, bro. About the fact that Zhuo has been bad this series. I mean, he's had a couple moments where it's been alright, but that Nautilus in the previous game nearly cost him the game, and then in this one, I mean, just top to bottom, so many moments where he's just not playing this one well, and you have to in this situation. When you've got yourself an ADC like the Zeri, when Paze is playing as well as he was, he's just never being protected by his Alistar. That's your whole job in this game, is to protect the Zeri, buy space and time for him to be able to do his thing, and that just wasn't happening, and that's a big reason why this comeback happens. That was a 4.8k gold lead pretty much throughout the entire game here for JDG, and they were never able to fully capitalize on that because these team fights just keep going wrong. It's not fully Zhou's fault, though. I would like to say it's, again, JDG are not setting up around these objectives well. Every single time, they just sort of do the setup by, hey, we're here. We're all here. We're in front. You see us. Here we are. There's no big wards for big flanks. There's no moments where somebody's coming at you from a different angle. There's no interesting engagers really coming through for the most part. Their setup is that we arrive and we play the fight. And yeah, you've got more of a front-to-back team fighting composition, but if you're never showing different looks to your opponents, they're going to know where everybody is, and it makes playing out these team fights so much easier.
Yeah, I think that last point really hits home for me, Bloxer, is I think that you pair in the fact that Zhuo, you want him to play more bodyguard, but you're also looking at a composition that we'll talk about more from JDG where you're picking like a Galio to try and throw himself in, and a Bessa that is trying to go forward. So Zhuo, I think too many times got caught in trying to play fast with his front line instead of playing to protect the Zeri. I also think that like towards the end of some of these games, like particularly the pentakill fight for Light, like you could see the panic start to set in for JDG that maybe they're realizing we get outscaled here, right? Like Xiaoshu throws himself in first, Scout goes in later, Zhuo goes in later. It's like falling in, they're funneling in. You kind of got the sense that JDG felt that game was slipping out of their hands. And K-Man, for one big reason, that has to be the player of the game, as he's obviously going to get. Light turning the dial back a bit on this Smolder to take over.
We have been demanding more from Light. I think that that's fair to say throughout a lot of this year, and we know that he has a history and a reputation for being able to show up here in the regional qualifiers for the World Championships. Well, that's the version of him that got activated in game number 3. Back up against the wall, he said, we need someone to drag us out of it. It can be me. He needs to continue to do it, but at least in this game, he had the opportunity, I think, more so to do it than maybe someone like Paze did on the other side. We'll get a chance to talk about draft a little bit, but I think JDG should have been much more worried about this Smolder than they were. It really felt like they just kind of wanted to take every fight. They wanted to try and opt into skirmishing all this time, and these fights aren't easy for JDG to be able to execute on, and so, there is a lot of up and down, but it's going to be TN.
I'm sorry I didn't give you your platform in time, but loyal viewers, K-Man was advocating for this MVP before we got on here.
Yeah, no, I think TN had a phenomenal game on this Poppy. I really do think he set up basically everything here.
That's fine. That's fine. Listen, at the end of the day, the only people I think could really be mad at me is JDG fans, because I've unfortunately cast this upon you, but everybody else, you should be happy that I've gotten us more games in the LPL when we have so very few left, Bloxer.
I predicted the 3-1 to JDG. Every team has it in them to throw a game 3 and then come back and win game 4 anyway. And we all look after the series and go, what was the point? Why did game 3 even happen? What are we doing here? And this could potentially be it. I'm happy. My prediction still lives. As much as I wasn't sure about it on top of show, I will be bragging when it comes true later.
Hey, we're still alive as
I was
well.
gonna
Slayer
say,
and I
I was
with the
gonna say,
3-2 are still
That's
in the
true.
mix. You cannot forget about the reverse sweep potential.
All right, guys, let's start breaking into some of the stuff we want to talk about. We'll start with drafts here very quickly. I know you guys hit a couple of your points really quickly, but just real quick tidbits here, Bloxer and then K-Man. When you saw this draft, what stood out to you most?
When I'm looking at this draft initially, I think Weibo got it absolutely right that they kind of just needed to weather the storm. But that's not how they played it, though. Early on, they were trying for a lot of dives. They were trying to get very aggressive, and it wasn't working out for them. It was the point at which it felt like they take a deep breath, took a step back, and sort of let the game come to them a little bit more that gave them the opportunities to get this Smolder ahead, because that's what this composition is, right? As much as you would love to get an early lead onto any of these champions, all of these champions function exceptionally well later on, and the Poppy specifically is the linchpin. Tian played it excellently, but it just stops everything you're looking to do. There's a ton of dashes going through. You don't get to play as a Galio, an Ambessa, even a Zeri doesn't really get to play this one out anywhere near as easily because of this Poppy, and that was just, it worked overall for them. I really liked it, and I also thought that Crisp was kind of unlocked in this game in a way he wasn't in the previous ones. I think his Rakan's one of his better looking champions, and he was finding a lot of really good ins, setting up for the rest of his carries to be able to get there. I liked what Weibo had. For JDG, it has, again, the bones, the structures of something I liked, and we were quite happy to see the Zeri, but I feel like we saw it as we got later on in. It was a bit disparate. It was a little bit lacking in damage because Pays, late on in the game, and you'll see it as we go on through, he ends this game, I've got it here, 0, 5, and 13 with 2 items. It's an untenable position on the Neferi, but it's in part because the Neferi needed to get ahead, and they never were able to fully play it like that.
That's really the big concern for me. You highlighted the Poppy, but this Poppy was not only gotten on second rotation on blue side, which is ridiculous, but the Zeri, the Galio, all of these things were picked into the Poppy. They had full knowledge that that champion was there, and they opted into this draft. So I really did think that that was a bit questionable from them, but there were times where it looked like it was going to be just fine. They had a gold lead for a majority of this game, as we see from some of the fights going on here. You know, you have some oversteps and some missed positions. This one in particular, really the first big play that we got the entire game. These kind of dueling fights on the bot and top side here. The dive going in onto Xiaoshu on the Ambessa ends up not being able to really land anything with the ultimate. Just kind of a bunch of missed things coming in here. Light has to burn so much to get that kill off, and Crisp ends up going down in that same position. But you have to look at where the resources are being allocated. Of course, you know, Xiaoshu is being taken out of the game, but you're not necessarily taking out the Zeri. And so when you get to fights like this, things actually do become relatively playable for JDG if you can get Pays into the right positions. Now, you want to see him play a little bit maybe more controlled than how he ended up using this early ultimate, as we saw, very similar to that Yunara game earlier on in the series as well. You're not really holding on and making sure you can maximize that and getting into good spots, but eventually you are going to have enough damage to be able to burst through, and you can see with Pays here, you know, you allow that Zeri to free hit, and eventually it's going to work out.
Ooh. Yep.
Pays is trying his absolute butt off in this one. This is more like the JDG that we were seeing during the regular season, where Pays is styling on people. He's spacewalking, but the rest of the team around him are just not giving him any help. He's not getting pulled along with the rest of the team, and he's such a good player, but I don't feel like he's one of those elevators in the same way some of the others ADCs can. You give him the correct situation around him, and he can absolutely play for you. You saw it with this, having more damage than his opponent who gets a pentakill. That's always going to be crazy, but like, he just gets put in better spots in a lot of these team fights later on, and that's so important for a Smolder. You really don't get to set yourself up as a Smolder, but you get given some lower health champions after you hit that 225 stack mark, and even later on into this game, and yeah, it looks very, very pretty for him.
And you know, I think some of these later fights too are gonna highlight what K-Man was really hitting home with the player of the game, and also just Pays' inability to play out these games. It's Poppy. I mean, it starts here with somehow being able to steal this Otacon. I thought this was a really great, smart engage from Scout. Just a little bit off on the smite timing. But really, as the rest of this game plays out, obviously your attention while the game was going is going to gravitate towards Light on the Smolder and Pays on the Zeri, like two hyper carry carries going at it. But as the rest of this late game goes through, just watch Tien. Watch what he's able to do, not just starting these fights on the Xiaoshu, but most importantly, marking Pays. And it's so apt that this Dragon fight comes up now, K-Man, because this was where it really started to feel like Pays had the walls closing in on him.
I mean, this flash right here, I mean, that is so massive for how this game ends up going, because JDG had full control of this game. They had everything at their disposal to be able to push this forward. And then the flash coming in, stuns Pays up against the wall, the damage coming out from the Smolder ends up taking down Pays, and all of a sudden, Weibo Gaming not only have won a Dragon fight, they've been able to stop the stacking from JDG, but they have taken the gold lead, and the game is theirs to control now. When we talk about the draft kind of favoring Weibo Gaming, it's because when we get to these late game situations, you have two dueling hyper carries, and you do have facilitators on both sides, but one side has a Poppy to stop the Zeri from escaping, and stop the Nefiri from moving out, and stop the Galio and the Mbessa from really doing a lot of these things. That's where it comes down to this idea that Weibo does scale better, is the fact that their comp just enables their scaling more than JDG's enables their scaling, and that leads perfectly into the pentakill here.
Also, just as a side note, Tien is at 20% HP before most of these fights start, and he's still able to do what he's doing, right? He wasn't giving himself any real favors before the fight started. He was taking a lot of poke damage, but partly that was because he was pushing up to get that little bit of extra space for his team, find that potential angle, and yeah, he gets chunked out, but it doesn't matter in the end, and he sets up this just gorgeous payoff for what was a very nice team win.
And a resounding win needed. You heard all kind of talk about it earlier on after the Game 2 loss, where it was like, guys, Game 2 losses can hurt and everyone can bounce back, but losing a game like that, the series might be done. To draft and execute this level, and also, like K-Man talked about a little bit earlier, dial the clock back a bit to get Light to play up to a level that we need to, knowing that Xiaohu's playing a bit more, facilitating. Tien's losing some of his great carry junglers. Breeze doesn't have a lot of that in the bag. It just speaks volumes. But speaking on champion pools, before we get back towards the casters really quickly, guys, I want to hear, with Game 4 Fearless, who or which role you feel like is most pinched as this series goes on. K-Man, I'll set you up first.
I think for me, I've got to start looking at the support position. I think Fearless in particular really favors the supports with bigger champion pools, and quite frankly, that is neither of these two. And so I'm excited to see the direction that they go in, because I think if we continue to see these kinds of showings from Zhuo, that could be a problem. And, Crisp, certainly not the most consistent either. If one of them makes a big mistake, that could be a problem.
It's not necessarily had the most champions just taken off of it, but in terms of the most effective, I think top lane's really interesting, where you've taken off of the board the majority of champions that I look at and go, right, this is your nice, safe, easy picks that I think are just going to work in almost every single composition. There's a couple things left, right? You can fit an Ornn into any composition ever, of course, but in terms of what's actually left, you're now having to look at these interesting, different champions that change the way you want to play the game.
Apt timing there, Block. So you had it nailed down. They show off those top lane champion pools where we are getting to the nitty gritty, nonetheless. And there's definitely a lot of animosity between these two teams, but I'm going to end the animosity here between our analyst and caster desk. Listen, I'm not here to beef. I'm here to extend an olive branch to our dear casters. It's let's keep things positive. Positive potato. We'll carry that one in, hopefully for Weibo, to see if we can push ourselves the distance. But I extend the positive vibes back as we go back to our caster desk for Game 4. Grapes and Ulk, take it away.
You know what, Slayer? I spent about 10 minutes crafting a line to try to flame you even more, but then that potato was too cute, so I guess we gotta hold it for Game 5 or something like that instead. Game number 4 about to begin here between JDG and Weibo Ulk, and Weibo on red side. Now that JDG have rotated back over, gonna be a bit of a tougher task for them than their first win.
And JDG is now on the blue side. I think it was really important for them to be able to find wins on red here in this series, because every single match point from here on out basically means they get to play on blue side, even if they lose this next game as well. So Rumble's going to stay a permanent ban. Kiana's going to stay a permanent ban. We're now seeing JDG really focus on that support pool, which we heard from the desk point out as a problem here due to Fearless. We were talking about it during the grand finals between Hong and On. Can't imagine it's going to be any much different here. Zin's out as well. I do think that Vi is going to start to creep up in priority, just in terms of ease of execution, and especially as we get further in the games.
And I love the Fearless graphic that we got to see that is presented by the main LPL broadcast before we get into the draft, because now that we're in Game 4, things are going to get a little bit more wonkier and weirder as we go throughout. I feel like our mid laners specifically both have deep bags of champions that they can whip out. Things like the Morgana and the Lissandra for Xiaohu
don't remind
immediately
me.
come to the top of my mind as things that they have the potential to play now with some of these high meta picks already off the board.
I hope we're not seeing Morgana first pick, guys. That just means we're in a really troubled state. They got rid of the Ziggs, which means Pantheon is going over. What is going to be the answer? It's not like Pantheon has been bulletproof, but I am expecting for Weibo to want to break up this pairing and grab the Taliyah away from Scout. And then what are we going to pair it with? I mean, we don't have to immediately pick a jungle here, honestly. I think Rel starts to become literally probably an answer alongside the Taliyah.
I always, remember Cubby talking about the pairing of the Pantaliyah specifically when it was super popular at the start of the year, and saying that splitting it up is actually not bad if you're the Taliyah pairing, because it is very hard to play Pantheon into that pick specifically, especially now with the Rel added in for Chris. This is one of his most played, most popular, most loved champions over the past couple of years as well. And would really expect Xiaohu to lock this one in. I mean, it is another pick that he has played a ton of in 2025.
Could be Taliyah, but we were talking about the Vi priority beforehand. Right now they're going to hover it. I think Vi Rel is very, very simple. I think it is incredibly tough. You've already gotten rid of some of the combos. Alistar is gone thanks to Fearless. You banned Renata from the side of JDG. So what is going to be the response for this bottom lane? Because I'm kind of looking at what's left right now. You could play like a Jhin Rel and end up setting up for the top side, which I think is more of what I would want to see from Weibo. We've been talking about Tian and Xiaohu starting to slowly get back into form, especially in these games. Seems like JDG as a response, they want to try to play early aggressive. They have won almost every single one of these early games with zero resistance. I think taking something like a Lucian, grabbing yourself with something like the Pantheon can fix some of those side lanes and give you the ability to play early.
Yeah, I love this here for Pays. You've won the early game 3
Oh
times
my God.
in a row. The Zeri was not able to punish despite getting 9 kills. The Smolder of Light, who ended up getting a penta and winning the game. So getting this Lucian alongside the Taric, which is another support pick I love specifically into the Vi and the Rel, the hard engaged composition. It's going to make things really hard for Weibo, at least what they're showing right now.
I think also what this means is that you're giving a lot of agency to Lucian, right? Because now the dash is going to be tied to your Lucian, for the most part, especially in lane. So this should mean we're going to be seeing a lot of 2v2 action. I really hate the Misfortune. It's a champion that's not going to have any dashes or a ton of mobility. So Light's micro is going to have to be on point if they don't want to lose summoner spells or their life early on. Early wombo combo here from Weibo with what they're showing.
Yeah, it's a pure play on Light's side to just sack the laning phase and play towards the team fights, it seems, because knowing that it's going to be really hard to match into the Lucian, given especially your results over the past 3 laning phases, opting for something that can be useful later on, just back up, press that R button, and hope for the best as we head into the second ban phase of this game at number 4. Mid lane going to be the target, as again, those pools have already been pinched. We're going to see it get pinched even more with Sylas and Ahri takeaways.
I like the Sylas. It will start to hint at, I think the next mid laner in line right now is Victor. I don't think you want to play Victor on the side of JDG versus what we're seeing. A Vi, a Rel, a Misfortune. Like, this is really miserable to play a lot of the times. So if Weibo want, they can try to pick that up, take that for Xiaohu, and then basically ask Scout, what is your last pick going to be? Is it going to be the Akali, which I think actually has a little bit of room to breathe here in this game? Is it going to be a Swain like we saw? I think a Swain also becomes very interesting here.
Especially if an Akali gets locked in, I feel like that's an easy answer here for Scout. There's so much going forward on Weibo's side. It can get countered already by the Taric, but if you lock in that Swain, it fully sets the identities for both of these team compositions. Could be a flex up to the top lane for the Akali, but not expecting that here. Most likely going towards Xiaohu, however. Something to keep in mind as we continue throughout the draft of this 4th game. Scout hovering this Twisted Fate, gonna lock it in, and all of a sudden JDG's damage profile comes into question.
Ooh, I like Jax. Jax is one way you can answer in a side lane, because my worry for this is I mean, Xiao could just go electrocute in this mid lane matchup and just try to body TF early once he hits level 2 and level 3. I think the Jax into a mobile carries in the backline into a Vi, perfectly reasonable. Your entire engage now is basically either going to be a dash stun from the Taric or a gold card here. We're getting a gangplank from Bree, the champion he's been known for in the past, but definitely trying to leverage the fact that we're trying to go a little bit later in this game. I don't think you want to try to play side lanes versus JDG, though. They've got a Pantheon and a TF.
Yeah, it's fully about picks specifically here for Tien. He's going to be so important to trying to find angles, whether it's in the mid lane while the 1-3-1's already been set up onto somebody like Pays, or maybe in the side lane you try to overload onto Xiaosu or Scout. Way above a lot of comfort, I think, is fair to say. Tien on his Vi, Breathe on the GP, Crisp on the Rel. The question is that going to be enough? Because JD Gaming's composition, very explosive and can operate in a number of different ways throughout the early to late stages.
And they have so much, like, conditional invulnerability. The Taric ultimate, the Pantheon E, there are a lot of ways that it's difficult for Weibo to actually get that first kill and find that first bite. And I don't think that they have the best amount of slows. I will not lie, though. Gangplank ultimate, Magnet Storm, Cease and Desist. Someone should die in that combo. If everything goes how it's supposed to, you're going to have an Akali as well. Weibo need to come at fights from different angles. They need to catch their opponents off guard, because if you are on vision, you are going to be walking into a stun. And that is very, very difficult to play.
The first Gangplank for Breathe, a champion we associate with him very heavily, since Worlds of 2022 with Royal Never Give Up against Gen G. Pretty incredible stuff here as they're going full comfort in Game 4. They got their backs against the wall. Let's get into it. Game number 4 here in the regional finals.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他。
Here the Gyos getting a little louder game after game.
Yes! Very happy, especially for some of the last best of series we're going to see in 2025, at least for the LPL official unofficial broadcast. But this is an important game. We talked about every game from here on out is essentially a best of one. We're seeing more aggressive strategies, another invade from the side of JDG. And for now, it's just going to be trying to get vision, which was very important in one of those wins about trying to track Tien when he was playing the Zed in game number 2.
And already see Pays and Zhuo really want to make sure that this bot lane belongs to them again. That is why they locked in this Lucian. You have Xun pathing on his Wolves, maybe a reverse clear of some sort. He's actually going for an invade onto the camps of Tien on that bottom side. That means that they just really want to make sure this bot lane is controlled here by JDG, as we see some early trading already being done. Heals being burned by both supports. And it's going to be a bloodbath in the bottom lane.
Pretty good trade coming on through for Weibo. They win that one. It's all about the extension, though. How much more can they grab? Lightslinger passive. Chris takes a hell of a lot of damage there, and all of his pots are gone. Zhuo still has Biscuit plus pot. Feeling very, very good about their spot, and they now notice Tien is here, or they know that Xun is here on the bottom side.
They try to pressure him out. However, the wave is crashing, and that means there would be a lot of XP that Weibo's bot lane will miss if they try to prevent this Gromp from going over. So instead, they're sitting back and hoping they can survive the inevitable dive that could come through. It looks like the wave took long enough to make it a little bit longer.
Ooh.
And that means that Tien has actually now an opportunity to try to make something happen as the wave crashes in. A very important dive as Light has already dinged level 2. They go for the stun, but it's going to be the misfortune to flash over it. In goes Xun. It's going to be first blood, and nobody on JDG will fall as the turret hacker was juggled beautifully. They bought enough time though for Tien to arrive, but Pays flashes at just the perfect moment, and Zhuo will use his as well. JDG are all alive in the bottom lane.
That's a huge wave being missed by Light. They need to get escorted all the way out here because a single Vault Breaker plus those denting blows could turn into a triple kill here for Tien. No flash. He's going to get this entire bottom side jungle. Not too bad. You know, we're talking about vertical jungling. Xun already flipping for a level 3 dive. And while Light misses out on a portion of that, is going to be double red buffs here for Tien. He's going to get double Raptors, so a lot of experience going over to this Vi, while in recompense, it is going to be about a quarter of a level early on being given over to JDG.
I mean, it's the difference in terms of just the execution. You think about those dives that Weibo went for onto Xiaoshu on the Ambessa that last game. End up being traded. Obviously, Weibo win that game, but JDG in a similar situation with an advantageous bottom side. Punish Light beautifully. They let him miss that huge wave. It's going to be Pays and Dro coming back nicely, bouncing this wave right back into Weibo's territory. And they're feeling good here in the early game of Game 4.
All right, Shin's going to flip his pathing a little bit here. He's going to go for topside scuttle. He's going to do his topside camps. Look to maybe make a play towards bot yet again. Going to see what we get. This is the matchup that we were talking about. There it is.
Nice dash forward. And now Light already chunked low again. This Misfortune doesn't have any summoner spells. A nice dash is canceled by Crisp Stun. And a Q from the Rel is enough to save Light's life.
They're going to miss out on this wave. Another wave being missed out. Does Light and opt to stay? No, they're going to take their recall. Hope that the strut passive is enough. He recalls and he gets a refillable and a call. That is not what you want to see from this Misfortune this early on. And I will note, the mid laners are getting close to level 6 here. So, and pretty decent chunk there from Xiaohu, but imagine that Scout in about a wave and a half is going to be getting access to that ultimate, and Light still has no summoner spells.
And he's, yeah, that means that Scout's going to ult top lane, right? Totally? Definitely.
Yeah.
I feel like a very easy angle of attack for JDG, which is to continue to make Light's life a living hell. Probably punish him for what he did to JDG in that last game. Some top lane skirmishing, not going to matter too much. The big thing to note is that Breed will be able to scale very well on this GP, especially in these team fights if you can get those barrel combos off. But we're not going to get to that stage for quite a bit.
Look at this mini wave pushing into JDG. Now Pays is here, but sorry, Tien is here, so is Shun. Decent damage. I think this is fine. You can literally just play this slow. The wave's pushing away anyway. They're not going to get access to any of this CS. And Tien basically just has to wait and babysit this lane because it is kind of in a pretty tough spot. And maybe, just maybe, they can try to sneak into the bush.
Wave is still somehow pushing against Weibo. This is a really tough situation for them. I mean, every early game's been rough. This is one that could potentially top the rest. Sure, Light has an extra level, at least at this point, over Pays, but that's going to get evened out very quickly here with one more going down. Tien getting an opportunity to enter this brush. And it's been a little bit too long for that wave to be there to make sure.
Oh my god.
Now Pays got to be careful here.
Even if Xiaohu gets here, I mean, Scout has ultimate, right? Like, he can very easily make his way over. Has Ignite as well.
Oh, and it's Tien going back to base at just the right time, and in comes Scout with the gold card. The Ignite is ticking down the MF, and it'll take Light down. Weibo tried so hard to prevent that from happening, but as soon as Light and Crisp are vulnerable once again, JDG strike for the second kill of the game.
That is incredible timing here for JDG's bottom lane. And with Light using the cleanse, he can't get rid of the Ignite. So he ends up going down. That's a kill to Scout. Not much stolen from Tien's camps, but that is like literally worst case scenario. He can't waste more time in that brush because he has to go and hit his jungle camps. He has to be level 6 for the Herald or the grubs that are spawning in 30 seconds. Still a lot that I think Weibo can still do in this game. It is an early advantage, but it means the bottom lane duos are going to be able to move first here for Weibo, giving them early priority to start putting down Vision in the river.
So far, things not working out well for Weibo as they have fallen down to one of their biggest deficits at the 8-minute mark in this series. At over 2,000 at this point. It's pretty well distributed across the board as well. And obviously Weibo's team fighting later on can be impactful, but not if Pays is this strong, not if Scout is having the impact that he's been having so far. It's going to be a tough game for Weibo to try to overcome. They're going to be able to get at least one of these grubs, but that's all that Tien's going to be able to pick up.
TF moves into Fog of War immediately. He's going to take control of mid. easy. I mean, it's not like he's doing anything else. He has no ultimate. 2 grubs for JDG is a very, very good win. Both teams would like to be on the side lane, but I think for JDG, the fact that you have, or for Weibo's sake, the fact that you don't have 2 grubs, maybe something that you could have used to try to leverage in a side lane, because Jax can be potent, but he can only match 1 player at a time. He can't be in both lanes at the same time. So for Scout's sake, he's very happy that he's going to have these 2 grubs, and more so taking away that power from their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, added benefit that you have, 2 very solid split pushing carries, as we're already seeing that 1-3-3-1 opened up with Pays and Joel rotating mid. Always a good thing to do if you're the Lucian lane and you have that ultimate at the ready, especially if you have Prio. Just sit mid. It just gives your team so much pressure across both sides of the map, and JDG are using that to pick up this first dragon.
I mean, it's free. We'll see. Looks like Tian does want to try to get the smite steal, but you're playing into a Taric. As Vi, if you don't dash out or you don't dash away, you will just get hit with a dazzle. Looks like Joe does want to get a little bit frisky.
Stun doesn't connect on Joel though, as Pays dashes forward and flashes straight
Pays!
into light to land the stun. In goes the ultimate, as it'll keep JDG alive for now, but now Pays is way too far forward and will get taken down by Tian with the cease and desist. Joel the next target, as Zhao Shu is looking to hunt him down. The Akali will pick up another kill, and Weibo even up the score at 2.
There is a great punish. The flash from Light gets him over the wall. Pace can't hit him, and at that point, he is already dead. Great investment there from Weibo to get themselves back into this game. And how much can they grab on the bottom side? Because there's a huge wave stacking here for Light and Chris. Can they get enough damage to maybe get a plate? Maybe even get 2 if they're feeling extra silly. They're going to back off instead, respect the tempo of their opponents coming back out of base. We can take a look at this replay one more time. Droth, he can step up. He's allowed to do this. Shun tries to find engage. A great buffer here from Crisp. But Pays, man, this flash, very, very expensive. Especially those clicks forward. Just good timing here from Weibo. There's no ultimate. There's no Cosmic Radiance. Breathe had moved down from the top side, so you got a kill here for Xiaohu. And also got your Misfortune a little bit more involved in the game.
JDG being a little bit too disconnected on that last play. It was a flashy move from Pays, but Light had a flash of his own. Able to get over the wall. He ate the full issuance of the culling. Would have most likely meant that the Weibo bot laner would have died for the 3rd time this game, but instead, Pays ends up getting sacrificed and getting a little bit of gold back here into Weibo's hands. A kill onto Light, a kill onto Xiaohu. Both definitely going to be very impactful, just in terms of stabilizing things a little bit.
Very important, and also Tian's just had like a decent series. Those first 2 games were a little tough, but I feel like, as we've said time and time again for junglers, a lot of the time you are a victim to your circumstances. Tian has been, like he tried to pull out the Zen in game number 2. Didn't end up working, but on this Vi, you have to basically just play janitor duty. You have to play for your lanes a little bit more. You're not as self-sufficient. You have a lot of agency because of your Vault Breaker and the cease and desist. You basically get to dictate a lot of fights. Pretty decent power spike, I think, coming on through for Weibo. You're going to have completed Sundered Sky. You have Trinity Force as well here for Breathe. This is around the time I would feel like Weibo, despite some of the deficits, should feel decent about their spot in the game and at least be willing to tussle with their opponents. We're going to have an objective spawn in 2 minutes, so...
It's important to remember as well, sure, Breathe has the Silver Serpents in the top lane on the Gangplank, but Scout just gets so much gold, especially onto Xiaohu in the early stages of this game. Speaking of, going to be targeted here, as in goes both global ultimates to try to take the Akali down as I say it. Scout's been able to leverage his lead very nicely throughout the series, and he finds another one here onto his opposing mid laner.
Is that just the turret? I mean, you have Taric with these empowered auto attacks from his passive. That was a stun from Zhuo into Gold Card into the Pantheon. 0 counterplay from Xiaohu there, aside from just giving up the turret preemptively. What are Weibo able to get on the other side of the map? Because Tian goes in the topside jungle, maybe gets a camp, but isn't able to find all that much. It is buying Light time. So they got gold, split it amongst 4 members. Light able to at least hit on this wave, get himself a turret plate. It sucks for Xiaohu and opens up the map, but it depends on if JDG are actually able and willing to punish having a much longer lane on the bottom side now.
Zhao's going to be very careful as continuing to fall behind Light, or behind Scout. But again, the Twisted Fate getting that extra gold. So sure, 2.5 is a lot, but you have to remember the extra income being accounted for in there as well. As well as the fact that, you know, this Lucian into MF lane was supposed to be one that very much went towards Pays and Zhuo. The fact that Light's only, you know, 700 gold behind after he collects his wave, not the worst thing in the world considering how that early game went.
And he's going to have Cole completed, so he's going to get at least 350 back. So it's not bad, honestly. Breeze also farming up a Storm here, doing fine into this Jax matchup. It's going to get a little bit easier as time goes on, but Jax can be a huge menace once he finishes boots. And if we go extra late, like 3 and 4 items, do expect that JDG side lanes are going to be feeling a little bit more good about themselves. Scout also opting for the Rod of Ages build, so he's going to have a lot more HP than maybe his opponents are expecting.
Yeah, always a little bit of a sneaky frontliner. The problem is the damage that JDG are going to be able to do later on in this game. Once the Lucian perhaps is not as strong of a point, and the Scout have a gold card bot, depending on how the build goes, it's going to be a lot focused towards the top side of the map. Xiaoshu and Shun going to have to do a little bit of heavy lifting for this JDG team in a potential series clinching moment. As the other dragon spawned again, bot lane has been the focus here for a large portion of this early game, and we're seeing still some more attention towards them.
It's a lot of vision already secured here for JDG. Zhuo, we can't be doing... Okay, you have to be so careful. They don't know that Pantheon isn't in the area. Neither is Twisted Fate. But Pays is pushing out this mid-wave. Light is going to have to be late to this fight. And at the very least, JDG, if Weibo decide to opt for an engage, they're going to lose their mid-tier one. And because of this now, it should be JDG at least being able to have position over this objective. Remember, Breathe has ultimate.
And a TP if he wants to join, but right now getting a ton of value on that top side tier 1. The Dragon getting very slowly as JDG are more baiting for a fight than actually trying to take this objective down. Tian has been masterful at stealing these away all series. We'll see if he gets a chance to do it again. In goes Xiaohu with a perfect execution. They immediately lock down Shun and take him down, but the Cosmic Radiance can't even prevent any sort of invulnerability. Sees an assist onto Pays. He gets taken down by the double up of Light, and Weibo make magic happen in the Dragon Pit. They go 3 for nothing.
I'm looking at our engage points. Scout is playing on the top side of the river. Zhuo is playing a little bit away from the Dragon. Yet another fight where I think Zhuo has a severe misunderstanding of what his job in this game and what he needs to do to accomplish a victory for his team. Dragon still goes over to JDG, but god damn it, man. Like, it's this entire series now. I ascribed it to Weibo last game. I'm going to give it to both of these teams. 1 step forward, now it's 2 steps back. As JDG, we look back at this play. Look at the members that I called out. Scout is 1v2 pressuring both Rel and Misfortune. Why is Zhuo not stepping up here and trying to stun Tian and Xiaohu? These players should never be allowed to hit into this pit. It's double summoner spells out from Pays. He uses the barrier and the flash, so now that's not going to be available. Scout loses his flash. These next 5 minutes are incredibly difficult for this JDG team comp to play, and if Cosmic Radiance isn't up and being used in a reasonable amount of fashion, Weibo can actually really, really strike deep here in this game.
Yeah, take a look at the gold. It was 3K in JDG's favor, and now it is even. And you can give credit to Breathe farming up a Storm there, but those 3 kills having such a high impact in just getting resources back over to Weibo's side. Now all of a sudden Light is ahead of Pays in gold, working towards that, I would assume, a Collector or an Edge of Night, just to keep himself a little bit healthier and safer. And Xiaohu now on the Akali, online as well. And if Zhuo is unable to press that Cosmic Radiance at the right time, this Akali is going to be a massive problem.
This is the problem in the side lanes. Jax can only beat one of them. Jax can beat the Gangplank inside later. Jax can beat Akali, but usually they're not going to be on the same side of the map here. So Twisted Fate's going to be pretty targeted, at least, because he doesn't know where Vi is, and he doesn't have a lot of vision. There's a Herald that is on the top side of the map. He knows that he's the play. I like this respect from Scout, who has not only the ultimate, as well as the TP to be able to match. You see that Tian is going to probably just show on this wave, and that'll be the trade of objectives for the turret.
And Weibo making magic happen again here towards the bottom lane, and Scout just can't do anything about the damage and the crowd control issued by the mid-jungle duo of Weibo Gaming. That's another kill into their pocket. It'll come at the cost of the Rift Herald. But Weibo just going to get even more damage onto this bot lane tier 1 instead.
Look at the gold, though. Akali's going to get this entire turret for herself, and that'll be almost everybody from the side of Weibo having a gold lead over their opponents. They're going to see if they can make a dive onto Breathe, but he has the cannon barrage. They can very easily clear these minion waves.
Yeah, here comes Shun, immediately coming in with that Grand Starfall, but Breathe eats an orange and is going to keep himself alive for a little longer. The tower finally falls. Paige, his face taken to
What are we doing?
And he's just going to be taken down instantly. 80 carry for JDG out of the fight. And now they have all collapsed upon Shun. Pantheon down. Double kill for Tien. And his domination on the top side of the Rift for Weibo.
And now they just used the Rift Herald. They got nothing for it. Oh my god, are we going to see the same thing? I feel like the writing is already on the walls here, Grapes. Are JDG about to have 2 best of 5s? The bookend and the beginning. Chapter 1 and the final chapter for JDG be reverse sweeps here in the postseason. Joe's way too, oh, Pays. This is the last time that we need to be seeing mechanical misplays from you. Great job from Breathe. He clears out the minion wave. Pays has to walk in front of Tien. Just dies for free. And then, don't even get me started on this Herald. Weibo gets so much off of this play, not just including those kills.
Pretty hard to come up with the words of what has happened here. We were praising JDG as being fully back in those first 2 games. And I hate to give our host Slayer any credit, but who knows? After those first 2 games, it seems like a lot of repeating history from that BLG upper quarterfinal, as they do not seem like they are back in a good position right now. They're down 1,500 gold. The dragon spawns in 5 seconds, and Weibo have a Fnatic Brush set up. They're going to immediately find Zhuo, who forces a flash away. But the Destiny going to reveal all members of Weibo and perhaps give an opportunity to come back into the fight.
All right, he's going to have to just join back in. Breathe and Jax on this side. Jax, I think, one of the first fights we're going to see Xiaoshu really join up with the team. Gold card being queued up here by Scout. Who does it land on?
Cannon Barrage pushes JDG away. They're going to have to just give this up unless Shun can find a steal. He has no flash. He's going to have to run in there right now as the Dragon is at 3,000 HP. In goes Xiaoshu, has the counter-strike, but a 3-man Magnus Storm comes forward from Chris. The Dragon is secured on the side of JD Gaming, but it's going to be Pays locked up once again by the season assist. He flashes away though, and he'll be able to survive until Xiaohu with a perfect execution gives a double kill. Back over to Breathe on his signature pick in the GP. He's already done 3k damage in this fight. Can he find any more? There's no more Taric ulti. They're going to flash on to Paige. They're going to take down the superstar of JD Gaming, and only Scout remains. Xiaohu gets the final kill, and it's 5 kills over to Weibo.
They don't even get the Dragon. That is the only thing that is going in favor of JDG. Do they even win the game if they get a Mountain Soul? I don't think so at this point. They are making misplay after misplay, and Weibo are fighting back here tonight. Not 45 minutes ago, we were thinking this was going to be a 3-0. Now, Weibo stand on the precipice of sending us to a Game 5. Crisp landing an incredible Rel engage onto 3 members to set up a Misfortune ultimate, and while it doesn't land all of the damage thanks to the Cosmic Radiance, all of this between the top side of this Weibo team is exactly what we asked for coming into tonight. Breathe, Xiaohu, and Tien are standing tall for Weibo to make these plays happen and to get them into game number 5.
The smallest execution pieces now going Weibo's way. A stark difference from what we saw. And you can see the fans in Shenzhen, some in complete jubilation, others in disbelief, as JDG are seeing it happen to them again. They remember last year in the regional finals where Weibo took them to 5, ended up taking them down, eliminating their hopes at going to the World Championships. They thought they have conquered those demons, but the Gauntlet Gods are still alive for now as the Otacon's been started up. It's at 5,000 HP. Shun found a steal around the dragon. Can he find it here at the Otacon? He jumps forward.
Oh!
He takes it away again. And the Otacon belongs to JD Gaming. Xiaohu going forward. He has the shroud to keep himself alive. Xiaohu buying a lot of time, and the perfect execution of Xiaohu will take down the Jax. It is another 3 kills into the hands of Weibo, and they're still looking for their bottom lane counterparts. Pays still alive. He eats a full barrel though, from the side of Breathe. It's Chris going down, but it'll come at the cost of his ADC, as it's another 4 kills in for Weibo.
And Xiaohu gets to push on this mid wave. The Otacon, yes, these smites are going over to Shun, but look at the cost. Gonna be a 5,000 gold lead, and this Gangplank is becoming an issue. This Akali is completely untouched in these fights. JDG have yet to find an answer. That is part of the Taric engage. You are predicating on utilizing this Lucian, but they're not able to do. This is wild.
There was an attempt there.
Got the flash.
I guess you can give him credit, as that is a big cooldown about a minute before Baron spawns. Hey, credit to Shun for stealing this away, but Weibo just have more sauce at this point. I don't know.
Look at I mean, part of this is that Pace can't hit. A great shroud coming through for Xiaohu. They're chasing picture in picture.
Already the Cosmic Radiance to come out of Scout is just completely out of position. He gets taken down by Tien, but it's a trade 1-for-1 as Shun will get one right back. Pays comes forward with the culling. They take down Chris. This is now JDG's opportunity. They find a stun.
No way.
Onto Tien and force the to flash away. Zhao Chu dashes forward, but won't be able to find the kill.
What else can they grab right now? Baron spawns in 3. They've got a minion wave here in mid. It doesn't seem like JDG want to contest. They're going to recall because we've got the Mountain Soul spawning in a minute. What exactly happened? This is blind. There are no wards here. And Shun just throws the Grand Starfall, finds the Akali. Thankfully for Weibo, the Akali will be able to walk back in. They try to find Scout at Cosmic Radiance by so much time. As I'm looking at the minimap right now, Xiaoxu and Pays nowhere near this fight. I think we can maybe even thank Scout for having so much HP. It took Weibo too long to be able to finally squeeze out.
Come back to live. It is Weibo still ahead. However, with that Otacon going over, still winning conditions available for JDG. Shun has crucially both granted them that major objective as well as the soul point. Mountain Soul would make things very much more of a challenge for Weibo, given there are a lot of bursts in their kits, specifically, on the likes of Xiaohu and Breathe. They can get a little bit extra resistances, especially with how strong the front line is. JDG could have an opportunity to come back here in this game. But instead of going for the soul spawning now, they're going for the Baron and forcing Weibo to make a response.
There it is. Scryer's Bloom is going to catch them out. A lot of damage coming on through versus JDG. Xiaoxu is in a flank position. Breathe is going to find him now. He's going to leap strike out, get himself to safety. Look at the advantages that JDG have. They have the Otacon. They have 2 grubs. They have feats of strength awarded to them. 3 dragons. And there's still a dragon that is alive now. TF is sitting in mid. Are we going to see Weibo look to pick off Scout?
Tien is looking to try to get Scout, but instead could have actually been a bad mistake, as Scout's going to Destiny back into the Baron pit. It's going to allow the objective to be secured by JD Gaming. And that is a big chunk of gold, a big cooldown.
Oh my god!
The Magnet Storm! Chris finds 3! It's a 1-for-1 though, but Pays is taken out once again. Lights untouched in this team fight. He's trapped in the pit, but he has a triple kill. He flashes over, but it'll eventually go down to Shun. And the Pantheon of JDG allowed them to reach new heights in the fight. Scout gets a double, and it's an ace for JD Gaming.
That's Mountain Soul, and that could be the fight. Now that JDG can mount themselves back into this game. So much to go over in that. If Light had not only flashed over the wall, but didn't walk into the Twisted Fate Q, he could have lived. That could have been them having enough time, enough healing with his Bloodthirster to contest and stop JDG from getting Mountain Soul. But Baron at their backs, the fight win alongside this objective. Maybe, just maybe, this could be what JDG need to keep themselves in this game number 4 and close it out and take a game versus IG tomorrow. Not able to get into the pit. This is a beautiful Rel Magnet Storm from Crisp. yet again, setting up so much of Light's damage. You're sitting there with a cannon barrage as well. This is as perfect as it's going to get for a team fight here for Weibo. But they cannot kill Shun. He still has Guardian Angel during all of this. And all of that damage used to kill Pays. And we're just seeing Shun and Scout. 10-10 is living a dream. A true dramatic game for Scout and Shun having to play back-to-back and find a win here today.
What a game. These past three have certainly delivered, even though the first one was a bit of a question mark at that for JDG. Baron buff, Mountain Soul, and all of a sudden the script is flipped once again as JDG start their assault on the bottom lane tier 2. They stun up Xiaoshu, but it still should be the structure going down as Weibo are going to retreat back to their tier 3. The gold cards were massive for Scout in that last team fight as well. We did not give it enough credit, but you can see it now with the rapid fire cannon in hand. He's able to issue out stuns from such a long range, making it very difficult for Weibo to push forward.
I think the only position that I could see Weibo maybe finding something is these 3 wards sitting behind JDG. There is a TP available here for Xiaohu. We're getting some skirmishing as Baron waves start to crash, start to break down the base of Weibo. These could be the last final moments of a Weibo team that has not missed being able to make Worlds through the regional gauntlet.
I mean, this was such a Weibo favored game. We were preparing to call out for Silver Scrapes, but JDG won none of it. They found a beautiful fight, a beautiful start around that Baron, and things have been up for them ever since. They get 2 inhibitors in the mid and the bottom lane and can now retreat back to pick up a bunch of items as their reward in terms of gold.
If we give an MVP and if we see JDG win today, I need to see a Shun MVP. He would have gotten all 3 MVPs for their game wins, and he deserves it in this game. Gets the smite onto Otacon at the very critical moment, sets up that play that kills Xiaohu in the bottom side, gets them a position for the Baron, and then makes the play happen inside the pit himself. So much laying on this young man's shoulders. The weight of being replaced in summer of last year, going to Worlds and eventually being able to help take his team all the way to the finals. Having a dysfunctional JDG where he has to be the leader, the captain, in-game for a bunch of misfits. And now, 1 game away from having another chance. One last best of 5 tomorrow against Invictus Gaming for a chance at Worlds.
And Shun, seeing his former teammates on BLG lift that Silver Dragon trophy again.
Bin's waiting.
It must have put some sort of motivation into him. He even needed any more, as he is playing at an entirely new level to try to send JDG to a series against Invictus Gaming. But as we said, he gets caught up on the cease and desist. Going to be kept alive by the Cosmic Radiance, and already the Guardian Angel has been popped. A Magnus Storm is massive onto 4 members of JDG, but Xiaoshu in the back line will eliminate Light in a 1v2. Xiaohu is going to fall as the little tiger of Weibo will drop with a whimper. Weibo Gaming were the gods of the gauntlet for the past 2 seasons, but it's JDG who conquer the Titans today. They win the series 3-1 and will face off in a do-or-die match with Invictus Gaming tomorrow.
All right, it's time to see which BLG jungler deserves to be at Worlds. Is it gonna be Wei or is it gonna be Shun? A date with Destiny tomorrow. The most invigorating team of the year in Invictus versus one of the most surprising teams of the year in JDG. Expectations going against them. They were not meant to win here tonight. They were not meant to even make it very far in any of the brackets. Scout has been a liability all year, but in their last hour, in potentially what could have sent them to Game 5, it's that man in the jungle. Shun deserves an MVP for this game. He's gotten every one of them here in this series when JDG have won.
Get all 5 of those members back at Worlds. It's not a job done just yet, but Shun wants to join his former teammates and make sure that he gets a chance to prove that he belongs at the league's best. And for Xiaoshu and Zhuo, 1 step closer to their first international appearance, to go alongside some of the legends that we have here in League of Legends esports as a whole, like Scout, like Pays, and now Shun, trying to etch his name into those history books as well. As for Weibo, pretty surprising if you go into the start of the season and you see that 4 out of the 5 of that same roster that made it to World Semifinals just a year ago is going to be going home as the 6th seed from the LPL. Pretty unexpected. Of course, even adding Tien back to that organization from TS, and it just never came together for this team. And we thought that maybe this was the last chance at redemption in the regional finals, but they did not have it today.
I feel bad for those 5. I mean, we started off the series with 2 games where Light and Chris just looked like they did not want. They were very actively making it known they did not want to play together. There was also a clip that was posted earlier on social media about, it was an onstage interview with Light about him making his 600 game, and he said, well, with that milestone, I don't think I'm seeing 700, which is potentially really tough. We'll see what the offseason looks like for this team. Xiaohu, a tough year. I mean, going 7th, 8th in Split 1, 5th, 6th in Split 2, the same result here in Split 3. This team never really got off the ground. The bottom lane wasn't working. It felt like for a large portion of the early season, Tien and Xiaohu just did not work well together. So we got a lot of really, really big names. JDG, though, one more best of 5, one last dance before we potentially have our 4th seed going to play against T1.
Yeah, I mean, remember that we don't call it necessarily a gauntlet because of the fact that it's like an upper and a lower bracket to start things off. But for these 2 teams specifically, it is a gauntlet to get to Worlds. You have to win 3 best of 5 series in succession. JDG completed step 1 here. They now have IG and then T1 still in their way to make it all the way to the Swiss stage. And we'll be very excited to see if they can continue that path tomorrow against, of course, one of the greatest teams that we've had here in the year in IG. That's going to do it for us here on the caster desk. Let's send things back over to the analysts and Slayer to break that one down.
Thank you kindly, dear casters, Grapes and all. Fantastic broadcast as always. I wish I could say that about the gameplay we got today, but listen, you know what? It is still what you heard Grape say at the end, guys. It is JDG, despite everything you said about them, all the shortcomings they've had, with some of these split finishes, their playoff showings. Okay, man, they are one best of 5 away from an international debut once again in the end of the calendar year.
They were really counted out. Not as much in this series, but just generally. I think in terms of what their perception was kind of going into the regional qualifiers, going into the playoffs. Let's not forget, this team finished 3rd and made the upper bracket finals in the winter split in split number 1. They were the 3 seed coming out of the regular season in split number 2. For as much turnover and for as many problems as this team has had, I would say that you can definitely look at this as a world caliber roster. Now, is that top to bottom always going to be the case? You're only as strong as some of your weakest links. There were some problems in this series, but even with a lot of things thrown at them from Weibo, they had enough wherewithal in them to be able to, keep their cool and be able to get themselves across the finish line. If they can rely on some of their best players like they did today, I think things are at the very least going to be more interesting than we thought against IG.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this game, there's a lot to unpack here, as it has been for a lot of this series. It's funny to see 2 straight games where, dive-centric behavior kind of kicked off the early game, but Blockster, something we haven't gotten to say a lot in this series or this year about JDG, but some of the reason why Weibo was able to get ahead was Pace with some head-scratching plays.
Yeah, I mean, multiple plays where he just... Why is he there? What is he doing? There are a couple where we were kind of being like, okay, his team's kind of left him out to dry, right? Jun, Zhao, they've kind of left him behind, and that's the problem. That's why we're seeing Pays getting out of position. And then other ones we were like, nope, why is he there? It was a top lane one specifically where he just kind of sprints into his opponents and gives away the kills. I mean, you saw it in that gold graph right at the end. He did over 10,000 less damage than his opponent, and yes, there were some massive bullet times from Light. I don't want to take away how well Light did play that game on the MF in what was a pretty tricky MF game to play overall, but Pays was not doing himself any favors, which is really wild to say because I think he overall had a pretty good series, and he's been the best part of JDG throughout this entire split.
But, I mean, this game, this was the wild part because we joined live this fight like halfway through. I think we came out of picture with this Tarek ult coming down, and we're like, how the hell did we get to this point, K-Man? And it's incredible to think everyone in like sports and esports big moments, like there's like that one big what if moment. This game 4 really felt like the what if of what if you don't find this amazing blind Grand Starfall from Shun? Like, I can't believe that still goes through. And I can't believe also that this TFQ is going to nab light after flashing the wall. Just so many little things that went right at the perfect time for JDG to make sure they were able to get this win.
It is the small little details that end up making the biggest of differences on these gigantic stages. We've known that for years when it comes to esports, that, it comes down to, who's going to be able to make the right micro adjustment to get themselves that slight bit stronger position as opposed to their opponents. And in this one, it was JDG Xiaoxu with a fantastic flank here that basically destroys the entire game. But, I mean, really, there were multiple points throughout this where it felt like Weibo were actually doing the little things better, just couldn't end up being resolved. You talked about that fantastic Grand Starfall. I think we have to give a ton of credit to Shun. The casters did a phenomenal job of doing that as well, but he has more than earned, I think, the reputation that he is getting going into this series. And you want to talk about somebody with motivation. I mean, he was essentially, moved off of a title-winning team, a Worlds Finals team for someone else, and now he gets the chance to knock that person out of Worlds. This is probably pretty personal for him, and I'm really excited to see how he goes.
And does he Bloxer accomplish that goal with 3 straight MVPs, basically locking up the series MVP?
Come on.
Come on. And he will.
Yeah.
So Shun, all 3 MVPs across all 3 JDG wins.
In that previous game, the whole time I was like, yo, this is done if Tian has a smite key. If he lands a couple of those smites, they get the Mountain Soul. That's genuinely, this game was super, super close, and Jun was just all over it. The steals were immaculate, but also the amount of damage he was just absorbing, the amount of pressure he was just taking on himself, playing this one out incredibly well. We saw a couple of those nice early game roams alongside Scout, exactly what you want to see with that double map mobile composition. You need to see that happen early game, and it did. It was lovely to see. I thought also the Xiaoxu was really nice too. I thought they had a great combo that was making things happen. I would also like to say, I just did a little bit of maths while we were talking. That was 11,000 less damage done by JDG. 11k less damage overall.
Wow. Tarek diff?
You shouldn't be able to win doing 11,000 less damage, and yet you do. Exactly. Tarek diff, big part of it, but also, unfortunately, it's the last HP that matters, and in a lot of situations, everybody was very, very low, but nobody could quite finish those kills off. It's not like in the previous game where you've got a smolder and you get that execute. No, you have to do that last tick of damage.
Let's get into this draft, though, a bit if we do have the look-in that we can do for it, because I do think we talked about it before we threw back to our casters for Game 4, that there were certain positions that we thought were going to get pinched, and well, there were some pretty creative, outcomes we got from this draft. It came in. I know you, despite it being on the losing side of this matchup, we're actually a pretty big fan of this R5 Gangplank that came through, because we talked so much about how top lane pools are really, really pinched going into this game.
Yeah, I really like the Gangplank here. I think, and we saw that in the game. It wasn't just theoretical. Really, Breathe played phenomenal, and he got one of his signature champions. They correctly called it out on the cast there that this is, I believe, Breathe's first Gangplank game since 2022. So certainly didn't show the rust. It was a magnificent performance from him, and I think there was a true world here where if Gangplank is a little bit more careful around some of these fights, maybe doesn't get caught after the Pantheon ult into the entire jungle, where things could go a little bit different. But I like the setup in Identity for Weibo Gaming. I think you have a lot of opportunity to play these late game team fights a little bit more efficiently, and you really do put pressure on JDG, as we've seen throughout a lot of this series, to make plays and make them fast. Like, the Tarek is going to negate a lot of damage here, and we're going to talk about how strong Tarek is, but Twisted Fate, Pantheon, Lucian, these aren't champions that are reliably going to be able to deal with a Gangplank in the late game, especially if you give Akali any sort of gold alongside it. So I liked the idea that Weibo wanted to go for, give themselves kind of a free out, because that's kind of worked across this series. It just didn't end up working out in game itself.
It starts so well for JDG, and then it goes so poorly for so long. This is the thing that really frustrates me about JDG. I feel like in game 1, specifically, we actually got to see a top-to-bottom good game, where every single second of that game was correct from them. They made one error around the dragon of bot lane. Fine. Okay, you're allowed one error versus everybody but the top teams in the world. But games 2, 3, and 4, they have made massive errors almost the whole way through. And the next couple of clips are gonna be Pays clips, as in, what are you doing? Constantly getting caught out by himself.
So dirty.
But also, Alk was correct to be getting quite angry at Zhuo. He was not hit. He just had to press R at the correct moments. It's harder than it sounds, but it's still not that hard to press R before the team fight starts, right? It's a 2.5 second come down, right? You don't get to press it in reaction. You have to press it proactively, and in a lot of situations, he wasn't. He was coming way too late on, and it was allowing Weibo to find these fights again and again. And it is genuinely through JDG pulling miracles out of their butts later on, and Tian not knowing how to smite, that allows JDG to claw their way back into this game. It's impressive from JDG. I like the fact that they've now shown us quite a lot of resiliency that maybe we hadn't seen before, but you also would prefer that they weren't putting themselves in these positions.
Yeah, exactly. And, as much as Zhuo does get some flack in this game, what's unfortunate about a lot of the conversations we've had around these two teams is that we definitely gave some scrutiny towards Crisp in this series too, and the fact came in that he has probably his best game of the entire series, and a loss definitely stings. And right on time, this engage from Crisp really helped prolong this game for Weibo in my mind.
Yeah, Crisp had some awesome looks throughout this game, basically forcing out those Taric ultimates. And, credit to Zhuo if you're going to, flame him for not, putting it out at the right time in a lot of these earlier fights. I think in these big exchanges where, you are able to find those big rel engages, you are actually getting that Taric ultimate down at the right moment and keeping things alive. We'll see that a bit later in the Baron fight as well, with it really being, at least an important turning factor in that fight. But you're right. I mean, these engages in isolation are perfect, and this is why I really liked Weibo's draft, because I think you have a lot of that consistent setup. Unfortunately for them, they just didn't have the damage to rip through in the way that they wanted, and it all really came down to this play in particular, when this entire dance that happened around the Baron, you see JDG setting up for it and wanting to posture, burning resources to get Weibo in the area. Yeah, exactly. They're so late to this play. They start, we get them to back off. We have to expend resources. But look where Scout is during this entire time. Just kind of holding and catching wave. He's not under any threat. He can always ult into the fight. And so JDG feel comfortable the moment Weibo disengaged this to just say, all right, well, we're going to do it again. We're not in any sort of pressure. We've got waves in a perfect state for us. And what do Weibo do? But they capitulate. They go mid lane.
Yeah.
All of them. Every single one moves down mid lane. And like you said, Scout with the ulti immediately is just going to come and join up. There's not even a chance for a smite fight in that situation. At this moment, though, I was like, right, Crisp has just won the game. That was a beautiful Magnet Storm across multiple members. And again, she was a little bit late with actually getting down that ulti. But it doesn't actually matter in the end, because the team fighting later on here is just... This is gorgeous. This is really nice.
Yep.
But also, there's luck. Luck comes into it a little bit as well with JDG, with just flashing over the wall, hitting a gold card that you weren't exactly expecting. Jun? My man, he deserved all 3 of those MVPs. That team fight was gorgeous, but it wasn't just that team fight. He was the one kind of keeping his team together in this one. Yeah, he wasn't great in game number 3, but neither were any of his other teammates. In all of their wins, he was really just pulling it together.
Like Alk said, creating a showdown where one of the former BLG junglers will join the team now, heading into that last world spot. It is very poetic that we're going to get Wei versus Shun in this one. But, guys, as we kind of start to wind down our broadcast here, we can start doing a little bit of future crafting because, K-Man especially, I know you weren't a big fan of how IG looked against top esports, and we've definitely been critical of, well, I think JDG and in every game except one, even in the wins they had. So now as we look at the final iteration of this bracket, how are you feeling about JDG besides the fact that maybe whoever shows up looking more polished wins it?
I think this is an insanely chaotic matchup, and really the lane that I'm sure a lot of people are going to be looking forward to for me is the mid lane here, because it's both players that have really, I don't want to say struggled in the big moments, but Scout has, had his up and down year that we've talked about all split long, and Rookie is a player who has been very good across 2025, but I mean, we can't deny the fact that Rookie has struggled in qualifying for Worlds, and a lot of the teams that have struggled because of that have struggled because of him. And so this is a big series, I think, to get the monkey off the back of both of those mid laners. Outside of that, I'm just so excited to see which one of these teams is going to step up, because likely one of them is going to be consistent enough to get themselves to Worlds and hopefully get enough confidence to go up against T1.
Bloxer, IG, JDG, similar feelings.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? We came into today talking about how it was bot laners that really need to step up and carry their teams through, and that was very similar to what we were talking about when we were going into yesterday's matchup between TES and IG. Gala specifically, he got a little highlight reel. I was pulling all of his pentas, a bunch of his quadros, right? The man can pay you back when you put him in good situations. Very similar to Pays. But yesterday versus TES, it was not there. The source was not on for him at all. In almost every single game, they found a little bit of success, and then Gala just wasn't able to take over, not in the same way. The one game they win, the Shy has a really impressive performance on the Rek'Sai. I think that the top lane matchup could be very interesting, but I do imagine that we're once again going to see these games dictated by what the junglers and what the bot laners end up getting up to, and off of just most recent series performance, I think Pays looked better in this series than Gala did in the previous one, and that could be the difference maker.
You know, I'm just happy that the AD carry on the analyst desk here isn't selling the marksman matchup for next time around. That usually bodes well. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see the two mechanical limit testers, as I'd like to call them, on multiple points through this year in Pays versus Gala once more. Fun other tidbits of this one. Obviously, it's guys like Scout trying to go, I believe, push to 6 straight years making Worlds now, if he's able to get up to this bar. There's 2 new guys that you heard Grapes talk about, Zhuo and Xiaoshu, trying to make their next their first Worlds campaign, and obviously IG, a team of that level trying to make it back to Worlds would be such a big relief, knowing what they came into the beginning of the year looking forward to. But that is the final series that will be coming less than 24 hours from today. But before we get out of here for our broadcast, we have one very important thank you to throw back out there, and that is to our Elite Coffee supporters. So thank you very much to Aaron Soup, Mong, Forest Without, and owners of a Silmaril. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every single day. And it has been what a year indeed for us here. K-Man, I know you're going to be a part of the last broadcast, so I'm going to let you hold any of your final thoughts until the next day. But Bloxer, as we wind down, I want to give you a moment to just be reflective of your year on LPL English and your final thoughts to the many watching.
It's been so much fun, right? We talk a lot about, like, good quality League of Legends, and you definitely do get that in the LPL, but I've genuinely had the most fun in the depths of hell, down in Group Nirvana, watching EDG LNG play League of Legends, and it's horrible. It's not good League of Legends, but it's the most fun I think you're ever going to have, and if you can really embrace the just complete chaos, right? Crazy as our game, all of that, it's so much fun being on the LPL. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Man, I was not ready for the Group Nirvana shout out in September.
Thunder Talk, my boys.
And a Thunder Talk shout out. That's the Bloxer I know and adore. All right, yeah. So that will finish off my time in the LPL English as well. I think I got a decently emotional note coming out of the grand finals, but it's just been an amazing year with amazing people. Yeah. It's what I dreamed casting would be, is what this was. So thank you to everyone behind the scenes at LPL English, but most importantly, thank you to all you watching at home, because this is not possible without every single one of you, and a special shout out from Rare Adam as well on the sticks here. That will close out our broadcast. Congratulations one more time. JD Gaming 3-1 over Weibo. They will play a do or die best of 5 for a world spot against IG tomorrow. But for myself, our awesome casters, Grapes and Ulk, Rare Adam behind the scenes, my 2 dashing analysts to my left, K-Man and Bloxer, we bid you adieu, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final game of the LPL in 2025.